talent, or you could call it dumb
Or
luck.
Gundar.
Alright, last time we opened up with the adults of B Squadron having a nice morning training. JJ was very happy to see Sam fully healed and working out well with Laz, and they had a pretty nice morning ahead of a big vacation with the family to Isle Delfino. The rest of the squad went to King Cobra's sandwich shop to have breakfast as well as film a promotional video with him for him with the band. They had a nice time chatting with him and really enjoyed the sandwiches before filming the video. The Rainfall elders and adults had a nice breakfast together back on the lane and had some discussions about Suletta's caretaking of Father Goodscar. Meanwhile, while out on maneuvers, Clive, quote, revealed to Scar that he had had an illegitimate daughter with Pequod, something the Stooges very rapidly pointed out was fiction. Eventually, the Stooges accidentally revealed that Carter's band had done an advertisement for Cobra, at which point Clive demanded the velour tracksuit be brought to him as well as some photos made. In the apartment, the kids were all having a good time hanging out until Elizabeth went to retrieve something to show them, and Benny revealed that he was planning to propose to her to the rest of the squad. They encouraged him and told him how happy they were before Elizabeth re-entered, and they continued as normal. The Rainfall adults, as well as Sasha and Towns, were in their gateway offices, and through the combined efforts of Nicole and Julius, were able to convince Sasha to move to the lane. Back at Cobra's, he was having a nice smoke before he was assaulted by cop cars. As he was being drug away, it was revealed that the unit had doctored photos and framed him for numerous horrible crimes, to the point that even Towns could not get them to drop the charges. As they were leaving after this, the Stooges revealed that the family was going on vacation and the unit was not about to let them alone with Carter. While this was going on, the rest of the family was packing up to leave and got stopped by the Stooges just as they were. After the ship ride there, they met up with Lorelei and Sylar, with the former very quickly getting out of Dodge and leaving Sylar to walk them around the island. Clive got embroiled in a race while the rest of the family had a great time. As the day progressed, Clive and the unit eventually went off to film their survival show, where they got lost very quickly due to having the Stooges navigate. As they were feeling despair, Lorelei came in and led them back home. The rest of the family met up and had a nice night at one of the beach houses there. But then we flashed back to the unit on Bragg. After the vacation, Clive revealed to everyone there his plan to kidnap Memory Ann and hold a city hostage with roofie bombs to get to Carter once and for all. Finally, we flashed to the sewers of an unknown colony where two workers were doing their day-to-day job before they were taken quietly and quickly in the darkness by a pair of xenomorphs. And I believe that is everything.
Ash finds himself in the mayor's office. The mayor of Palavin, a super colony, located pretty close to Anova. Ash is trying to explain to the Mayor Fedorian, the xenomorph threat.
Miss Fedorian, please, I'm telling you, please let us send a small battalion of rangers here. We'll check over the planet just to make sure that there are none of these here, and then we will get out of your hair as quickly as we came. Please.
Yeah, they have acid for blood. Kaz gestures towards her. She looks at her computer monitor and keeps typing. Tell the bitch how dangerous they are.
Madam, they are immensely dangerous. I have watched highly trained rangers get torn apart by these things. They are parasitic life forms. They spread quietly until there's suddenly too many of them to deal with, and your planet is basically lost.
Keep going.
I cannot impress upon you just how dangerous these creatures are. I just would like it if you could let us bring a battalion here to search over the planet. That's all I ask of you, madam.
Kaz lightly kicks Ash's ankle under the table and gestures towards the woman who's still just looking at her computer screen.
Madam, are you hearing us?
Oh, I heard you. She looks right at Ash.
Well, I'm telling you that there is a very legitimate and possible danger to your colony from these creatures. We don't know what colonies they've been planted on, but they may very well have been planted here.
Why would anybody plant them on Palavin?
Because it's a mega colony on the frontier. Whoever was doing this was trying to mess with frontier colonies, and yours would have been one of the biggest to go after.
You don't say. It's exactly what the first warning I believe your Primarch sent me said. along with everything you rattled off about the creature in the picture, which I refuse to believe anything like that is real. He chuckles at her.
Madam, please, I am not trying to force you into anything. I'm telling you these things are very real. I have seen them and fought them in the flesh. I'm coming to you to beg you to allow us to try and help you. Please, I would hate to hear that these things were on your colony.
They're the realest thing you'll see, sister. She looks at Kaz and then back at him. I already received a warning. I said no. Don't want your help. Why would they send you again? Other than, she'll lean back and smile at Ash, other than for an arterial motive. Can't speak today because you're angering me just the sight of you.
Madam, there is no ulterior motive. I am here as
Of course there is with EarthGov. There always is. You want Palavin, like you want everything.
I am here not even as the Major of the Rangers. I am here as another man speaking to you and telling you that this is a real danger, madam.
Aren't you the one that got Fornost?
I assisted in them talking Fornost into joining, yes, madam, but...
Silver-tongued devil.
I have been referred to as that, madam, but I promise you, I swear on my life, any Ranger duties will be removed from the planet the moment it is clean. I promise you.
Palavin has an extensive colonial PD force. Some of them are even ex-EarthGov. He scoffs again.
I'm sure that they do, madam, but I'm telling you, I have watched these creatures tear some of my best Rangers apart. They are not to be trifled with.
Something tells me, if you will, this is a strong-arm tactic. You want Palavin. You want it for its taxes. That's what I would gather. Why would EarthGov send you, their best and brightest, with a non-EarthGov scum of the universe bounty hunter? Because he's not liable for anything. She gestures right to Kat. He's your strong arm in your tactic. I'm sure they sent him along when you got Fornos too. Listen, lady, he starts to get angry.
Kaz, please. He's gonna put his hand on Kaz's shoulder. Kaz here is a friend. Him and I have worked well together in the past, and he's one of the only men who's lived after fighting these creatures. That is why he's here. If he tries to do anything, I am the one who is responsible, and I will accept any punishment that comes from him. I am not trying to strong-arm you, ma'am. I am trying to help you, because these things are... She could see him pause and almost shudder for a moment. They are unlike anything I have ever been against. They are horrifying creatures that can decimate colonies very rapidly.
She'll put her hands together, fingers together, point them right at Ash. And as far as I know, EarthGov should be able to have this fictitious problem under control with your time deity and the handsome Mushin guy with the red hair and the different colored eyes. Julius Rainfall. Looking at her.
Yes, we could handle an infestation of them if it happened, but at the point that it would come to that, the planet and the colony are lost.
There's nothing here. We have above average missing persons reports for the last 2 months. That's not surprising for a colony of over 75,000 colonists, which we've built alone without EarthGov's help, and it's going to stay that way.
I have no intention of trying to interfere in your building of your colony, madam. I just am asking for you to let me send some of my men just to do a scan. We don't have to get into the nitty-gritty of your city. We just want to make sure.
Denied. No. You're not going to plant your flag here. You will not be collecting taxes from us here. People pretty much like it out here. What currency do you use? EarthGov credits. She shrugs. Who collects the taxes? You? Points at her. Are you asserting something? She looks back at Kaz. Ash can tell this is teetering on the brink.
Kaz,
What are you worried about? EarthGov taking their cut?
I don't think that that's anything going on here. We have no intentions of taking taxes or anything, madam.
Let me tell you something, sister. You're gonna end up cocooned to a wall. Ha! She scoffs at him.
Madam,
A hole about the size of my head in your chest.
that is what these things do, madam, and if there does happen to be some mist on your colony, just a few of them are enough to bring a colony to its knees. Because
Where do they come from then? Where do they come from? What planet do they originate from?
We don't know.
Did Max Tech make them? Oh, you don't know!
We do not know. Max Tech did not make them, but Max Tech bred and propagated them.
Yes, and judging by the silhouette of the armor, you're sitting next to a former Max Tech scumbag. Listen, bitch! He slams his hands on the table.
Also, a former ranger. And as a ranger, I can tell you, a ranger is always a ranger and can be trusted.
You're gonna end up dead. Hole in your chest, and the rest of these dumbass people here, dead. And your wide-eyed amigo Colonial PD isn't gonna last 30 seconds. She glares at us.
Cass, please?
They're kids with rifles.
Madam, I have watched regular small arms fire bounce off of these things' carapaces. A regular PD is not equipped to handle these things.
I'll tell you what. If we come across these things, we'll give EarthGov a call. But beyond that, no. And I'd like you to leave with your disgruntled, rude friend now. That's right, you just say no, turn us away, collect the taxes. I'm sure you skim off the top. She picks up the phone to call security.
Alright, we're leaving. He's going to place a card with his wrist computer number on the desk and slide it over. Call me immediately if you see one, madam. Please.
As the Colonial PD security enter the room to escort Ash and Kaz out. Krellin, wow, me Chrono, touching his whore. Yeah, that's right, brother, you're Chrono. Slapping Frederick on the back.
Frederick gets slapped on the back, but he doesn't really sense the hit. It doesn't register with him as he's just looking around at all the handmade roofie bombs that they made, and it's finally sinking into him at what they're actually going to do.
Are we going to beat people up? Well, Carter, just Carter, okay? But you're definitely gonna plant bombs. Wow, looking around. Ugh, putting the fishbowl head on his head.
Yeah, no, we're gonna plant some bombs, we're gonna kidnap Marianne, and we're gonna hold this entire city hostage. Operation Screaming Eagle.
Well, when are we going to kidnap Marianne? Tonight. I got the chloroform rag all ready and everything. Wow, me Krellno. That enthusiasm!
Mate, that's why you originally joined the unit, as he's pointing at Krellin. That enthusiasm right there, I love that enthusiasm.
Don't you think it's gonna be bad if Carter wakes up in the middle of us kidnapping her? Ah, Krellin can keep him asleep, right, Krell? Krell, no. Right, Krell, no? Oh, yeah, sure, whatever.
See? We got all our back doors and everything like that covered nice and tight, Samuel. You need to have some faith in the unit, mate. That's why you're not part of the 1-4-U.
Have some faith in Dr. Fredipus. Putting his big arm around Frederick.
Yeah, Dr. Fredipus. Just a quick question. I don't know if this has been asked yet, but what happens if, like, I don't know, police or someone come up to us and we're setting up literal bombs in the city and basically acting like terrorists?
Call the we are not terrorists, first of all. We are the heroes. And if you encounter that scenario, you call the commander, he'll do the talking. Right, Commander? As he comes over here to help Krellno fix his horn.
Clive walks over to Frederick, puts a hand on his shoulder. Yeah, mate, don't worry. I got it. I can talk with the best of them. I can, like a snap of my fingers, I can convince people that everything is a-okay. Isn't that right, Scar?
Damn straight, brother. Damn straight. Samuel hits a button on his suit and his head turns into a disco ball. Yeah, that's to give Carter an epilepsy attack. Save that for Carter, would you please? Ugh. Pushes the button.
Frederick looks over at Samuel. But Carter's not epileptic.
Yes he is. Yes he is. It's a well-known fact. All ancient Elvish and Novians are.
Especially ancient Elvish and Novian creatures who have lightning abilities like he does, the static in their brains and all, you understand.
Which I hate, Carter.
As do I. I fucking despise that sumbitch Carter. He's tried to roofie my wife more times than I could count.
Roofied her last Sunday. Clive doesn't want to talk about it, but yeah, was there, saw what happened.
Clive puts his hands up. I don't want to think about it. I don't want to talk about it. He actually starts to tear up. He made me shoot my own wife, mate.
Unit 9 Systems Model 10 Clive. Yes, here. And if you push this button, you can actually shoot your horn out. Wow!
Flitwick chuckles as he looks over at Krellin, then at the Dr. Fwedipus suit. Again, guys, are you sure this is a good idea? Like, I don't think this is a good idea. I'm sorry, I really don't. Well, it's understandable. It is understandable, mate, to be having second thoughts before an important mission like this. Hell, sometimes me and Scar, even we have second thoughts, like before all the fights against Izzy or Eric or hell. Remember how nervous I was before Hazel, mate?
Oh man, I was pissing my pants compared to you. Hazel, I thought she was gonna throw meth bombs at me.
I thought, dear Jesus, I thought she was gonna use her crystal meth powers to shoot crystals into all of us and poison us all with meth.
And then we'd all become addicted and become drug addicts, like those people in that show, breaking something. Breaking Bad. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, whatever the hell the show's called. But yeah, no, and then we would have basically become her zombies, mate. Because when she infects someone with the meth and makes them sick with the meth, you become a zombie to her, like her thrall, if you will.
We don't remember killing Hazel.
You don't. Dear Jesus, raise your hand if you remember killing Hazel.
Samuel raises his with Mr. Wiseau. I remember, yeah.
What the hell are you talking about?
Oh yeah, push car over cliff. Ah, boom.
Oh yeah, that was really funny. What? Are these guys okay? He walks up to Scar and whispers in his ear, "Are these guys okay? They've never even met Mr. Wiseau. Only I have."
I think it's the nerves getting to him before the op. This is a big op. This is an all-in play we're playing here against Carter, sir.
I know. I should have set him straight, mate.
Yeah, remind them. Okay, here we go. Clive's gonna tell you about how Hazel actually died. Just jog your memory, if you will. In car over cliff. Dumbass brother of Tommy do it. Tommy doesn't have a brother.
Tommy never has and never will have a brother. You wouldn't even know. You've never met the man, Krellin.
He looks confused at Clive.
But we've both met him more than you have, Clive. What the hell are you talking about? I'm the commander of the goddamn unit. I've met him more than the three of you combined, multiplied by 10. Anyway, I'm gonna tell y'all the true story of how the unit killed Hazel as he gets down on one knee.
Come back here, me Krellno! As Hazel taunts the three members of the Sinister unit behind her.
Oh, come on, Krellno. I thought you were good at running after people.
Hiya! Shoots his horn out, she deftly dodges as Dr. Fredipus from the freeway below jumps up right in front of Hazel.
You can't escape from us, Hazel. You will die. Oh, yeah? I ain't gonna die. Or at least I'm not gonna die without a fight! As
Charging!
her hand starts to crystallize in pure crystal meth. And she spins around and socks Scar right across the jaw, knocking him out with a singular punch.
Falling here. Sam Stereo grabs her arm.
Oh, really? She materializes her crystal meth across her bicep, stabbing up through Samuel's hand, grabbing the fishbowl head and smashing it against her knee as she throws him off the side of the freeway.
I hate Clive. Charging at her.
With Krillin, she just jumps right over him, does like a springing handstand off of his shoulders, and makes him run right into Flitwick.
Frederick screams as he takes him off the edge. And then Clive appears.
You thought you could take on the Sinister unit? Not on my watch. I'm the final boss. As Hazel puts her hands up to attempt to shoot her crystal meth crystals at Clive, but he just picks up 5 pumpkin bombs and chucks them all right at her at the same time.
Hazel exploding. The smoke abates, and Hazel's shoes, air quote, are the only thing left as Scar. Did you get that bitch? Climbing up the side of the freeway.
As always, the Clive Goblin always gets his man as he glides down towards the shoes, picks them up, and another trophy well got, mates.
Wow, Carter's girlfriend be wearing men's shoes.
I mean, hey, you know how Carter was. He liked to swing both ways.
Carter like transvestites? Yes, he does, brother. Yes, he does.
In fact, he loves them.
Going back to reality.
Flitwick just slowly blinking as Clive stands up from his one knee and wipes a tear away. That was a damn good day. A very damn good day.
Check me out, Fred. I'm all suited up, he flexes. Oh, wow, the last thing the Cancer Foundation women see before going in lava. Damn straight!
Goddamn right. Goddamn, Krillin, you're just hitting him with the one-liners today. He puts his hand up for a high five.
Maybe cause natural disaster in city. High five, he Clive!
Clive takes the high five and shakes his hand a couple times like it really hurt him. You got that right, mate. You got that goddamn right.
Whatever kills Carter, brother. Arm around Krillin.
Whether it's a bullet, a natural disaster, or one of my pumpkin bombs, that's the Clive Goblin. I don't care what kills him as long as he dies, mate.
What game plan when going to city? Set up all these bombs. And the roof. We gotta wire the roof to explode. But we gotta set the bombs up around the city. Wow, going to be fun.
Yeah, it's gonna be real fun. As Frederick will just start staring at his Dr. Platypus suit.
Come on, Fred, let's go. Chop, chop.
What? Of course. He starts putting on his Dr. Platypus suit. And that reminds me, I gotta prepare myself for this. You know how it takes a lot out of me becoming the Clive Goblin.
Takes an immense amount of mental power out of him. Wow. Looking at...
Why does it take a lot of mental power to become the Clive Goblin? Oh, well, you know, 'cause, well, it's quite simple, actually. When I become the Clive Goblin, as he starts to put the suit on, and his voice starts to change, when I become the Clive Goblin, it's like the more Theros part of my brain starts to present itself. And when that part of my brain presents itself, I'm Clive proper. Must try to control it, because if I don't, well, I'm bound to do something really crazy.
Like throw people into a volcano. Exactly!
I let the claws of Goblin take control over that one. Because, well, sometimes just all that crazy is plain old needed. Isn't that right, Scorpion?
Damn straight. As Frederick comes up in his suit. Oh, group hug handshake villain thing before mission.
Well, we are not the villains. But yes, I believe a moment to be together as the Sinister unit is in order.
Scar puts his hand out for everybody to put their hands on his.
Fledwick does, and Clive has to make sure his hand is at the top.
Krellin and Samuel do. Their hands are at the bottom. 1, 2, 3. Kill fucking Carter!
Kill fucking Carter! Yeah, kill fucking Carter.
Oh, I'll kill stupid Galleon kid.
That's what I like to hear. Sinister unit, move out.
Little do the rest of the family know what's happening. At Bragg. Well, Memorian and Suletta are going at it head on head. It's round 3. Best 2 out of 3. Each one of them has a victory round. Hale's here spinning around with her flags, trying to show off for Thomas as Icy's devouring seafood soup.
Julius looks at her eating the seafood soup. Jesus Christ, Nicole. Save some for the rest of us, damn.
Nope! Throws her bowl over her shoulder and takes another one. Unclass.
Holy crap, I forgot just how much you can eat. Jesus.
Trust me, I made probably too much, son. So yeah, I've got some for you to take up the gateway for Ash, Sausage, and Towns, and all them, and I've exhausted my seafood stores. So we're gonna have to go fishing.
Julius nods. That sounds like a blast. I would love to go fishing with you, Dad.
It has been a long time eating hers, savoring it, since you made it. It's before the heart attack.
Julius nods. Before the dark era of the Rainfall family, as he sort of shivers and takes a bite of Pequod soup.
Before your dad, savoring the soup before your dad tried to make excuses for your mother about nearly killing him.
Julius sighs and shakes his head. We're never forgiving him. I can't believe he just can't understand that yet. Even Nicole isn't gonna forgive her.
She sighs, looking at Davine. What's Davine do?
Davine takes a bite of the soup and puts her head up. Oh my god, honey, it's so delicious, and puts a spoonful of it up to his mouth.
He'll take a bite. Yeah, I'm actually pleased with this batch. Last one could have used a little more salt, but this one's okay. It's, should we feed? Never mind. Looks right at Thomas. What's he doing?
Thomas, he's like laying down on the ground on his back with his head tilted up, so he's looking at Hale upside down, and he's just smiling like a stupid smile on his face, staring at her.
What a derp. Scratching his head.
David puts a hand on her cheek. Well, at least we know he loves her.
Yep, that is for sure. Just like his brother. Looks over at Carter. What's Carter doing?
Carter is trying to get the straw into his mouth, but he's missing each and every time trying to get it into his mouth. Just staring at Memorian. Like a couple times it like hits his nose, and then it hits his eye at one point, and eventually his tongue finds the straw and just starts sipping his drink while watching Memorian.
Come on, Carter. Putting his arm around Carter. Why don't you eat some soup? Putting a bowl of soup in his lap.
Carter looks down at the bowl of soup, shakes his head, and he nods towards Memorian.
Okay, well, I guess I'll eat it then. He starts eating it. I won't scoff at second.
As you shouldn't, mate. As you should not. I mean, hell, take as many bowls as you can before my sister over there eats them all.
Yeah, you never know. She could give him a heart attack and we might never have it again.
Oh god, please don't say that. I would really not want that to happen.
I heard that. Good. Looking over at him.
JJ just smiles over at his father and gives him a thumbs up.
Pequod said, going between the two groups. Dad, nobody's ever gonna forgive her. We've been over this.
So many times we've been over this, Dad. It's just. Face it as a fact of the universe. Stars exist. The Earth revolves around the sun. Nobody's ever gonna forgive Davine for what she did to you.
Elizabeth will. No, she won't.
She's made it clear multiple times she's not gonna forgive her.
Benny will. No, he won't.
I think he's even less likely than Elizabeth to forgive her.
I'll get him to forgive you, honey. Don't worry. Kissing her.
Davine puts a hand on Hunk's cheek and gives him, returns the kiss and shrugs. I appreciate it, honey, but they're not going to forgive me. It's okay.
Carter. Looking over at Carter. God, it's uncanny. Looking between her two sons.
They certainly, as Julius looks between Carter and Thomas, enjoy their women. If Thomas was willing to break Dad's finger for just getting in Hale's way, I truly wonder how much in a trans Carter would be willing to do to someone for getting in his way.
I don't know, but he's already on thin ice with me.
Julius clicks his tongue. True, if he did anything like, anything worse than Thomas, or as bad as Thomas, that would probably be the straw that broke the camel's back.
I won't even forgive my own son. What makes you think I'm gonna forgive Mom for nearly killing you? You know, fair point.
Davy nods. Extremely fair point. Davy looks at Pequod and nods. And don't worry, I completely understand not forgiving me.
What's Clive been up to? Anybody? Hello? I'm nothing. Been quiet since him and Scott went to New York, Rockefeller Records and Rainfall Records, since we just bought it out in New York for the little concert as Clivier West and Scarzy stroking his forehead.
JJ just sighs. It made us a lot of money. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, I even got an autographed picture of them. Sam pulling out a picture of Clive and Scar from the event.
And before you even ask, yes, they blackface themselves completely, all except their actual faces.
Look at that guy in the background. He's like, wait a minute, what the hell? Is that the ambassador?
He thought he was legitimately going to just, a concert of a new band or something, and then the goddamn ambassador walked up on stage.
Oh, that's David. She points up at him. He's a student from Xavier. Xavier University sent up their graduating class on a field trip to meet Scar, eating her soup.
Laz's head turns to look at Pequod. And they enjoyed Scar being, I don't know how else to put this, black?
Your uncle Scar has a statue at Xavier University. They named the street that leads into Xavier University used to be Xavier Lane. Now it's Scar Freetooth Rainfall, or Scar Rainfall Lane.
Laz looks at the picture and shakes her head. I don't know how. I thought it was impossible, but they still managed to do things that'll surprise me.
He's got a street named after him. That's impressive.
Yeah, no, he's up with like Challenger Road. The old space shuttle, it would travel down that road and everything like that. Scar is in the same lane as, well, a space shuttle that broke new ground in the traveling of the space frontier.
Didn't they name the auditorium after him too? Holding up her spoon. Yes. Pequod feeding Julius soup, stroking his head. Yes, they did.
If you guys can't tell, Xavier University, they are huge fans of Scar.
Guy's face. What the hell is the ambassador doing here? Black.
The guy's face is really like, I just came here to see Scarf Retooth. What the hell is the ambassador doing here, painted black like this?
Well, it's not every day you find yourself within arm's reach of Clivier West.
I truly hope I'm never within arm's reach of Clivier West.
I thought it was terrible at Little Clivio. I was wrong.
It truly somehow does get worse. Oh god, what if he turns into Clive Diddy?
Clive Jackson.
Oh god. Davine puts her hands on her cheeks and starts rubbing them. It is going to get so much worse.
JJ, can you come over here for a second and see your father and mother?
JJ nods. He will go ahead and walk over to Hung and Davine.
I just want to tell you something, son. You know Unit Tubbies, that show you made?
JJ nods. Yeah, it's a absolute hit on the children's market.
I hope you know when your sister Elizabeth saw it, she teared up a little bit.
JJ clacks his teeth together and shrugs. Well, I'm sorry she teared up, I suppose, but...
So did your mother?
Oh, did she?
Yes. Some of my best memories... Here, look at the picture on my wallpaper. You've seen it a million. Nicole, your sister, your mother watching Teletubbies. Ruined Teletubbies for us. Sam, good. Looking at Davine eating.
JJ shrugs. I'm sorry. It's made just a lot of money, and truthfully, Dad, that sort of supersedes Mom's happiness in my book when it comes to this sort of thing.
Why can't you just be proud of him? Looking at Davine and Hung. He's making us money. He's not even out of the military yet, and he's already doing all the work, running the studio for me.
Well, I am proud of him for that, and it's taking on quite a bit of responsibility, but Davine looks at JJ. You had to have known our feelings about Teletubbies, darling. It somewhat feels like you're choosing these shows on purpose more than anything. JJ stands up completely and just clears his throat. I'm not choosing them on purpose. It just ends up being happy coincidences that I truly believe will make good money for the family.
Your sister was also a big fan of Blue's Clues. She used to watch it with Nicole, me, her mother. Oh well. Oz eating.
Oh well, all that it's giving her now is so much money she can't even begin to count it. And all that money is going to go towards her and Benjamin's future children, because we both know they're going to have kids too.
I say it every time, and I don't care that he's in earshot. He's not listening to me anyway. He's busy. You could have that. Gesturing to Carter! That could be your son. Anywhere he goes, there's a high probability that his father-in-law is going to attack him and cause a PR disaster scene, which is only covered up because Towns.
I mean, tell me now, Dad, and I could just start acting like Carter, if you
Would
so
you like
wish.
JJ to build a meth lab in your garage? No.
JJ nods. Then let me just work how I work. Truthfully. And let me make money for all of you, because we both know you two are also going to be breeding like rabbits after this is all over.
Just wanted to let you know, that's all, that it hurt your mother's feelings. Thought you'd be a little upset about it. No. Eating hers.
Yes, I'm so upset that I provided for my family. My apologies, Father. And he gives him a bow as he walks back over to Samantha.
I just thought maybe it would tug on the heartstrings a little bit. Heart being the key word there. Heart attack.
Oh, like Mom gave to you, as he points at his father.
That happened like 2 years ago or something.
And does time lessen the effect on your heart that she had on you?
No.
then I truly don't care that it happened 2 years ago, Father.
He was fucking normal back then.
Laz nods. Clive was extremely normal back then. She shakes her head. And then this family happened to him.
I wouldn't say it's the family. Scratching his cheek. No, certain elements in the family, though.
Laz gestures back to Carter and then over at Davine. 2 very specific parts of this family, grandfather.
Oh, believe me. Believe me, I know. I hear it all the time, and I'll never forget the Hazel crisis. That cocksucker will, though. Like another cocksucker I know. Looking at Julius! He got to forget everything, too.
Julius looks over at Hunk. What do you mean?
Oh, you know. Just, nothing.
Julius looks around. Okay. He shrugs. Looks
He's
at him.
talking about when we had an argument and I was pregnant and I left you. Because you were a bad husband.
Ah,
You weren't even acting like a husband. You were just bad at everything, including life in general.
right. Well, he clicks his tongue and hugs around Pequod's waist. I am so sorry about that, honey.
Just, you can... apology's been accepted a long time ago, but you can cement the apology by making sure that does not turn out anything like you.
Oh, I won't, trust me. He looks down at Thomas. Trust me, I won't let him turn out like me.
Because that turned out way too much like you. What's Carter doing?
Carter is still staring at Memory Ann. He clicks his tongue and shakes his head slightly while watching her as he goes down to drink out of his drink, and accidentally the straw goes up his nostril. His eyes widen, he pulls it out, and then just stares at Memory Ann and starts drinking out of the drink.
Here you go, Carter. Taking the straw out of his drink, putting a new one in, and helping the glass to his mouth.
Thank you, Oswald, as he's staring at Memory Ann.
What a fucking ape. Looking right at Carter! If he
JJ,
cared that much, you think he wouldn't have been such a dick to her.
you think he would have just picked up the wrist computer? You really do?
Well, can't be changed now. Rubbing the back of Carter's neck.
No, I suppose it can, but still, the point stands.
Clive would be normal. Could you put that away, Samantha? I don't like your autographed picture. Yeah, sorry.
JJ chuckles as he looks at Sam. Don't worry, honey, we'll get it framed for our house.
Hey, here you go, Shorty. Called me Shorty and gave me a picture.
Oh no, honey, you're doing that.
Hey yo, what's up, shorty? You want one of my autographs or something? What's up?
I just kept laughing and he gave me the picture.
Yeah, and then he said to you,
Yeah, that's right. What's up, shorty? Stay fine. You hear me? Fine with a Y.
as he walked away from you.
Uncle Scar saying, yeah, what did he say? Like, something like, yeah, you fine just like you mother. Something like that, I can't remember. I was in shock at the whole black-faced, black-bodied thing they had going on.
Laz nods. Yes, no, he made a few comments about Sasha and how attracted to her he is.
Uncle Scar always liked your Aunt Sasha. Always.
He always said something along the lines of, now not a direct quote, but those legs go all the way up, is something that he always said about her.
Yeah, so did Zap, if memory serves. He enjoyed gawking at her in the gym.
Like we always say about those two in the apartment era, like two peas in a goddamn pod.
After Dad would leave the gym with Mom, didn't you say she would come in and a Scar and Zap would shortly follow outside the door?
And Davy nods. Oh yes, no, they would. Me and your father, we would leave the gym to, cool down and get a drink together, and then she would walk in, and we would look out the window, and not 20 seconds afterwards, Clive and Scar, or not Clive and Scar, Zap and Scar would walk up with little stools and sit them outside the room and stare into the window watching her.
Well, I wouldn't put it past Clive, given his current state.
Sadly, neither would I.
It got the clap from Show Shuletta. Drinking her soup. Do not say that.
Julius nods. No, don't worry, we won't say it. Besides, he probably wouldn't be staring at Sasha. He would probably be staring at Scar working out.
Definitely. Checking out Scar's glutes.
Oh, I mean, it's so obvious. Clive is so into Scar's glutes, man. It isn't even funny.
Yeah, they shared that cabin those whole 2 weeks at Isle Delfino. That was interesting. A little two-person cabin.
And each and every time they went into that cabin, they made sure the door was locked and the blinds were drawn. Yeah, something nefarious happened in that cabin, and I am never stepping into it.
Suletta bunked with me and your mother. It was sad.
It was actually very depressing. What happened to my poor sister, and what is currently happening to her?
At least Father Goodscar's not here. Thank God. Groans loudly.
I count every single second that I'm not staring at that mannequin as a blessing among blessings. Truly, I do, even though I know it's helping her in some way, her mental faculties.
It's only happening because of my son.
Julius nods and shakes his head. I should have just done a better job at raising the little sumbitch.
Could have just punted him into the lake when he was an infant. Alright, that's it.
Davy puts her hands up. Maybe not that. I don't think that would have been a good idea, but raising him in a different way, more strict manner, I suppose, would have been better, I think.
Put hair on his chest, beat him up.
Exactly. If he did something wrong, really, give it to him, either through a spanking or, hell, just a sock in the face, if he truly deserved it.
Well, that sword's waking up for him more. That's gotta, mean he's on the right track.
Julius tilts his head. I suppose it does mean he's on the right track, but still, it's not fully awakened to him yet. If he was truly a leader of men, think about it, wouldn't it have already been fully awakened to him?
Last I checked, I still got the shit beat out of me. Yeah.
Exactly. As he gestures over to Sam, then turns his head. Again, I'm so sorry about that, sweetie.
Part of the job. Eating her soup.
JJ hugs around Sam tighter. You and I are never going to stray each other from a battlefield like that again. Understand?
No, it was just heat of the moment. Poor decision.
JJ nods. He gives her a kiss on the cheek. Okay, good.
Well, Fortune got what was coming to her, right, Carter? Arm around his shoulder. Hello?
Carter is, again, staring at Marianne. Oz notices one eye blink slightly after the other eye, almost like how a squirrel blinks, as he's staring at her in a complete trance. As he slowly picks up Oz's arm off his shoulder and gently takes it off of him.
Okay, I guess Carter doesn't want any friendship.
Laz looks over. Oh, Jesus Christ. She snaps her fingers next to him a couple times. He won't do anything to you while we're all around. I swear to you that. She points at Oz. Put your arm around his shoulder.
Carter, you okay?
Carter just sighs heavily as he puts the drink up to his mouth, sips on it, and he smiles wide, nodding, looking at Marianne.
I just think he should eat something. The day is young.
Yeah, no, maybe he should. I mean, it's breakfast for a reason, break fast and all that jazz.
Not gonna happen. Picking Thomas up and letting him keep line of sight on Hale.
Yeah, no, I think we've all sort of learned our lessons when it comes to getting in between the people who are connected and watching the girls play their game.
Watch this. She'll levitate Thomas in the air and turn him around, facing the opposite direction of the field. Then he can't move.
Thomas just squints his eyes with a bit of a snarl on his face as he looks down at the family.
See, that is not natural. She'll let him back down, sit in his lap, and turn him to face the field, Hale.
Thomas starts to clap as he continues to stare at Hale showing off for him.
I wonder why they get like that. Stroking his chin. No idea.
Davine shrugs. Only a guess, but... She looks at Hunk. When I do something I'm especially good at, are you not put into some kind of trance?
Yes, like when you suit up in all those straps with the gear. Yeah, oh yeah.
Exactly. So perhaps this is something that these girls are very good at. Perhaps it's just them being put in a trance, but tenfold because of their connection through the mana plane.
I would think so. Eating her soup. That, or it's just being Galleon.
Honestly, it's a coin flip. Might be the Galleon thing, might be the connection. Who fucking knows?
I hate Gallia.
As do I, Sweeney. Trust me, as do I. As he picks up the spoon and puts it up to her mouth.
I hate it too. It was pretty bad there, from what I saw.
Oh yes, no, it was, the scum of the earth lived there, and even below scum lived there as well. It was not a good place to be at any point in anyone's lives.
What does your daughter want to show me today? She has something secret planned. We can't say, but I think it will impress you. I see. Raising her eyebrow, looking at her dad.
Davy nods. We have been sworn to secrecy by the both of them, so we cannot say, but in my opinion, it is quite impressive.
See, that's another thing. You should be proud of your daughter. You have kids that want to start a career and put the family before themselves. I have that, who wanted a goddamn band, which makes his wife miserable, gesturing out to memory and petting Petra.
Again, I am very proud of Elizabeth, as is Mark. Elizabeth, that's our little girl, and she's doing so much for this family.
I always say it about Elizabeth. It's not what I thought she'd end up doing. I didn't have any clue what she would end up doing. I just didn't want to see her end up working at the academy. Wanted her to do something else, and I'm very proud of her.
I wanted her to do something special with her life, and, well, what's more special than being the head of Snarf's workshop, as appointed by Patricia Rainfall?
I don't know, I think being in a band is pretty special. Like Short Bus Special. Oh yeah, he's not paying attention. Looking at Carter!
Don't worry, honey, that was still pretty damn funny.
I do think the band is cool, but it just... the problems it causes for Memory Ann, I don't... Yeah, you think he'd just give it up at some point.
It's just not worth it. I mean, come on, it's not. She throws her hands up in the air. But, no matter what we say, he probably won't listen.
Integra used to tell me all the time. Not that I like saying it, but Integra used to tell me all the time, Julius is a very selfish boy. Yeah, when we would talk about him. And I think that trait may have carried over to his offspring.
Julius sighs. Yeah. All of what my kids got from me have not been good things.
I see Squints scratching Thomas on the head. Did you really never salute her? Like, not even once? Only when her back was turned, Nicole.
Only when her back was turned. I regretted...
I even saluted her.
I know, Nicole, and I regretted every single day of my life that I didn't show her due respect, okay?
but he did salute her when her back was turned, rubbing his hand. Yeah,
That-
wow, that counts for so much, let me tell you.
That truly does not mean anything at all. In fact, it's more of an insult that I did it to her while her back was turned.
Well, you probably saluted her when she was normal in the apartment to catch up, like, I owe you a bunch of these, but I'll give you a good one now. No, he didn't.
Julius just looks blankly at his father and shakes his head. I did not, Father. I truly didn't.
All that time I was sleeping out in the goddamn hall. I should have just got a sledgehammer and put a stop to it.
Would have been good, Dad. It would have been good. I just should have just been smart from the beginning and give that woman who I respected and, well, she was like a grandmother to me, the respect that she was due.
Sledgehammer? Yeah, a sledgehammer. Nothing is.
Like, misery break his kneecaps kind of sledgehammer, honey?
Nah, just keep hitting him with it until he straightens out. Should only take a few hits.
Julius nods. You swinging at full power with the sledgehammer? Oh yeah, no, it probably would have only taken 2.
Couple swings, he would have been right as rain, as Ash used to say. No drama.
No drama at all. Julius looks down at Thomas. If he ever does something like that to hurt Hale or not give someone the due respect that they're given, have that sledgehammer ready, okay, Dad?
Oh, I got it. Don't worry, it's at the house. So yeah. Why a sledgehammer though? Oh, there was a little like janitorial and like hardware room out in that hallway, and I used to go in there and look at the tools and think about using them on your brother. Jesus, eating her soup.
Tavian strokes her chin, looks at Hunk. Was the sledgehammer the most vicious of them, or was there something more vicious?
Oh, I think the sledgehammer was it was like a small hardware and janitorial thing. So beyond like poisoning him with bleach or cleaning supplies, I'd say the sledgehammer. And it was like one of those auto jack sledgehammers that can be used in 0G, so it can like swing 20 times the strength of a normal man. Yeah. Now you couple that with me swinging at full power, yeah. 1 or 2 swings would have been enough.
Would have fucked me up more than Tewaz did in our final fight against him.
You think that sledgehammer's still there all the way down the hallway?
Laz turns around to look at Oz. Maybe? She leans forward to him. Do you want to go look for it, just in case?
Just in case any more drama crops up with this one. Look here, Carter!
Laz purses her lips and nods. I think that's a good idea. Yeah, no, we should get that sledgehammer for, well, whoever wants to use it on him, if that were to ever come up again. Drama, I mean.
Sam coughs some of her soup out as Hale levitates over to Thomas. That's new and worrying. See, yeah.
JJ points at Hale. How long has she been able to do that, sis?
Since last week. Pequod, yeah, she was hovering around our house the other night getting stuff for Thomas to eat. Anova must have been crazy at their height with all the kids. Daycares on Anova must have cost a lot of whatever their currencies were.
More than I think even we could afford. As he looks at Thomas, a hug around Hale, bring her in close and start giving her kisses on her cheeks.
Well, jeez. Gonna have to keep an eye out for that when we babysit from now on. Then again, it's not that bad. They always come together. The only one you gotta really keep an eye on is Jace. Oh, Jace.
Laz, her entire body sort of twitches. I need to make sure he hasn't ordered anything that any of you know about, right? And are keeping from me for some reason.
No, we would tell you straight away if he did, and it's just you got to keep an eye on him because he goes off on his own. Find him, behind a tree, rubbing his hands together, plotting, looking at a picture of Samantha. That is so fucking nerd. He reminds me of all those guys in high school, and he's a 3-year-old.
But he would have been one of those guys to buy your feet pics.
She looks at JJ. Yeah, and he would use his mother's money.
JJ starts to laugh. He would have. Oh god, that would be terrible. He buys, like your feet pics, and then he has to explain to his mother why he has a charge. She has a charge on her card for feet pics.
I tell you what, if it ever came to that, I'm gonna invoke my powers as head of the family and take the scarf. I would be right behind you in that.
Laz nods. Oh yeah, no, I would fully support you on that, Granddad. Don't worry.
He's been good lately. It's just he's the only one you really got to keep an eye on, I think, personally.
I mean, it is true. Laz looks down at her lap. Integra is, well, basically my mother, so she's always respectful and nice and everything like that. Rebecca is just a little sweetheart. Thomas and Hale, well, she nods towards them kissing, obviously, and then there's my son.
A dork. Eating her soup!
I mean this with, all due respect and all that. I don't mean to insult him too much in front of his parents, but a nerd among nerds, like more of a nerd than a hall monitor or a crossing guard that I know of.
It's fine if he grows up to be a nerd. Nerd means brain power. Brain power means far more useful instead of rudimentary jobs like maintenance. Brain power means money. That is true.
Davy nods. That is very true, but hopefully, to fully utilize that brain power, he grows out of the certain habits that he's shown in the past and present. Hopefully, I do have hope that he does so.
If he's not laid by the time he's 25, we'll buy him a hooker. Sam drops her bowl of soup.
Julius crosses his arms. You kids might not want to hear it. He looks over. But that is what we might need to do for the poor kid.
We've been planning for it, yeah.
We have contingencies among contingencies when it comes to little Jace.
The Jace Hooker Black Fund. Black budget.
Even Sasha knows about it. We told her about it and she agreed with us, guys.
Oh, you made a budget? I see. Sasha said to find a hooker that would want to sleep with that, it would probably cost a lot of money if he's that bad as an adult. Ugh, he grows.
Yeah, and of course we would want to get him the highest quality, $5 or 5 credits for an hour type thing. So it's gonna cost a lot of money.
Feel bad for that hooker. I see. Stop eating her soup.
Davian starts to giggle, looks at Hunk. Mark, don't say that out loud, honey.
He'd probably never let her go once he got his hands on her.
Oh my god, his hour's up and he still is like begging her to stay with him.
Mummy.
Oh no, he would call the hooker a mummy.
He'd move into the lane with us, just wouldn't have a scarf, the resident hooker for Jake. That's not gonna happen!
Yeah, no, that's not part of our plan. That won't happen. Then that's like taking the scarf away type thing. But that's not gonna happen. Hopefully.
You just end up drafted into the unit. Every good clandestine military group needs a hooker, Scar. Oh yeah!
You don't even know how many times I got the clap from the hookers back in, Beirut.
Hale letting go of her kiss from Thomas will wave her flags in front of his face and go back out to the field because they're about to play.
Thomas smiles wide, waves at her, then looks up at Icy, points at Hale, and gives a thumbs up.
That's your girl, turning his head to look at her.
He points to his own chest, smiling wide, nodding as he looks at his girl.
Oh, poor Ash. I imagine head slung between his shoulders.
head slung between his shoulders and top of his face in his hands as he walks up.
What's
Hello.
wrong? See ya!
Oh, hello, Samantha. Good to see you. He's gonna pat her shoulder.
Soup? Handing him a bowl of seafood soup, the legendary seafood soup.
Oh, you have no idea how much I need this right now. Thank you, darling.
You're welcome. And Hunk, hey! Waving over at Ash, Pequod patting the chair here. Don't mind Carter.
Oh, Well, he's gonna look very confused as he comes and sits down with his soup. I see. Okay.
Look, holding Thomas up but not, turning him away from the field.
Julius looks over at Ash. These two, they always get like this when Hale and Memory Ann are on the field playing their little game with each other. So Julius shrugs. It's a more natural part of life at this point. Do not get in their face or block their view or anything like that. You will not like the outcome, Ash.
Yeah, Thomas actually broke my pinky a couple months back here. For getting in front of him, between him and Hale, so yeah.
Aside from the pinky breaking, good boys, they at least know what they want.
Why do you look so depressed?
I just got back from Palavon.
Not good, huh? Stirring your soup.
Well, they're under the impression that I came there too strong on them into joining EarthCov so we could take their taxes.
What? She looks shocked at Julius and Ash.
She thinks that, I'm making up the xenomorph threat, and Kaz implied that she doesn't want them to join EarthGov because she's skimming off the top.
Oh, she probably... Is Fedorian still in charge? Is that her name? She's still there?
Yes,
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Sitting back in his seat with Davian on his lap. Palavin's been around a while, man. And when I first went there this is, 40 years ago, I'm the young guy in the headhunters being told what to do by Integra. I was shipped out there to do track down somebody that needed to be killed, a rogue SIS type of op. Long story short, I was told to leave. They escorted me out of the space dock as soon as they saw my EarthGov the headhunters patch, the embroidered on my shoulder, for God's sake.
well, she gave me a little more of her time, but after that accusation, Kaz and I were very rapidly escorted back to our ship.
That's not good. If I was gonna send xenomorph eggs anywhere, it would be Palavin. That's why I sent him. Looking at Julius and Icy shrugs and shakes her head. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink it.
Julius nods. Exactly. We did all we could. If they're not going to take the bait that we set in front of them, there's nothing we can do about it.
I don't want her taxes. I don't want money. I just wanted to offer help.
I told her that. I gave her my card, and she says that if they see any xenomorphs, they'll call us, but I worry that by that time it's too late.
I mean, for me to get back onto Palavin, I had to return to base, get all new gear issued to me that had no EarthGov logos, complete black bag crap, not to quote Clive, like real black bag stuff, and go in and assume an identity as a civilian. To get there, kill my target, who, mind you, the guy I was chasing murdered 5 people prior to making it to Palavin, right? And by the time I got to him, had murdered 10 people on Palavin. And when I apprehended him and killed him, as per mission parameters, she still had me handcuffed and escorted out of the spaceport. Pequod, Jesus Christ.
Well, I think that's bordering on a bit more than just desiring independence.
She's nuts. If it's the same woman, I remember.
Well, she ignored me while I was talking to her face and showing her pictures of the xenomorphs, so I'd say she's not too different.
Yeah, it's gotta be her. She would probably... Was she older? Yeah, she was.
Yeah, older.
Yeah, then it's probably the same fucking woman that had me handcuffed twice for trying to help. Same thing you guys are trying to do. It's not gonna work.
I just pray that, that there's nothing actually on her planet.
Well, if she calls for help, we'll answer, but with those things, I feel like once you have to call for help, it's too late. I see it is.
It's like cockroaches. If you see 3 of them running around, how many do you think are in the walls?
Especially with the big ones running around and stuff like that, no Colonial PD is equipped to handle those things. We saw it firsthand back in Alpha 9 days. A lot of good the Colonial PD did then on that planet with that big one. And even the Max Tech guys were running around the city trying to kill them. That's how bad it was. And they were getting slaughtered too. You remember, dear?
Oh no, trust me, I remember the Colonial PD. Well, I would have to say they did less than nothing. In fact, they probably did more harm than they did good, standing in front of those xenomorphs.
Yeah, no. It's bad if the Max Tech grunts are trying to help the Colonial PD.
I believe my exact words to her were, I have first-hand watched small arms fire bounce off their carapace.
She just didn't care, didn't have any respect for you?
No respect. She flat out accused me of trying to strong-arm her with Kaz as my muscle, and, she didn't believe a damn word I said. She implied that I was fabricating the entire existence of xenomorphs.
She's gonna wish you were fabricating it if what I think's gonna happen happens to that place.
I mean, Julia shrugs. Like Pequod said, if it were up to me, if I was Old Smoky Spender, and I had to choose one singular planet where to send these eggs, Palavin would be high up on that list.
Why would anybody turn away help? You're a known person, gesturing to Ash, a major, every man who helped save the universe. Because she's probably... That's the problem with a lot of these colonies. From my understanding, Fornost, the mayor, is a very nice woman. I would say good aligned woman, if you will. Light side, if you've ever played my MMO. She's not corrupt. Palavin has a history of a corrupt leader who's been the same woman for quite a while. She takes credits off the top, and from what little I've had towns look into, she's got quite a few exotic homes throughout the galaxy, some in EarthGov space. And her Colonial PD is more like a Gestapo. Hunk, I would completely agree with that, yeah.
You ever heard people say that the corruption in small towns is much worse than big cities, Oswald?
Yes, actually. Yes.
Now put that at the scale of colonies. The corruption in frontier colonies that are smaller and don't have the oversight of EarthGov tend to be more severe than on EarthGov colonies.
And if we come in and we start taking our tax cut because they become EarthGov citizens, which means they're paying taxes, we give them jobs, we inject money into their economy, they're going to give us something. That means she can't skim off the top. And even if she could, she'd get caught because she's gonna be given an assistant to help her. We're going to scrutinize her paperwork. We're not gonna let her steal from us or the citizens. Without us there, she can steal as much as she wants. And it will probably be her undoing. Looking right at Pequod.
Julius nods. Not only that, but think about it. She might not just be skimming off the top. Well, most definitely not just skimming off the top. She's probably up to some bad deals with certain, maybe drug rings, cartels, stuff like that throughout the city or the colony. So, Julia shrugs. Probably doesn't want us finding out about that and putting a stop to those cartels or whatever's going on that colony.
And she sets the tax prices, so you come in, all of a sudden a low-income area with high taxes becomes a low tax area, and you try to raise the income like you did on Fornos. That wouldn't sit well with a corrupt political official, trust me.
There's more bad news too, because in passing, guess what she told me?
That she's a dumb cunt? Looking at that!
Oh, that their rate of unexplained disappearances has been up over the past couple months.
She puts her arms out! I see, just lowers her arms for her, shaking her head. It's not a guarantee, but it's... You can lead a horse to water, just relax. You can't save everybody.
I know I can't, it's just... I... You can see he's actually getting frustrated about it. This is at the point where if we sent in the big guns, we could stop it and nip something like that in the bud before it can cause untold casualties, and I'm locked away from doing it because of a dumb bitch.
Did she even read the packet? The large packet we sent? Months ago?
I do not believe she did, no.
What does she want me to send her, a xenomorph skull? That she won't even look at it. I don't know this lady, but it's not worth it, Pequod.
Pretty sure she was using the packet as a doorstop, ma'am.
I don't even want Paladin. It has no strategic value. If Sasha doesn't want it, then I don't want it. She gestures, if they want to join, fine. But I don't even want it.
No.
Everybody passes it up. It's near a Nova, and a Nova is off limits. So guess what? Most people pass it up. It is not a tourist attraction, Julius.
I know. It's not it's not a very important colony to have under our control. So we've always just sort of, left them to their own devices. Never tried to go after them like we did with Fornost or anything like that.
Just lightly rubbing Thomas's cheeks with her thumbs from behind. Something tells me it'll be your problem in about 10 years. Probably less.
Pequod can actually see Thomas's transcript split for like a split second. His eyes squint as he turns around to look up at Icy and then shakes his head as he looks back to Hale.
You don't even want your cheeks rubbed, you little brat?
He grabs Icy's hands, puts her thumbs on his cheeks, and gives her a thumbs up.
Okay. She just shakes her head.
Don't worry, I'll be back on Palavon within the week, trust me.
With our luck, yeah.
Julius chuckles. I know it might sound bad, but goddamn would I love to see that bitch's face when the xenomorphs do actually start coming and start destroying her precious little colony.
All her credits will not save her. That's for sure. All of her stolen credits.
And all of those wonderful vistas that she has in EarthGov space won't save her either.
Those things don't care about credits. Or most small arms firearms.
Even some larger caliber ones will still bounce off.
Oh well. She shrugs and eats her soup. I'm washing my hands of the place. I'm not wasting time sending you back out there.
Understood, ma'am?
Every colony we sent packets to, they at least responded back. And they at least said, okay, we'll call you if we need you. Some said, sure, send some investigatory troops, blah, blah, blah. Some flat out asked for a battalion of troops, which everybody here knows. But that's the only one that just completely refused.
And it's one of the prime targets for Old Smoky.
Fuck 'em. Your soup.
That's a good attitude to have, Samantha. It's just frustrating.
Petra hitting the ball with her. They've been going for quite a while, bouncing the ball back and forth. Sula, you suck, daughter. As he will pick the ball up, throw it in the air, and he does like a spinning roundhouse kick. The ball definitely stopped by Petra, who catches it with her wing, rears back, and just keeps going back and forth. Sam's clap.
JJ letting out a clap. Carter puts his fingers in his mouth and lets out a loud whistle pointed towards Memory Ann's direction.
This is actually pretty exciting to watch. I'm a sport guy. I've never watched a sport with gigantic animals and wizards. I see. Well, there hasn't been one death.
It is quite enthralling to watch, and it's a delight to see them working at what Suletta actually getting to be a Beastmaster.
And on Suletta not drunk. Looking over at her as Suletta casts Chilling Wind, a gust of wind, basically, trying to throw Petra off balance. He'll headbutt the ball, but Petra stays strong.
Oh, by the gods seems I haven't seen her sober since, well, over a year ago.
That's because we're, well, you know, the Father Good Scar era, but it's better than her drinking. That's what I've tell myself before I go to bed. Just hope my son struggles to sleep knowing what he's done to her. Looking at Carter, who's, I'm sure, ignoring his mother.
Yes, he is. Julius looks over at Carter.
I sure hope he is, or else I'm gonna knock some sense into him, I swear to Christ.
I'm sure he feels very guilty about it. I just think he's a bit too enthralled in his wife at the moment.
Memory will sub 2 ice spikes from the ground. Petra will bounce the ball off one. This thing coming over to get it. The ball bounces back and forth. She moves the ice spikes as they bounce, basically juggling, I think the word would be the ball. Bouncing between the spikes, it can't catch up, and boom, right into the net. Suletta, oh you bitch. Fixing her
Carter stands up, puts his hands like over his mouth to make it louder, and just yells out, "Woo!"
Best out of 6, Suletta says, Memorian. No, you lose, mother. Coming over and greeting Petra as she flies down. Ugh, picking up the ball.
Carter's gonna run over to her, pick her up, and give her a kiss.
Hand her the lemonade.
He hands her the lemonade.
Good morning, Asherion, as her defeated, depressed beast follows her.
Suletta, it is a delight to see you, as always.
Enjoying the soup? I'll take Carter's seat. He's kept it warm for me.
The soup, I should say, is quite enjoyable, and it's a highlight of the day so far.
That's my highlight of the day. Watching Hale twirl her flag in front of Thomas's face.
Thomas's eyes just follow after the flag as he grabs a hold of Hale's hands, pulls her in close, and hugs around her, giving her a big kiss.
Well, that and father. Oh, here we go.
Oh, is father doing well?
Yes, you should stop by to see him sometime. He'd like to see you. You saved him on the asteroid. He always talks about you. Oh, God. Rubbing Laz's shoulder.
Well, I would be delighted to show up for father. And it may be a good excuse to maybe see the Stooges if they happen to be in as well.
It's rare to see them, but I haven't seen them all week, actually. Busy with the unit. She just blankly looks out at the field. But if you get lucky, you might catch them.
Of course. And at the very least, they have a not fun job, and that is keeping an eye on the actual 2 crazy members of the unit.
Extremely crazy. Letting Thomas go so he can go off with Hale. They spin around together out here. So is this you're gonna make a sport out of this? How's that exactly work? I've never been involved in the making of a sport. Me neither. Looking blankly out at the field.
Julius crosses his arms. Well, we'd need to advertise it somehow. Have a rule book set up in place, and then, get people to actually play the game and start up some kind of league, or at least that's how I would assume it would be done.
My plan is a league based off spellcasting level. You have to be a certain level of spellcaster to gain entry into leagues, essentially. And then from there, you hold the first tournament in like a round robin style to get your first champion in every league. But I think at the premiere of the league, if you will, we'll just have the Masters League. And then as time goes on, we'll introduce like video games, Grandmaster, and then Platinum, ranks like that. And that way, if it's really successful, everybody can have salaries. All the athletes can have salaries paid by the league. And the higher you up, the more money you make. She gestures out to Memory.
Davy nods, stroking her chin. That is a wonderful idea, darling. In terms of the scaling of the leagues for spellcasting, would you put like the maximum as someone like Nicole or someone like Suletta?
Looks over at Suletta. I'd say you'd have to go a step below me. Yeah, so I can't play. Crossing her arms. Not that I want to. I'm not I am no Beastmaster. I'm not even a Beast Child.
Don't think you need to be much of a beastmaster when you have the companions that you do.
True. Looking out at Thomas and Pequod, but I want Nicole to be my face. Gesturing to Isaac. She's the face, gets everybody to play, face of the organization, and go from there.
You could get a very big influx if you had an advertisement with her sitting with her dragon.
And to make Krellin happy, and the Time Dragon, putting up her finger, and to make Krellin happy, every stadium would have a KFC.
And
You go.
Julius chuckles. You know, if we did bring, you know, the Stooges and stuff to a game, I would bet good money that Krellin wouldn't even watch the game and he would just spend the entire time in the KFC.
That's my plan anyway. She gestures out to Memory Ann. She's very good at it. She can play in the league. I'd like Hale to play someday if it's what she wants to do. She's a baby, who knows. But either way, they can earn a salary if it's successful, the league that is, and hopefully it'll keep Memory Ann's mind off things during the dark years of the band. Watching her and Carter kiss. She'll need something to get through it. I feel sorry for her.
Poor thing, I cannot imagine if upon us getting out, well, upon the original Alpha 9, our Alpha 9, I should say, splitting up, Julius wanted us to all be in a band.
I would have gotten the sledgehammer and done it myself.
Julius starts laughing. Oh, Ash. He puts a hand on his shoulder. I might be stupid, and really stupid back then. I ain't that stupid.
But that way, if it's a successful league and you can play it worldwide, maybe even in the Milky Way, but we'll stick to worldwide for now. Small. Think small, not big yet. If it's really successful, all the athletes can have their own internal salaries. Stroking her chin. Each league, kind of like wrestling, each league has its own championship trophy, belt, title, if you will. It gives people something to work for. You can start at the bottom and work your way to the top.
That's smart, because once you start expanding, you can also do special episodic events or events in general where people from the outer areas are allowed to test their metal against the best Earth has to offer.
Wouldn't hurt to have the Moon Maiden as co-face of the league. Done. Nodding her head.
Julius nods, done and dusted. I'm sure she would love to be the face of an entire league with you, Icy.
Me, her, and OGL and Mana Saber.
Julius chuckles. He covers his mouth and shakes his head. I don't know why, but you saying that, Nicole, it made the thought pop into my head. One day you guys aren't able to do it, so Clive and Scar are like the announcers instead of you three.
Clive sitting in his Native American attire.
How, White Clive? I, Beastmaster of the Clive tribe.
No, I want to keep Clive and Scar the fuck away from this. This is the one sanctimony of no unit. I want to keep them completely out of it. Thank God.
That's for the best, because I have a feeling Clive would mess with someone's beast and get eaten.
What's all this nonsense about a battle league? I'm gonna be involved in it.
Like, could you imagine him? Oh my god, he gets like a giant Aurorasaurus and tries to command it.
That would end so poorly.
Tries to ride
It would end with him being stomped on.
He attempts to ride one of Zuletta's frost tyrants to the arena.
Well, thankfully, that won't happen. No Clive involved. My face is not going on it if Clive is involved. And he won't be. But we'll need the Time Dragon summoned for photo shoots. Okay.
Probably wouldn't also hurt to have some of your dragons around as well, honey, like Dez and stuff.
Oh, absolutely. I want to get this started. She squints at Memory Ann soon.
Julius nods. The sooner the better, because I have a feeling this whole thing with Strat and such is coming down quickly.
It's a good idea. A league with tiers that pays their players, and then the players can get revenue from, like wrestling, merchandise.
That, and you should talk to Elizabeth because you could probably do a Beastmaster themed expansion to your tabletop game.
And video games.
And video games and just toys in general. How many people do you think, how many kids I should say, do you think would want a Petra action figure?
The only rule I have is Rainfalls can't make any royalties off their merchandise. But they can get paid a salary. So I think that one's going to compete. Pointing at Hale, and I want that one too. Pointing at Memory Ann.
Davy nods. Just given how they're reacting even now, I do believe they're significant others, but also enjoy them competing.
Well, they can have front row seats to gawk like goons.
Davy giggles.
She looks at Hunk. If I were to play in the Battle League, honey, would you gawk at me like that?
And I would happily be called a goon. Thank you.
She giggles a bit more as she leans forward and gives him a kiss.
I know.
Patting Ash's hand. Those two are father's favorite. God, just face bomb.
I think they're just about everyone's favorite.
Oh, I can see why, yeah, but you know, Father Good Scar, he's got a heart of gold. Ow! As Sam punches off in the shoulder.
Laz clears her throat. Goes to say something, shakes her head, then looks at Suletta.
Father Goodscar has very good taste on tea.
Yes, he does. Crossing her legs, watching Thomas and Hale. Yeah, he does. Be a shame if he met an untimely end in a wood chipper.
Davy looks at Hunk.
We can't, honey. I know how much you want to, but we just can't.
She'll just go back to drinking. Oh.
I know this is hard, but I would much rather see my sister like this than constantly drunk.
Up. Pequod's wrist computer goes off. It is Elizabeth calling her. She's almost ready for Pequod to come up to Gateway for her secret presentation.
Elizabeth waves. Hi, Pequod. I just want to let you know that we're almost completely set up here, so whenever you would want to come up and, test out this new thing that we got going for you, we'll be ready for you.
You look nervous.
She smiles wide. It's like pre-show jitters, if you understand my meaning, ma'am.
Must be pretty cool. I see looking at Elizabeth.
Elizabeth looks at Icy.
Oh, sissy, you have no idea. All of us, the kids included, and mom and dad over here, they all think it's pretty cool.
It's gonna knock your socks off, Patricia, trust me. Okay. She shrugs. We'll all be up soon. Turning the camera around to everybody. Well, the adults anyway. Mom and Dad and Aunt Suletta will stay here, but we'll be up soon.
All right, sounds good. We look forward to seeing you there, ma'am.
She looks around a little awkwardly and gives her salute and then hangs up.
What is she showing me? Yeah, now I really want to know. Finishing off her suit. Hunk, surprise. You will see. I'm not ruining it for you. But you like money? You like ruining people's best memories with unit tubbies and stuff like that? You're gonna love this, trust me.
I mean, it has to be something big enough and something, I don't want to say serious, but serious enough for her to be that nervous. When's the last time you ever saw her that nervous while she presented something to you?
Never. They've been working on it for a while, Patricia. Since you gave them your card so they could take classes, I think they kind of had the idea for it. I think he said they were working on it before that even, right? Looking at Davey.
Davy nods. Before they were, even really given the job to be heads of Snarf's workshop, they were working on this game, darling.
All right, well then, fine. She'll kick off of Julia's stand-up. Suppose we should go see them. What are you guys gonna go do today? Try to avoid Father Goodscar. Hang around. I think we're gonna take the kids out for a walk. Father would like to go to Orange Twist. Jesus Christ, I'm gonna shoot myself.
No, please don't do that either, honey.
There's a wonderful old-fashioned candy store in Orange Twist City that sells excellent English toffee. Father would like some. I hate Father. Yeah!
Davine smiles at Hunk. Don't think of father, think of how excited the children will be when they go to, go to a candy shop. Kids in a candy shop, you know what I mean?
You got nothing going on today. You want to come, daughter? No. Getting up and moving away. God.
Julius clears his throat. Sorry, Dad, we have to go up and see Elizabeth. We're all really curious about what's going on.
Oh, God. All right, well, we'll take the kids and let them buy whatever candy they want, and they'll have a sugar high all day. That's fine. Looking over at Thomas and Hale.
Julius nods. I trust your guys' judgment. You are their loving and adoring grandparents, after all.
Well, we best set out soon. Father's having his bath right now, so we have to go dry him off. She stands up. Goodbye, Sherion, pats him on the head and walks away.
Goodbye.
Oh!
Say hello to father for me.
I'm gonna say hello to father with something. He reaches for his holster, but he doesn't have it on. God, fuck. Sam laughing.
Davine takes his hand and gives it a kiss. Just breathe, darling. It's going to be okay. It won't be more than a couple hours, and then, we won't have to see Father Goodscar. She's giving it a bath.
He picks Davina. All right, you guys, have a good day at work. Thomas, pick her up. Let's move out.
And Thomas clicks his tongue, points up at Hunk, and picks Hale up and starts following after him.
You want to go to the candy store, buy whatever you want? Hale puts her arms up in the air and yells, yes.
Thomas points at Hale, nods, and basically with a face that says what she said.
They walk off. I feel so bad for Dad.
At least it's not Mother Good Ash.
I suppose. Scratching the side of her head, watching them walk off as here in the apartment. Colt's over here hooking up a monitor. The monitor comes on. He sees the same picture. Uncle fucking Panda.
His soul starts to laugh, looking at all the Uncle Clives as Pandarians on the screen. God, you guys are so smart.
You guys should not be nervous, as Benny's holding Elizabeth, clearly nervous.
Elizabeth, even though her feet can't reach the floor while sitting on Benny's lap, her knee is noticeably bouncing as she's like hugging around herself in nervousness.
Spent no money to make it, really. She has greenlit everything, putting his arm around Soul, eating her ice cream. Everything you've pitched. This is a good idea.
And look at it. Look at the splash screen alone would probably be enough for her to greenlight it. I mean, look at how dumb he looks.
Look at how happy.
He looks... I think that's the happiest I've ever seen either a picture of Clive or Clive proper in a year or so. As she takes a lick of the ice cream and then holds it up to Colt's mouth.
Yeah, that's because that's actually a picture of him from his wedding with Aunt Suletta when Hunk was giving his speech congratulating the both of them. Colt starts laughing, of course.
Oh, I didn't realize that. I should have realized that.
That's the face of a man who's like, God damn, I don't know how I pulled this off, but I am the luckiest motherfucker in the universe.
That's the face of a man who's flabbergasted by having the woman he's marrying right next to him be as beautiful as Aunt Suletta is.
How the fuck did I manage this one?
It's the face of the man who just realized he won at life.
Won at life and then won the lottery the next day.
You know what? Maybe my life isn't half so bad.
I'm not dreaming, am I? I'm actually married to her.
The only thing that would make
Julius, come pinch me, please.
The only thing that would make it better is to have Unit Clive hovering above his shoulder in the background.
Oh man, that probably would have been a good idea. Have like Clive Osh unit scream in the background, like over his shoulder, hovering over him.
Live Osh unit scream.
She just said that without cracking a smile at all.
Well, it's second nature to us. He shrugs. We've been working on this a long time.
Yeah, no, you work on like a comedy for long enough, and jokes you thought you'd never stop laughing at sort of,
lose their luster at some point, you know?
So what are we gonna? What have you primed for us to play? Siege of Yungramar. Can you speak English?
The Siege of Yungramar. So, in the original game, World of Warcraft, there's a capital city called Orgrimmar, capital of the Horde. And in that version of the game, Garrosh Hellscream invades that city to, do his nefarious deeds and yada yada yada. Final boss of the expansion. What we're gonna do is basically the same thing. Yungramar, Unit Orgrimmar, is going to be invaded by Clivosh Unit Scream, and, well, he's gonna try and be, like, taking over the world with the power of the Void to try and take down Cotter.
And the voice acting for them is already done. Carter is Corral, aka Thrall. Corral! What the?
Corral. That is great. This
Corral!
this wasn't in the playtest you gave us.
No, yeah, no, this is, the game's gonna release with the first 5-6 packs done, and then we'll add more as time goes on. But yeah, this is the fight we're most proud of. You get to see mutated Clive. Mutated Clive?
Elizabeth puts her hands up. No spoilers or anything, but he does get mutated at some point in the fight.
And Carter and Clive have a very good dialogue exchange before the fight happens. Ah, the Orcish Horde. Or Orcish Unit.
Elizabeth starts to giggle. I'm actually quite excited for you guys to see this raid.
Well, if I've liked everything I've seen from what I've seen, I definitely would be a Galleon main, though, not a unit main. Yeah, most of us would. All the cool people are on the Galleon side.
Oh yeah, I picked Galleon when me and Ellie were playtesting it for you, and she's addicted to the game already. She's gonna be one of your first subscribers, I think.
Unit of unit crack is what Elizabeth and I are calling it.
Elizabeth nods. It's actually quite a fun game. If you're doing like high level raiding and PvP or like mythic dungeons and stuff like that. I personally find the game to be extremely fun.
I really like how the capital city for the Galleons is literally just Rainfall Lane. And the capital city for Yungramar, or whatever they're called, is a just enlarged version of Fort Bragg.
Yeah, no, I thought that was a good touch, and she puts her hands up again. Again, no like huge spoilers or anything, but you guys might see the lane at some point during this fight that we're gonna send you through.
Ooh!
Really? Soul like rubs her hands together. She looks up at Colt. I gotta admit, I am pretty excited for this. I've already leveled up a character to level 60 and everything.
Yeah, same. We leveled together. I'm in the market for an MMO. The SWTOR World Championships kind of left a bad taste in my mouth for SWTOR. Plus, I was never a big Star Wars fan. And he laughing. I didn't play, and it left a bad taste in my mouth. Oh!
Oh, dude, same here. The next time I get hurt, I hear about getting 42-degree water, I'm just leaving.
I mean, I didn't play, neither did Ricky, but finding him randomly sitting around our houses or other places at the lane, yeah, a little much for me. But I did enjoy the PvP.
Dude,
He was in my bed at one point.
Oh!
One morning I got up and he was just standing in the kitchen in the apartment, dude.
Oh, done fucking gotta beat Dargos. Then once we beat him, I go back to saying Davine trying to kill me.
Davine trying to crucify me.
For insurance money?
You know when he's off.
You a gold digger?
You know when he's off his meds, cause Dad gets voicemails from him.
Davine done lurking around. Need some backup from the Ranger Major. Oh, there she is! As she walks in to the cafeteria to get lunch and greet everybody.
I believe the last one he heard was that Davine was trying to put arsenic in his ice cream for the insurance money.
She done wants to kill me and Hunk. I ain't gonna let it happen. Done got my PI license right here, so
he does enjoy showing off that PI's license when he's off his meds. It was a big accomplishment for him, I think.
Yeah, he was able to do it off his meds, pass the test, and get the license. The people that administer the tests were probably like, what the fuck is this guy want with a private? He's a rainfall. I'm done to keep an eye on Davine, that done gold digging bitch.
What
Oh
I
my
would-
god, yeah, no, I never thought about it like that. If he just if he needed a PI or something, why did he become one himself? If he could have just hired literally the best of the best, he could have just asked Towns, who's in SIS.
Because my dad is trying to silence the truth. Anytime somebody, you done trying to silence the truth? I won't let it happen.
He's obviously in cahoots with your mom.
Do you think your grandma and your mother really regrets stabbing him that day on the fabled beach trip where they were being spied on? Yes. Nodding his.
Or Elizabeth nods. Oh yeah, most definitely, she regrets it.
LD50 done came for me.
Poor Zap.
I think she regrets it every single day, every single time that man brings up insurance money, crucifying, lighting him on fire, so on and so forth. She regrets it.
What does she regret? They hear the voice coming from down the hall. Oh god. Benny stands up.
Elizabeth lets out like a little eep, stands up straight and turns around and just reflexively salutes them.
Huh? Sticking her finger out, squinting at the computer's splash screen. Pequod hits Julius's shoulder lightly and points at the screen. Sam, oh ho ho ho, sitting down.
Carter, with Marianne in his arms carrying her, looks at the screens. What the fuck? As he walks up to one of them.
Oh, father looks so happy, sipping her coffee. Haven't seen him this happy since his. This is from the wedding. Yeah.
Oh god, I knew it was gonna be good, just not this good, guys.
Huh. Sitting down right here. Pequod, what is all this about?
Julius looking at the screens. He walks up to one of them, just leans forward. Well, it's a new game that we've been preparing for quite some time, ma'am. Even before we had the okay and, assurance that we would be heads of Snuff's workshop, ma'am.
Really, you don't say. Coming over?
Elizabeth nods. It's unit of unit craft, ma'am. The first 6 or so expansions of World of Warcraft, but unified.
Why does World of Warcraft ring a bell? Malcolm. Looking over his shoulder. Oh, right. He built a city that was in the game or something like that and left one of your members to die. Looking at Julius.
Julius nods. Artis. Towns had to go there, blow the city up. It was super irradiated. Julius looks over at Pequod. I was Julius Bloodhoof, honey.
Who was Ash?
Oh god, Ash, he was one of the villains. He had to be one of the villains. I just can't remember who he was. Maybe he was... No, Malcolm was Garrosh. I can't remember who Ash was.
Well, Malcolm might have been Garrosh in his mind, but Clive is our Garrosh in our game. We already have an MMO. Taking the ice cream from Soul. Hey, watching her walk away with it.
Elizabeth nods. We are aware of that, ma'am, but think about it. Star Wars is one strain of MMO, one genre. A genre that, truthfully, now that we have things that are in Star Wars, space travel, technology beyond all technology, that kind of thing, is not a very popular genre anymore. She nods towards the screen. Think about how many fantasy MMOs are released currently. That's a fantasy that most people can throw themselves into because it's not their day-to-day life. It's, well, I keep on saying it, but a fantasy, ma'am.
I would argue MMOs fill a niche in terms of gaming, so they're a niche market to begin with, and then they fill another niche predicated on the setting of the game. And Star Wars' niche is there and already filled by millions of players. There's millions of other people that want to give us money who need something like this to fill that fantasy niche. She's surprised by his business talk. Oh.
Exactly. So what we plan to do is release World of Warcraft but unified with, like I said, the first 6 or so expansions.
Okay, well, there's 2 factions in every MMO that I've ever studied. I realize some don't have 2, but the ones I've studied always have 2. How do you get 2 factions out of unit craft?
That's quite simple, ma'am. One is the Galleons and one is the unit.
Oh, she looks over at Julius. Galleon.
Julius looks over at Pequod, then looks at the screen and starts chuckling.
Ricky's dad has already signed off on it, nodding his head. And Saris is going to appear in the game. Wait, what? And we need all you guys to appear in the game.
Julius looks over.
All of us on the, I'm guessing, Galleon side of things.
I'm not Galleon, though. That's okay. All the cool people are going to be on the Galleon side, Aunt Nicole.
Yeah, I mean, would you rather be a part of the unit side, sissy?
Never, 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 never. Shaking her mouth. How do you combat? Okay, so when I remade SWTOR, faction imbalance is a problem going in because people are dumb and want to play bad guys because they can't be bad IRL. I combated faction imbalance by making the Republic side way cooler. Cooler animations, cooler armor. How do you do it in this game?
Elizabeth nods, through basically the same method, but we also make the Galleon side more powerful overall by allowing them to play a more diverse set of classes as opposed to the unit who are only allowed to play like warriors or rogues, so classes like that.
And again, all the cool people like Julius, Nicole, they're on the Galleon side. So the heroes of today, the real world, are you want to go talk to Nicole, the head necro or spellcaster of the Galleons? She's in Rainfall Lane. Oh God, she laughed.
Or if you want to talk to Aunt Soletta, who is the head cryomancer of Rainfall Lane, you can do just that in this game.
You should make her the Beastmaster. We have a pet battling game in the game. Oh, not here.
It's a little bit like Pokemon in the way it works, but yeah, no, it's honestly pretty fun.
Well, could you turn that game upside down, rip it apart, and make it more like the game Suletta and Memory Hand play? Because I have big plans, and cross-advertisement is on my agenda. Yeah, not it.
Elizabeth nods. Yeah, we could do just that, no problem.
So what am I going to play today? I better not be leveling from 1 to 10 in a leveling zone. Oh, you have no idea.
Elizabeth shakes her head. You are going to be playing what we think, and what we are most proud of, honestly, the final boss of a certain raid within this game called the Siege of Ungramar.
Yeah, and Carter even voice acted it for, well, he voice acts for many roles in the game, but you'll see Carter in this one too, finishing off her daughter's ice cream sitting down. Who are you, son? Proudly looking at Carter.
Carter looks over at his mother, smiles. My name is Crawl, and I get my ass handed to me.
Laughing loudly, hands on her stomach.
JJ starts to laugh. You guys chose a good role for Carter then.
The real guy's name is Thrall, so yeah.
It sounds so much lamer when you put craw instead of thraw on it.
Pequod, alright, she'll crack her knuckles. You have a pre-made character for me. Let's get into it then. Impress me enough to greenlight this, Elizabeth. Looking over her shoulder at Elizabeth.
Yes, ma'am. No problem, ma'am.
Because MMOs cost a fuck ton of money. Flashing down to Sasha's office, Ash coming in with soup from Rainfall Lane for Towns and Sasha.
Hello, I come bearing gifts.
You see Towns walking back and forth, talking on his earpiece, gesturing around wildly.
He's going to come in and set the soup on the desk. Is everything okay?
Ooh, she sniffs the air slightly down to the lane, huh?
Yes, I went there after failing on Palavon.
Failing? Taking the soup!
I know you hate failure, ma'am, and I am sorry for that, but she rebuffed my offer in person.
I'm not surprised she never returned any emails or anything like that about her, the packet we'd sent out to her. And that colony has a history for not liking us, for reasons unknown. She shrugs.
I told Towns and, or not Towns, I told Hunk and them down on the lane, I should say. I'm pretty sure that your packet was being used as a doorstop.
Well, she's gonna be used as a breeding vessel for bugs if my hunch is right.
Well, he's gonna sit down. She said that there's been a spike in unexplained disappearances over the past few months.
You tell her about the xenomorph? You show him the pictures, the declassified stuff?
Told her everything, showed her pictures, explained some of what they could do, and she implied that I was making it up so we could get their tax money.
Stirring her soup as Towns comes over. Ooh, seafood soup. He hasn't made this since the heart. Damn it. Goes back to his call.
No, he has not. It's quite delicious. Much better than, being escorted out by, their police force.
About your bounty hunter friend. He didn't know anybody in town that could help.
No, and he kinda burnt the bridge even more by accusing her to her face of skimming the top.
Well, he's probably not wrong, and I doubt there was much of a bridge to begin with.
No, I guarantee you he's correct. You don't say it, right, Ma?
When I got this star chart from Lorelei, she'll pull it up on the screen back here. Lorelei left me this star chart of planets. She suggested I try to get under EarthGov's banner in my time as the Ranger General, and Palavin was, as you can see here, X'd out. So, she tilts her head looking at the map.
I mean, it doesn't offer any real strategic or infrastructural value. Why would we pursue it?
She shrugs. If they wanted to be under our protection, I'd gladly take them and their money. But at the same time, she'll shrug. But over here, actually, it's a holo map. She swipes her hand on it. Tuchanka. She points up to the planet.
Okay. He's gonna rub his chin. Has he ever been there?
Yeah, once or twice. Colony of about 12 grand people, give or take.
Decently sized colony, ma'am. What's up with it?
I had a squad. I had cross training. SEAL team went out of contact. They went dark with 4 platoons of EarthGov troopers. That's what he's trying to figure out.
SEAL team with 4 platoons of troopers.
SEAL Team 3, actually. Yeah, I wanted to cross train. Cross training 0G. SEALs are really good at it. She shrugs, but shakes her head slightly. Haven't heard back from them, and they've been gone 72 hours. They're well past their point of you need to send somebody to look for them. It's just a matter of who. Looking at that!
I'd be glad to go, ma'am. Although Team 3 vanish, they've never done that before.
No, I've got a bad feeling about it.
That's like if one of my ranger squads didn't message back, ma'am. It's worrying.
We're talking over 100 men, 4 platoons plus the entirety of a SEAL team. Towns, nothing. Zip, nothing. I can't even get anybody to raise the colony on Tuchanka.
Can't raise the colony.
Where's Nicole? I need Nicole. She could reach out to their mines or something like that. She's still down on the lane.
I believe she went up to the apartment with Pequod and Julius. Elizabeth wanted to show her something.
Alright, this soup can wait. Let's get up.
I think we should, because this is a very bad feeling, Sasha.
I agree. Stirring her soup and then putting the lid back on it as the siege of Yungramar begins with Crawl approaching Clivosh units scream.
It is not too late, Clivosh. Lay down the mantle of unit leader. We can end this here now.
Pequod is standing up in her chair, clapping, but keep going.
With no more bloodshed. Ha! Do you remember nothing of honor? Of glory on the battlefield? You who would parley with the galleons,
who allowed their warlocks and terrible husbands to practice their dark magics right under our feet? You are weak. We are the unit horde. The true unit. We die bloody and thrashing on the field of battle, like a true unit member should. You are an orc no longer.
Woo-hoo-hoo! Yes!
And speak for none but yourself. You betrayed our people to forge your fragile alliances with the Galleons and to roofie my daughter and my wife. And I will take great pleasure in tearing you apart. Then you have forced my hand. I will correct the mistake I made long ago. Spirits of the wind, the earth, the water, hear my call.
God, Carter is so lame! Sam saying loud.
Carter proper nods. Yeah, no, I did what I could. I'm sorry. Come to my aid. As dark purple energies start wrapping around Crawl.
Fool. My dark shaman Scar has twisted and tortured the elements for miles around. They cannot hear you now. Once again, you prove too weak and too powerless to do anything.
As a giant surge of energy, lightning crackling down, striking down onto Carter, resounds throughout the arena.
Never powerless, Clivosh, and never alone. Ah, so you wish to face off against a real unit leader? So be it.
The two of them meet in the middle and start dueling it. Whoa. And start dueling it out against each other. And eventually, Carter is defeated and flung far across the arena to the very back wall.
It's here. Right here.
Gah!
As he falls down to one knee, hand resting on the floor.
God's laughing too hard. I see, that was
I quite enjoyed the voiceover, I gotta be honest.
Come on, this is approved, Pequot. Play the fight. Play the fight! As Clive just stands there and cackles. Sam playing a tank class will just charge in and tackle Clive.
I, Clivosh, son of Clive, will show you what it means to be called Unit Scream.
Playing Hunters. Did he say son of Clive?
Yeah, he did.
Soul playing whatever, caster class, Colt playing a melee hunter.
Ricky's playing a feral druid and gives everyone a stampeding roar to get them up faster.
I see enjoying blasting Clive with a fire.
Carter, also playing a tank class warrior, will run up and start try to build aggro against him.
Anger, hatred, fear, they are weapons of war, the tools of a unit leader.
As the ad fades into effect, and here comes a bunch of Scar grunt clone.
Oh, what the heck? I'll go get them, I guess. Carter runs out and starts gathering up all of the ads using his AoE taunt and thunderclap ability to start building them up all around him.
Weasel taking a swing at Julius.
What the fuck, did he have that voice line just for me?
No, he has it for any galleons that play a melee combatant.
Ricky's gonna repeatedly thrash to apply a bleed to all of the ones around him.
Ooh, fire meteor. She drops a meteor. Oh, Commander. As they all die.
This is great. Ricky is going to start building combo points by repeatedly casting Ferocious Bite onto him. Clive Ashton came for him.
I appreciate your candor.
What's Clive doing?
Clive spins around. He yells out as he tries to do a tank buster on Sam.
Weak, pitiful. Now you know your place in my new world. Witness the power of the true Horde's arsenal. We will cleanse this world in steel and fire. Wolfbringers, bloody old blades, Loktaroga.
I see teleporting around, blasting Clive. Why is this so therapeutical? Benny, because it's designed to be.
Because we're kicking Clive's ass, so, sissy. I mean, you've got to be stupid in this family and not enjoy this.
Fire meteor him, student, talking to Soul.
The soul starts to fire meteor him over and over and over again, getting a shit ton of crit procs on him, shooting out pyroblasts and everything.
Oh, look, I even have a dog as a pet companion that's attacking Clive.
Oh yeah, look at his name, it's Cerberus.
They thought you'd like that touch.
It is pretty damn good.
Flashing to phase 2 as Clive. Continue with your dialogue.
Yes. Yes, I can see now. I can see the future of this world. A world ruled by the unit. My unit. You will be trapped for eternity.
Hey! Katana Clive programmed to come right for Carter.
Oh, what the fuck?
Carter will start building aggro on him, taunt him away from the group.
Oh my god, oh my god. Is he fixated on my character specifically?
Clive, Katana Clive, letting out a battle scream.
Ah!
Sam will taunt, and he ignores her taunt.
Yeah, no, it's a force.
God damn it. Loktaroga, Carter. I'm gonna kill you and Thomas.
As a tiger roar lets off, and nude Clive, riding Scar, comes down.
Oh, Jesus Christ, that's a sight.
I'm not tanking that. Seeing it run right for Benny. I can off tank it. Doesn't do too much damage.
Nude Clive starts smacking his ass, doing an AoE damage to everyone around him. That's, if you looked at the combat log, is done as psychic damage.
And last but not least, Clive going to ruin your life. Tracksuit Clive. As Sam, I'll tank this one. Taunts him over here. Oh, he has a pizza tray.
You guys make the worst fucking pizza that I've ever had. A true blemish on the true unit.
Carter, I'm with you. Hitting him with icicle.
Thank you, honey.
Sequan, so you're definitely going for a rated M for mature game with that mini boss. Benny, yes.
Oh yeah, no, most definitely. Believe it or not, this isn't the first time that nude Clive appears. He's also in Molten Core, believe it or not.
Well, it's hot in Molten Core. It makes sense he's nude. Pequod, good God.
And that he's riding Scar.
Another shriek of a battle cry as Carter's health is getting low.
Lactaroga!
Need help, Carter?
Carter nods. Yeah, no, I can use some help or a heal or something, please.
Sam will cast an off heal as memory. I'm ashamed to say hitting my nude father with icicles is very therapeutic.
Carter nods. It is actually pretty nice fighting against Katana Clive and not feeling like I'm going to die almost immediately.
Ricky's character and Laz and Oz get feared and start running uncontrollably off this direction, not understanding what happened.
Why am I feared? Why am I running?
Oh, you saw Clive's ass. Whoever has aggro at him on him has to keep the ass away, and Scar's ass has to keep the ass away from the DPS. Oz laughing.
Elizabeth nods.
So instead of, how you usually want to do it, stand behind the boss, you want to stand in front of this one, lest you get flashed by the asshole.
Jumping around, coming over to Carter.
I'm gonna get your ass, Carter, just like Scar gets mine.
Memory Ann delivered. They don't have a lot of health. It's a split DPS phase. Everybody grouping back up is able to coordinate and take down Katana Clive with a Clive scream.
Farsia, mend my wounds, please.
As there's a loud dong as Pizza Clive hits Sam, stunning her character for 10 seconds with the pizza tray. Really? Really?
Elizabeth starts to giggle.
The ability name was Lorenzo. Benny laughed.
Lorenzo's Bane, to be more specific. But yeah, no, you should get that cleansed real quick. Yeah, I think he's the mini boss that deals the most damage.
Pequod will cleanse Samantha, and then he starts running over towards Carter. Carter, seeing Clive ass, gets feared away towards Memory.
Oh god, you guys modeled his asshole. Jesus Christ.
Pictures from security camera footage at Rainfall Lake.
Shit, dude, that feared me, like Carter proper.
Yeah, you put a lot of detail into it, guys.
Us firing off an aim shot, playing a marksman hunter, hitting Pizza Clive in the chest, killing.
Die with honor and good pizza.
As nude Clive runs amok, fearing everybody, showing off his ass. Oh, when he's the last one up, this is his tantrum phase.
Oh, you don't call it an enrage, you call it a tantrum?
Tantrum, yes, like a childlike tantrum.
Oh my god, this is amazing. Jesus Christ.
Fire meteor!
I'm on it! She bursts like all her cooldowns just to take down nude Clive.
A Scar falls over dead.
For the true unit.
As they get teleported to Phase 3! Clive mutating in front of their eyes.
The true horde will come to pass. I have seen it. It has been shown to me. I have seen mountains of skulls and rivers of blood, and I will have my world. You think you have won? You are blind. I will force your eyes open.
As a quick cinematic of a destroyed Rainfall Lane and Clive standing in front of it.
Witness my glorious destiny without crawl.
Jumping down, going right for the main tank. Oh, of course he runs at Carter!
Carter just starts laughing. You guys chose good when you made these characters, didn't you?
Forcing Carter into the goddamn lake to fight him. Or beach, ocean.
The power flows through me!
Just surround him and burn him down with cooldowns. Pop raid buff.
Elizabeth chuckles. Go for lust, go for lust. This is a really easy phase.
I see popping lust.
The power to crush your world and everything on it will fall in the hands of Unit Scream.
This is really fun beating up our uncle. I feel like a bad family member for saying that. Don't.
I sure as hell don't.
It's therapeutic. Come on, Sam.
Clive getting the final. It's the, normal mode of the raid. He doesn't have a lot of health. Clive getting the death blow, entering his death scream.
No, no, this world is our destiny. My destiny, memory hand.
Even mutated, he shits his fucking pants. Well, yeah.
He actually made that recommendation to us, believe it or not. He said even mutated with the power of the void with him, he would still keep the roofie capsule in his mouth just in case.
Wait, he signed off to be voidified? Yes. Penny nodding his head, playing.
Yeah, I mean, how else do you think we could have gotten him to voice this character?
He even said, I would love to be voidified, because then I could truly take the fight to Julius and Carter.
And Thomas. He pointed right at us and said, we mustn't forget Thomas.
And he also said that... He also asked us if there was any way we knew to get voidified, and we told him no.
Especially since, the void is no more given the actions of Alpha 9 way back when.
Of course, he claimed it was him and Scar who took care of the void problem.
Yeah, no, he even took credit from Krellin for, activating the machine that finally took down the thing behind the black hole.
Wait, voided out, he still thinks he's the hero? Yes.
So think about it like this, Samantha. If he's ever fighting against me, he thinks he's the hero.
Loot! Loot's the boss. This is fucking ridiculous. Look at this. She links it in chat. Nude Scar, Swift, Zulian, Nude Scar, Leokin. Is that a mount? Yes.
Julius leans forward. He tilts his head. Tusks of the Aurorasaurus?
Don't tell Suletta about that one.
The Aurorasauruses don't have tusks, guys.
I know, but he suggested it.
Is his axe named Unit Howl?
Yes.
That's awesome.
I, Clive, son of Clive.
I, Clive, son of Clive, shall show you what it truly means to be called a Unit Scream.
Look at me, Carter. I'm riding Nude Scar. Prancing by Carter. It made my fucking character nude, and you put little clouds over my character's nipples and groin. Smart.
Carter's character model slowly turning following her as she rides past him. Goddamn, you guys did not need to put that mount in this game.
Well, it would only drop on the highest difficulty guaranteed. Every other difficulty, it has like a sub 1% chance, but we want there to be some very rare mounts in the game. That one's gearing up to be the rarest.
That's good.
I can see.
Hearing her say that out of context sounds so weird.
Does it fly? Yeah, nodding his head as Icy flies in the air. Nude Icy with Nude Scar.
Man, if there's ever a sight I did not want to see, I think I found it.
Pequod remains oddly quiet, stroking her chin, looking at the screen. Down at the candy store. Oh, father, how was your bath? He just blankly stares ahead.
Davian looking down at father. She looks at Suletta. Did he enjoy it, darling?
I think he did, stroking his hair. Now we're here to get father his English toffee. Excuse me. She wheels him up to the robot. Yeah, that robot looks confused. I didn't think robots programmed like that could get confused, but apparently they can.
Apparently so. I didn't realize they had this kind of computing powers to feel emotion.
Alright. He'll set Integra down. He'll set Jace down. Thomas walking with Hale on his own. Davine setting Rebecca down. Okay. He'll point at all the Rugrats. You can get whatever you want. As much as your little arms can carry. Here. He'll hand them each a bag from a stand over here. Fill it up with whatever you like, and it's on Grandma and Grandpa.
All of my kids' eyes are wide, looking down at the bag he just handed to him. Integra looks up. Are you sure, Granddad?
Yep. Fill it up. To the top. You don't get to come to Orange Twist too much, and the candy is legendary here. So, have fun. Have at it. Granddad and Grandma's treat.
Yes, sir. Integra will immediately run over and start filling her bag up with like Skittles and M&Ms and stuff.
Hale points to the lollipops, grabs Thomas, and leaves a trail of smoke behind.
Now, did she create that smoke? Is that just how fast she ran?
I have no... Ugh. He looks at her and tilts his head. I have no idea, honestly. Smiling at the two of them.
I don't either, but it was quite cute to see.
Rebecca sees some candy over here she likes, some gummy worms. Jace is more concerned about getting candy for Samantha.
Jace is stroking his chin, looking around. Oh, God. What candy does Samantha... Hale, what candy does Samantha like?
I always see her eating gummy bears. She likes gummy candies. Uncle JJ, right, Thomas? And it's true.
Thomas slowly turns to look at Hale and nods. Yep. Sam loves gummy candies.
Gummy worms, bears, fruits. She likes her gummies. They have a bowl in their kitchen.
You don't say, as he runs up and starts putting the hair, just basically every single type of hair bow, brand gummy candy that he can into his bag. Oh God! Thomas looks at the candy, at the lollipops, and shakes his head. He's gonna give that to Sam.
Wait, what? Putting a lollipop in her mouth, looking over at Jay.
He's not gonna take a single ounce of that candy for himself, and it's all gonna go into Sam's hands, honey.
This candy's for us, Jace, right?
I mean, you guys can get candy for yourselves. I'm getting this candy for my girl. Hale.
Uncle JJ already buys her candy.
Well, I'll buy her the better candy.
But you're not really buying it. Granddad is.
Potato, tomato. You know, I'm getting it for her. I'm getting her the gift, and it's the thought that matters, Hale. That's why she fell in love with me.
Oh, that makes Integra's blood pressure spike.
Integra inhales heavily, exhales. She sets the bag down on the little tabletop right here, and she just starts booking it right towards Jason. If Blaze does not stop her, she's gonna tackle him down and start beating him.
Where's the fire? Grabbing her arm lightly.
Just let me at him. Just let me at him. I just want to hit him a little bit.
No, let go.
She starts booking it right up towards Jace, tackles him down, and punches him in the face.
Alert, alert, alert. Robot coming out here. Hey, hey.
She points down towards Jace. He deserved it.
Well, all right. He'll pick Integra up. You okay, Jace?
He's been knocked completely loopy as he looks up at his grandfather and puts up a thumbs up, or what at least he thinks is a thumbs up, but it's more like a thumb to the side.
He'll get down, help Jace up. All right, now I know you gotta keep him in line, but let's try to have fun today. Candy, remember, honey. Candy. All the candy you want.
I know, candy and all, but you keep your eyes off him for one moment and he starts doing stupid things.
I know. I know. That's exactly what we were talking about earlier. Let me prop you up, put you on your feet. There you go. You're good to go. You don't need all of this candy, Jace. You should get a variety of candy. Why are you getting all these?
I'll give you 2 guesses. What have you seen Sam eating?
No. Scratching Jace on the head. That's a lost cause. I'm not even gonna try. Walking away from Jace.
I always do. And look at that. He's putting even more gummies in his bag. I'm just gonna go over to the goddamn M&Ms.
Let him go. She'll eat it. It's his loss.
Yeah, no, it's his loss. If he doesn't want the candy, then oh well, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Hale nodding her head, shaking it at Jace. As Jace moves over here where there's more gummy.
Jace picks up some like peach rings and peach flavored candy. He's looking at them all. Yeah, no, I'm sure she'll love all this. It's she's gonna absolutely adore this candy.
What you eating, Rebecca? Thomas and Hale coming over.
Rebecca looks over at them, her mouth stuffed full of gummy worms, and she has to talk in Rugrats talk. Oh, just some gummy worms. They're really good. You should try some.
Putting some in her mouth. Ooh, sour. You like sour candy.
Rebecca nods. My favorites are the blue and reds. You would think it's like blue raspberry, but no, it's like strawberry and grape flavored.
Putting a little gummy worm to Thomas's mouth.
And Thomas takes a bite of the gummy worm. It smiles big. That is pretty good. You know, I could see what Aunt Samantha says when she means that gummy candy is really good. I quite enjoy it.
Putting another gummy worm to his mouth.
Thomas puts a gummy worm up to her mouth as he takes a bite of the worm.
They'll do the kiss from the dog movie with the gummy worm. Fuck, what the fuck?
They just Lady and the Tramp.
What the fuck am I seeing?
Oh my god. Damien looks at Hunk. I didn't even know they were capable of doing that. I didn't know you could do that with a goddamn gummy worm.
I didn't know you could do that as an infant. Rubbing the back of his neck. When I was that age, all I could probably think about was, when's my next meal, and I want to go down for a nap, and my diaper's dirty. Where's mommy?
Exactly. Most of the time when you're Thomas's age, you could only communicate in whines and cries. That's the only way you can show emotion.
I'll be right back. Thank you, robot. Coming over here. Why do you care? You should just be happy. You've been given everything you want in life. Him, gesturing to Hunk, them. You should just be so grateful and not treat them poorly like you did Nicole and Julius.
Duvin looks over at Suletta. Well, I am quite happy. It's just, you have to admit, darling, it's still surprising to see at times.
It gives me assurance, she crosses her arms, that he won't be like his father. I mean, if you grow up around the love of your life and you're acting like this at this age, you should grow up to be a pretty good spouse. Yeah, I get the logic. I don't know if I trust it necessarily, but I get the logic.
The logic is certainly there, but it's important to be cautiously optimistic at times, darling.
I was in the opposite boat when I first met Julius and Patricia, and I saw them together. I was like, damn, they look good together. He's a fuck up, but they look good together. He's gonna be a good husband. Crash and burn, so she sighs lightly.
Davy nods. We should again, just be cautiously optimistic this time around, and I'm not saying it is going to happen, but if something does happen, have like some kind of plan set in place depending on what does occur.
My favorite thing about the old days, when it came to Julius and Patricia, was being on the outside looking in, wondering if he knew whose daughter that was. Come to find out, he didn't. She smiles big. Little fucker.
I bet that freaked him out tenfold when he found out.
Vomited his galleon guts out in one of Bunker Hag's private room.
Davy nods. She looks at Hunk. Honestly, if I somehow, someway found out that like your mother or your father was like General Lorelei, as an example, I would probably be throwing my guts up as well.
Well, you think that would have lit a fire under his ass to, turn himself around? I think it did, kind of, but not fast enough.
Not fast enough until the majestic is what I've at least come to understand.
Well, crossing her arms, watching Thomas inhale. I think he'll be much better than his father ever could have been.
Davy nods. One can certainly hope, especially since Julius is going to be far more disciplinary this time around, or at least that's what I gather from him saying.
Yeah, I don't. She shrugs. I don't think Thomas will be getting Nicole, his mother-in-law, shot at her own dinner table. But looking right at Suletta.
Davine's eyebrows shoot up. She walks over to Celetta and starts looking at her up and down. Are you okay, honey? Darling?
I just shot with paintballs, but the other night, Sunday night, we were having dinner, and Clive came in with this prosthetic of a Terminator. The Terminator, the movie you made back when Scar was useful and normal. He came in dressed like Scar and or Arnold and put his some type of paintball submachine gun out, started shooting. Carter had ducked. Memory Ann out of the way. Scar had ducked. I reacted a little too slow. I tried to talk some sense into Clive, and he riddled me with paintballs, and I was knocked unconscious. Shot 85 times.
Darling, she puts a hand on her cheek. You're okay there, right?
Well, I got hit in the head. Here, look. She'll move her hair away, and there's multiple welts on her forehead.
Oh my god, we'll have Istrom look at those toots, sweet honey.
Oh no, it's she's already looked at them. I prefer to keep them. They'll be gone in a few months. It's the most interaction I've had with the man in quite a while. Him shooting me.
David grimaces. Winces is a more apt way to put it as she looks over at Hunk.
I wish you Galleons could just, I don't understand you people. I really don't. I try, and he stomps his foot on the ground, leaving a huge hole in the wooden floor. Don't get it!
All the kids that I play duck for cover when he yells.
I just don't get it. I saw Gallia in the Time Tombs. How could you not just be grateful? Because they're morons. Point in case. Carter.
Point in case me.
Well, I wasn't going to say it, but sure.
Damien clicks her tongue and shrugs. I mean, it's true. I did some very stupid things.
Either way, it's okay. I'm sure Carter felt terrible. I don't know. I was unconscious. Yeah, I'm sure he felt horrible.
Davian's eyes. I hope the boy felt horrible. He deserves to feel horrible. I mean, he got his mother-in-law shot up like that. Davian looks at Hunk. If there's one thing I can say for myself, it is that I would have never had my mother-in-law be shot up like that, honey.
No, you haven't done that. Maybe you could just cut off the Sunday dinner thing. It's the only time we get some relative normal family time. It's all I've got besides father.
Then I suppose cutting it off is just not an option, then.
No, it's not, and I enjoy cooking for them, and some weeks are great because Clive just will not come. They're busy with the unit. They're busy plotting to kill innocent people at a volcano, per se. Oh god! Looks down at the hole he made.
Davian looks down at the hole as well as she looks up at Suletta. Have you heard any word from the Stooges or anything like that, according to what the unit is doing?
No, Delfino, a couple weeks has passed since then. I haven't seen Krellin, Frederick, and Samuel since Sunday night when the incident happened. And I hadn't seen them. It's been 3 weeks since Isle Delfino, maybe 4. I've seen them maybe 2 or 3 times besides that. That's not good.
No, that is not good at all. If history were to repeat itself, and it usually does, that means, well, there's something that is being planned, something quite serious.
I would more guess it's some arbitrary, very stupid, going to jump my son-in-law and daughter at some various point of Rainfall Lane. That's usually what it boils down to. The things like attacking the Cancer Foundation are an anomaly. And ruining a man's life, sending him to jail. Oh, I forgot about that poor guy.
For crimes that he most certainly did not commit.
Did he get the death sentence? No! No, he did not. Thankfully, they don't do the death sentence in the... Let's just say if he was in Mexico, he'd be dead right now. Each country can still enforce their from the old world, and yeah, he'd be dead. Oh, thank God. Though, I mean, what is he facing? Basically 90 life sentences. Maybe it would be better to be dead. Looking out the door.
Davy nods. I would prefer the death sentence, truthfully.
I don't know. I kind of look at the man. I can't look at him. I feel horrible, but he doesn't look the type that would last long in prison. No, I don't think he would, because he has no fucking business being there.
Any chance of parole?
As far as Towns told me, maybe in the distant future based off good behavior, but they submitted like DNA evidence, they set that guy up good. Samuel is far useful than he feigns, I think.
Oh my god, you actually give him something that he might enjoy doing, then he'll be a force to be reckoned with.
All because Carter tried to help the man.
Oh god. Davy rubs her cheek, shakes her head. Perhaps the band just doesn't help out anyone else.
Yeah, here he is, see? Pulls up on his wrist computer. He's not even out of prison. Have him in the, well, I don't like to say the word, but you know, the child pedo organization that tracks them. Right there. Oh, Josh Saunders, the poor guy.
Oh god, I actually can't look the man in the eye, and oh god, and that's not a joke against him, I swear.
He chuckles slightly, rubs his hand down his face. Yeah, that's, well, sometimes it's not the death sentence that gets you in prison, it's the inmates. And I think the inmates are gonna get that guy. Poor guy. Forcing the picture close.
At the very least, he isn't going to enjoy his time in the showers.
I'll tell you what, even if he gets out, putting his arm around Davine, even if he gets out, anywhere that guy goes, he's gonna get, you know, yeah.
Oh, most definitely. Having the powers of an ambassador are quite the responsibility. What do they say in Spider-Man? With great power comes great responsibility.
Yeah. And Clive doesn't have the responsibility thing down pat.
No, he does not. As she rubs the back of her neck.
Well, he didn't sue us. Lorenzo sued Patricia for quite a bit of money, settled out of court. There's no suing for poor King Cobra.
Yeah, especially since he has all that evidence stacked up against him. They didn't even give him, a fair trial or anything like that.
The Rugrats ignore. Well, they're not part of the adult conversation over here. Hale opening up one of these wax little bottles, putting some in her mouth. Ooh, blueberry, putting some in Thomas's.
Thomas takes the drink. Ooh, that's pretty good. Rebecca picks up a green one, drinks out, puts some in her mouth. Lime is really good. Ooh.
Try these, Integra. She's got a bag full of them.
Integra jogs over with her huge bag of M&Ms. She picks up a red one and drinks it. Raspberry. I quite enjoy that.
Jace, come try the... Jace is over here with a picture of Suki Sam trying to feed it.
Would you
Would you like this heart-shaped gummy, Samantha? I know you would, as he's like pushing it against the picture.
Kale's arms flop to her side, looking at, I would say it's depression and amazement on her face at the same time.
Both Integra and Thomas at the same time just let out a loud groan as Integra starts making her way up to Jace. I'm just gonna tear up the picture. Yeah, that might solve some of the problems, wouldn't it?
She sees Jace get down on one knee to propose.
Oh, this son of a bitch! Would you do me the greatest honor? And as he goes to finish what he's saying, Integra spins around and roundhouse kicks him in the face.
Hale clapping lightly, but just in such amazement and shock at Jace's infatuation with Aunt Samantha.
Jace falls down to the ground. Integra takes the picture. She looks over at the kids. Dare me to rip it up?
Please, please do.
Integra starts to rip the picture up of Suki Samantha.
Man, if only Aunt Samantha really knew what he said sometime.
I think she would punt him into the pool as he so deserves. As she comes back.
Alert, alert, alert. Coming over, picking Jace up. Child in danger. Huh? Oh, he's okay. Waving the robot off. The robot carries Jace over here to the other kids. He's fine, that's the norm. Yeah. Robot. Anyway, yeah, so Towns said, like, give it like 20 some odd years, and Towns is either going to try to get him out, because people forget about things, you know? Maybe. Try to get him out or bust him out, one of the two. But busting the guy out, I mean, then you're a felon, so either way, his goose is cooked. The day he accepted that email from Memory Ann asking if he wanted Carter to come to his fucking restaurant, he wrote himself off.
That poor man was probably oh so excited to get some advertising from the rainfalls, and then he promptly had his entire world destroyed.
It's a shame, too, because that one sandwich of his I managed to eat because I felt too bad to eat. I took a couple bites. It was good. It was really good. Yeah.
The man had a Lorelei saw for a reason.
Yes, to work at one of her orphanages, they don't hire just anybody. Especially the one here in Orange Twist.
Oh, 100%. Only the best for Lorelei in all things, including chefs for the orphanages.
The ranger capital of the goddamn world. Imagine if he showed his face back around here. Oh, those guys would murder him.
Do you know how quickly the poor man would get stabbed in the neck 50 times over?
I always did enjoy Orange Twist too. We don't come enough.
No, we do not. It's a nice little city. I do absolutely adore what Lorelei has done with it.
She seems like she's really cooled off. Don't you think? Like, she is nothing like I remember her. Like, a lot of my moves back in the day, like, it's not an excuse, but divorcing Laz, right? It's like, that's going to create drama. Lorelei hates drama. All these kids already create endless drama for her. If it's not Julius causing her problems, it's Nicole having her freak out and tell it, being a bitch to Lorelei's face, which is not acceptable. I can't cause drama. I can't pick up this sledgehammer and start beating Julius with it. You should have.
Davy nods. I mean, at some point, a certain amount of drama is quite necessary in the world.
Well, that's where a lot of my hesitation came from, which is I can't be making drama. Look at these fucking kids. The only one who doesn't make drama is Sasha and Saris. So, yeah. The rest of them, drama magnet.
Oh, I would most certainly say drama magnets is a understatement for how much drama those kids started.
Doesn't matter. You still should have hit him with the sledgehammer. I would have applauded. Well, I really liked his mother, and I wanted to get with his mother, obviously. And I don't think it's a good look to beat up the woman you want to be with son with a sledgehammer. Oh well.
Davine clicks her tongue. Honestly, without Julius was acting, I would not have said much about it, if anything at all.
After the Izzy incident,
The
where he went for a month without shaving, he looked like a scrub.
pube face Julius, or the pubinator is what they called him.
Yes, we all would have applauded, including Integra and Lorelai.
I think Integra and Lorelai would have been the most ecstatic about it, darling.
Yeah, well, if he ever gets out of line again, which God forbid he does, I don't know how dumb he could be to do it again, but if he did, he'd get the sledgehammer. I didn't have to do anything to him last time. His own wife beat the fuck out of him. She laughed.
Davine chuckles. Well, if he steps out of line again, God forbid he does, but if he does, I will be right there to help you out in the beating of him, okay, honey?
Yeah. Sneaking over here. What are these? Taking candy cigarettes out of a box.
I got no clue. As Rebecca looks at them, they sort of look like the things that my mom sometimes puts in her mouth and smoke comes out.
Yeah, the stinky things my mom smokes too. She puts one in her mouth.
Thomas nods. Integra, what are these called again? Cigarettes. They're called cigarettes. As Thomas will pick up a pack, push one out and put it in his mouth and look over at Hale, wink. No, I sort of like how these look in my mouth.
She'll purr at him, put one in her mouth, and start imitating her mom, pretending to smoke.
Thomas does the same thing, taking a stance that Julius usually does while he's smoking a cigarette, not knowing if his father truly does smoke, just instinctually almost.
Try it, Integra, Rebecca.
Rebecca nods. Sure, I mean, they can't be all bad if my mom smokes them.
They're gummy on
Sometimes.
the inside.
Oh man, maybe that's why she does, as she starts acting like she's smoking the cigarette.
Integra going along with it.
Integra puts the cigarette up to her mouth very delicately and starts acting like she's smoking it and nods. These taste pretty good.
Then you can eat them. She puts the whole one in her mouth and chews it. Turns into gum.
Oh my god, really? As she also puts the cigarette in her mouth and starts chewing the gum.
Does your mom ever eat these? Pulling another one out, pretending to smoke. I never see my mom eat hers.
Soul shakes her head. No, she never eats them, but she's certainly missing out on the best part.
Davine, out of the corner of her eyes, sees the Smokers Club.
What the fuck?
Ah, what's wrong? See, Jace is okay, don't worry about it.
Davine points over to the other kids.
Oh, you little fucks. They're candy.
Yes, but they're acting like they're actually smoking them.
And they've probably all seen their parents at one time or another sneak a cigarette. Nicole, especially.
I'm sure they have, but Davine points over to Thomas. That is exactly how Julius stands while he's smoking a cigarette.
And the rare times I've seen Patricia smoke, that's... Yep.
Exactly how she does it. Even Rebecca, look at her!
Looks like her goddamn mother.
The spitting image of her.
It's just candy. Let them have fun. Don't yell at them.
Davine sighs, rubs her face. I truly hope they don't start smoking in the future, because then we are going to have to Granddad and Grandmom voice them.
It puts up a finger and then closes her mouth.
Davine looks over to that. What's wrong, honey?
Well, they're too young to be yelled at for... It's candy. It's not a big deal. It's old-fashioned candy, actually. They don't make that type of stuff anymore. Save for this one company, as you see over there. But, if you want a child to really listen to you, you have to get to them when they're impressionable. So, like, when they're looking in the gym at you, wanting to hang out with you, and you ignore them, that's the time to tell them not to smoke, not when they're, like, 45 years old. And you've left them for a Cancun trip. All right, Siletta.
She makes a very good point.
I'm just saying, it's common sense.
The
Same with Julius. You know, if things had been different and you had a better hand to play in life on Gallia as opposed to the crappy hand you got, you discipline him young. Not that young. They're supposed to have fun. But 8, 9, 21-year-old who needs a mother. She steps on Davine's foot.
Davine winces as she lifts her foot up. Ow!
I just always wanted another daughter, and I don't know what she saw in you, and I still don't to this day, some days. Taking a lollipop. Alright, thanks, Siletta. Even Father is baffled by it. I mean, please, Father, back me up. Blankly staring at the calendar. You see? At a loss for words. What she saw was a cool woman who might have not had her... He looks away.
Davine looks down at her feet as she holds Hunk's hand and rubs the top of his hand. It's okay, honey. It's alright.
Well, what she saw was a cool woman who she wanted to be like, but she can't because she's a spellcaster. She has the tools, had them, and whatever. Okay, and that woman, God damn it. I get what she saw in you. I really do. I thought you were cool, even if you were ugly, like you were like the most buttly. Even if you look like Hazel, seeing you fly around on that gear, killing those cult nut jobs the way you did, I would still think you were cool. So, taking your very good looks out of the equation. But, you know, beyond like the 7th week of not even saying hello to her, I think I would have just been like, alright, I don't like this woman anymore.
Davine nods, and that is completely understandable, darling. Truly it is.
Well, that's not true. She did say hi to her. She greeted people in the apartment. It's just when they would try to continue the conversation, she would right back into the gym.
Like a dumbass, as I always am.
Well, lucky for you, certain people forgive you.
Yes, they do. My very sweetest drum forgives me, and I love her so dearly for that. And Davine smiles at Hunk and gives him a kiss on the cheek. My wonderful Mark.
And as far as I'm concerned, holding Davine, those kids are a blank slate. Even him, look at him. Handsome little boy, knocked unconscious in the robot's arms. They're a blank slate. All you gotta do is not do anything that they need to give you forgiveness for. In other words, be a good grandmother.
Davy nods, and I plan to be the best goddamn grandmother that I'm possibly capable of for these kids.
I think we are currently very good grandparents. I would agree, nodding her head. Father's not too far behind you, though. Gesturing. The children do adore time with him.
Davy slowly looks at Siletta. Oh yes? They adore time with Father Goodscar.
Yes, give me the child. She'll take Jace. Get me my English toffee, please. Father wants it. Right away. Walking.
English toffee, that's his favorite, is it?
Yes, he found a taste for it, actually, in Space Vietnam. Fixing Jace's hair.
I didn't know they would have English toffee in Space Vietnam, darling. That's quite surprising.
It wasn't there, actually. It was packed in his MREs. It was like, the little candy you get in the MRE. Why are you walking away from me? Takes her away! Fine! Walks back with Father.
Davine sighs. I hate to walk away from my sister, but I completely understand why we needed to.
Yeah, no, she's gone off the deep. I don't want to hear about Father's exploits. There's enough stolen valor going around my goddamn family I'm in charge of, okay?
Of course, my love, of course. She gives Hunk a kiss on the cheek and hugs him.
All 4 Rugrats look up at Hunk smoking. Having fun, Thomas?
Thomas clicks his tongue, winks up at him, pulls out another candy cigarette and offers it up to him.
All right. He'll reach out and take one and put it in the side of his mouth. When you're done smoking, fill up your bags. We gotta get out of here before your aunt drives me crazy. Okay? Do you guys really enjoy time with Father Goodscar? Hell shakes her head no.
Thomas gets like an almost incredulous look on his face as he shakes his head. Rebecca looks down at her feet, shakes her head, and Integra just scoffs and rolls her eyes.
When he babysits you, what do you guys end up doing? Like, he just blankly sits there.
He just blankly sits there, and we're sort of left to our own devices.
Okay. All right. Well, these candy cigarettes are pretty cool. Don't let your parents know that we bought you them. Okay? Don't be pulling one out and puffing in front of Pequod, Julius, and Nicole probably. Don't do it in front of Pequod. Okay?
Of course, I wouldn't do this in front of my mother.
Smart girl. Patting her on the head as they see Suletta tried to feed Father a piece of English toffee. Oh.
That makes my heart hurt, Mark.
As does mine. Up here, Pequod is playing the raid again, just with Ricky, Julius, Icy, Sam, and JJ. I don't understand. She really hasn't said. She laughed and cheered at the beginning, maybe said a few things, but this is not good. It's good. Kissing Carter on the back of the neck.
Elizabeth's like pacing back and forth. She looks up at Benny. She doesn't like it, does she? She's gonna hate it.
I think she's tearing it apart on a subatomic level, trying to find everything wrong with it. She is addicted. Gesturing to
Laz puts her hands on the top of both of their heads and turns their head toward Pequod. She's fully engrossed in the game.
Look at your sister. Look at your brother. Look at Ricky. Drooling, playing the fight, playing a new class. Look at Samantha. Look at JJ. Each time they've started this raid, they've all picked new characters to try the different classes. That is called hook, line, and sinker. Colt agreed, handing Soul another ice cream.
Laz nods. You got them, guys. You got them. They are so interested in this game that they would buy a subscription just to get more character slots, just so they can try out every class, and if they so wish, try out every spec within that class, perhaps on separate characters. I don't know if that's what people do, but they would probably do it.
All right, Rick, that's enough of the game. Slapping his hand away. Icy.
Yeah, come on, man. This is really, really good.
Monk class is fun. Us, yes, they hate it. Totally.
Carter shakes his head. They're in love with the game, Benjamin and Elizabeth. I don't think anyone could love this game more than they do at this current moment.
God, beating up Clive is so fucking fun.
God, I hope every single fucking boss in this game is just a different variation of Clive. I would buy this game 15 times if that was the case.
We should make a mythic raid team. All of us, the people who played here today. Maybe your mom and dad would even play.
Oh my god, I think that's a smashing idea. I would totally be up for it, of course.
Yeah, but I'm in charge of loot distribution because dad will just try to give it all to mom.
Smart. He would try to do just that, yeah.
Your mother gets all the first set of gear, even though it should clearly go to the fucking tanks.
JJ starts laughing. She plays like a hunter or something, and he's trying to give her plate gear.
It's for your mother, not for Carter. I'm sorry. Sam laughing.
Julius chuckles. Oh, I hate that I could see and hear him saying that to us at this very moment.
B Squad, mythic raid team, rubbing Soul's shoulders while she eats the ice cream.
Soul smiles up at Colt. The best of the best. Race to world first contenders, in fact.
Ask Pequod what she thinks.
Elizabeth inhales heavily, then exhales and walks up behind Julius and Pequod. So, ma'am, sir, what do you think of the game?
Pequod, she's watching the cinematic of Clive die. Huh? Turns around, looks at Elizabeth.
Do you enjoy the game, ma'am?
Oh, she moves some hair behind her ear. Sorry, it's been a long time since had an MMO experience that Zap ruined SWTOR for me. And getting to play with Julius and Nicole is like old time. And I've got basically mini Sasha here who actually likes games, so I was having fun. I'm sorry.
Of course, that's no problem at all. That means you enjoy the game, then.
Oh, it was approved the second I saw Crawl. Yeah, I see laughing. Crawl.
Carter's starting to chuckle. I'm glad my voice acting can give you all so much enjoyment.
Is there PvP in the game? Arenas, battlegrounds, rated for each, you name it. And we're gonna steal the Mythic Plus thing too. We just gotta work on it. The game is not ready to go live, not for a couple months.
Ooh,
Well, approved. Get to work.
yeah, you should do one of the Mythic Plus things where when you kill enemies, they drop roofie clouds.
And you have to avoid them, or you get like dazed and accuracy penalty, or I don't know, you get slowed down because of irritable bowels. I mean, like, good God.
Trying to keep your bowels shut while walking around and fighting.
I would say the game was approved when not that it matters, Sam hand on her chest, but I would have approved it even if Crawl wasn't there when I heard Clive, son of Clive.
Oh yeah, no, that yet another line that was written by Clive himself.
God, he is so egotistical. Looking at JJ.
I don't know what you mean, honey. He's
Clivos, son of Clive, true leader of the Iron Unit.
Carter sounded so heroic, kissing him on the cheek. Yeah, yeah, picking Elizabeth up, heroic.
for sure. Yeah, no, heroic.
Carter looks around. I get it. Voice acting just isn't my thing.
Spirits of the wind.
They played me Thrall's voice lines and I just tried to impersonate him.
Well, you did good enough, Carter. You did fine. It's gonna make us a lot of money. When's this ready to make me money? Oh, at least 5 or 6 months. Make it 5 on the low end and approved.
Elizabeth nods. Yes, ma'am. Of course, we'll get it done in 5 months.
And if you need more time, fine. But I want this on the market ASAP. We need to capitalize on the the Clive phenomena, if you will. And you definitely got to rework your little battle pet game. I want it to play like the Battle League. You know, I'm starting it.
Elizabeth nods. Yes, ma'am. Of course, we can get that done quite easily.
And I can compete in the actual league? Yes, you will.
Carter smiles, turns around to look at Memory and give her a kiss on the cheek. I cannot wait to watch you in that league.
I'm going to be the champion. I
Yes.
hope.
Yes, you are, honey. I know you are.
And think about all the money I'll make from, I don't know, merchandise. No. Looking at Julia.
Julius shakes his head. He turns around, finally prying his eyes off the screen to look at Memorian. No Rainfall member who competes in the league is going to make any money off of merchandise, revenues, or anything like that. You will be earning a salary, of course.
I'm the face of the league and I won't be getting any money. Oh, understandable. You can pick a charity to have it donated to, though. I hear the United Cancer Foundation could use some. Icy snorts out a laugh.
Carter just coughs a couple times, nods. Very good choice, Mom. I think they're gonna need all the help they can get.
They lost their leader. She's dead, right? Karen, no, she was found alive, actually. Sam, looking shocked at Peacock.
She's alive?
A commercial oil tanker. The commercial oil tanker found her, yeah.
That bitch is the luckiest woman on Earth.
She was floating 7 miles out to sea. And just happenstance, Pequod shrugs, there was a guy out on deck having a cigarette, and he saw her floating, like treading water. She had, what's it, Nicole? I see some type of log, some tree that got blown off the island with her. She apparently tumbled down the side of the volcano because Clive threw crap at her. Then it erupted, the volcano, you all know what happens. Boom! And she was sent out to sea. And fate would have it that Karen's alive. Don't tell Clive. Oh, we won't.
My lips are sealed. Don't worry. Not a word going to Clive.
She's currently in a hospital and taking Julius's hand, trying not to laugh. Honolulu, and she apparently is made good. She's made a promise to seek vengeance on the masked individual bullies that wronged her and her friends and killed them. Good luck with that.
So she doesn't know that it was the ambassador and the ambassador's assistant then.
Your father-in-law is the best at his job, the best there is at what he does.
Oh, thank God.
Plus, it's hard to see who they are, because Clive wears that mask when he's in combat, flying around. He has that weird hobgoblin mask, and Scar looks like, you could tell it's the Leogan, but you can't tell it's Scar Freetooth.
Carter nods. And in addition, the Clive Goblin suit has padded musculature and everything, so you couldn't even identify him by the body type.
Hides his gut, or his pot belly.
He wears a girdle.
That's so pathetic.
But I still would not put it past Clive. Oh my God.
Who's Clive killed now? Sasha, Ash, and Towns coming into the room.
Please tell me it's not something I'm going to have to go clean up.
No, Clive hasn't killed anybody. We were talking about Karen. Sasha, oh yeah, she survived.
Yes, I'd heard. Poor woman.
Only a matter of time before Clive does her. Ow! Sasha elbows.
Julius crosses his arms, looks down at his lap. I mean, he's right. I don't know why she's punishing him for saying it.
Because she knows it's true and she can't stop it.
Julius just starts laughing.
What you want, Mom? Mom wants the kids to go out and earn their pay for a train.
Carter turns around. How do you mean, ma'am? You got a mission for us?
Yeah, I got 4 missing platoons plus a SEAL team, and you're gonna go find out why. We can't raise them on any radio. No radio contact. They were near the planet Tuchanka, which has a colony which has the same exact name. Large colony. My guess is something happened. 0G cross-training is kind of dangerous, as you all know. Something happened, needed immediate medical attention that their ship wasn't equipped for, so they went down to Tuchanka. Why they're out of radio contact, I don't know, though.
Carter nods. You want us to go there, locate them, find out what happened, assist them if needed, and then bring them back home?
It's you or Ash. I can send Ash or you. Who can I depend on? I know I can depend on him.
You can depend on us, ma'am.
We'll get it done right away. Good. Then get going.
Yes, ma'am. B Squad, move out.
Carry me.
JJ will pick her up and start carrying her out.
The kids leaving. Benny and Elizabeth happily leaving. Sasha snatching Soul's ice cream as she walks out.
Soul just lets out a "Aw" as her ice cream gets snatched.
Pequod, she doesn't need the ice cream.
No, she doesn't need the ice cream. I mean, you took the last ice cream cone that she had, and she got herself another one.
Colt got it for her. He's a good husband.
Yes, he is. He's a very good husband. I am happy my daughter ended up with him.
Wow, is that Clive's face on a panda? Pequod Clive!
Yeah, welcome to Unit of Unitcraft, Miss of Unit Aria.
Shoot me now. Sasha shaking her head, looking at smiling Clive. As, flashing somewhere, Carter finds himself at the dinner table. Scar lifting his leg up in the air, smacking it with his big paw in his hazmat suit. Scar, could you control yourself for trying to eat? Oh, Carter!
Carter squinting at him. What's going on, Uncle?
Where is fucking Clive? You don't know, sister. You ain't got no idea. Carter.
Yeah, we have no idea. That's why we asked you where Clive was.
Can you pass the salt, please, Carter?
Yeah, of course, my love. He passes her the salt.
any minute now, Carter. Woohoo! The clock's ticking against you, Carter.
What the hell is he talking about? Carter looks at Marianne. Is he gonna shoot the heart attack ray at me or something?
I don't know. She looks out the window. I don't see Father anywhere. Looks back at Scar. So how was your day at Carter! You fucking Aryan motherfucker! Just desserts are coming up for you, so you better enjoy that fucking meatloaf, you dickwad.
Carter just throws his hands up in the air. I'm not even Aryan. I don't have blue eyes. God fucking.
Oh, there's Clive as the door opens.
I like to imagine what everyone sees happens in slow motion. Clive walks in a trench coat, the prosthetic put on his face, sunglasses on, as he turns around, lifts his hand up out from under his trench coat and puts the submachine paintball gun up.
Prepare to be terminated, Carter.
Ducking out of the way.
Oh shit! Carter ducks out of the way and pulls Marianne down with him.
Clive lets it rip.
As even even as he's shooting Suletta, he still just continues with a completely blank expression on his face. He loses control at the very last moment and shoots up, hitting the ceiling, drawing a line across it. He puts the submachine gun back down.
You have been terminated. I apologize for roofing you, Suletta.
As he will go ahead and just fucking leave.
Clive, slumping down on the wall. We got him, motherfucker!
What the fuck? And Carter runs over to Suletta. Mom, are you okay? Jesus Christ, she's out cold!
Clive.
Oh god. Krellin, Frederick, Samuel, what have you call on Icy, please?
What happened? Seeing Suletta on the ground, Fat Frederick thudding in with authority.
Oh god, what happened? Dude. Oh, that's paint, isn't it?
Oh
Yeah.
shit. He starts dialing Nicole on his wrist computer.
I was the target. Apparently, the Clivenator was sent back in time to kill me before I took over the family, or some crap like that. But he hit Suletta instead many times. She's out cold.
Marianne rubbing her index fingers on her forehead, getting angrier and angrier.
Carter just rubbing his hand on Soletta's forehead. I'm so sorry, Mom. I am so sorry. It's all my fault.
And so that's how Sunday's dinner went. Putting the cupcakes down. Oh shit.
Elizabeth is very happy that she has her mask on, and she's turned her emoticon display off as she's just sitting forward, staring right at Carter.
I'm sorry to hear that, Memory at why. Sam pulling up a picture of Clive from the security camera footage from Sunday night. Why? I'm just gonna eat my cupcake, thank you, Memory at. You're welcome.
Carter or JJ starts to chuckle as he takes a bite of the cupcake and then puts it up to Sam's mouth.
She eats the whole thing.
Prepare to be terminated, Oswald.
Why? God, Aunt Suletta's been around for hundreds of years. This is not how she's supposed to be spending her life. I know.
Carter, hands covering his face. I know, Oz.
She has fought in wars. The Archfiend incursion, she was a hero. People still remember her name. That's why the Chronicles of Young Suletta was so popular. She was the face of EarthGov for all these years. Not helping. Looking at her. I'm sorry.
Carter just sighs, rubs his face. Trust me, Oswald, I'm very aware of just how important Suletta is to everyone, and especially to this family, and to me and Memory Ann.
Best part was Father went on the UU podcast the next morning. Did anybody here watch it? And all the characters I played did.
Soul starts to giggle to herself. You can hear from inside Elizabeth's mask her starting to laugh, but it's muffled because of the mask.
So at the beginning of the UU podcast, when he was asserting Carter roofied his wife last night being Sunday, UU podcast being Monday, he was blaming Carter for shooting Mother to unconsciousness.
Carter nods. He blamed me and said that I was using roofied hollow point bullets to knock her unconscious, and then I promptly had my way with her, is exactly what he said.
Cole putting his hand on Carter's shoulder.
So just another Sunday evening for you, according to the unit.
It is what it is. We should have known something was wrong when Uncle cackles his ass off for no... He came in, didn't say a word for the first 10 minutes, just sat there in his hazmat suit. Then the food came out. He tried to eat it in his hazmat suit, as he always does, which raises questions upon how intelligent he truly is. Then he just looked at his wrist computer and started cackling. And then about 15 minutes later, after 15 minutes of him cackling and slapping his knee with his hand, Father came through. Unit Dyne Systems Model 10 Clive. Cold, let's go, Carter's shoulder. I'm sorry.
Carter shakes his head. No, it's fine. Go ahead and laugh. It's funny looking in from the outside.
Unit Dyne Systems Model 10 Clive.
At least the prosthetics well applied.
From the movie, actually. They probably got it out of storage. That's from... It looks too big for his face, right? Because that was originally made for Uncle Scar, probably.
Soul leans forward. Now, you gotta be honest here. Do you think Clive would make a good Terminator if we ever made the sequel?
The liquid metal one, maybe, yeah. You want the liquid metal guy to be, like, not overtly strong looking. And so then when he starts doing all of his weird liquid metal stuff, it's creepy. The regular Terminator, no. And I think this says why.
Yes, no, it would be like James Cameron's original plan for Lance Hendrickson to play the Terminator instead of fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger.
I feel so sorry for that woman. She cooked that meatloaf all day. She was very much looking forward to dinner.
Oh God, poor. Laz just shakes her head, sips her coffee. Poor Suletta.
Of anyone, she really just doesn't deserve this shit.
No, she doesn't. Thank you for the cupcakes. Chocolate peanut butter. I made them because I knew Patricia, Pequod Carter's mother, would approve your game.
Elizabeth takes her helmet off, and they can see that she's been crying from laughter this entire time. Thank you. They look absolutely scrumptious, Memory Ann.
Laugh at Mother's misfortune enough, and you may find yourself on the other end of Unidyne Systems Model 10 Clive's paintball Uzi. Not true. We never invite Carter over to our house for that reason.
Carter nods. They do not. They do not invite me over to Grandpa and Grandma's house.
And Carter's not allowed to post anything about the flower shop. I'm sorry, bro.
You can come to our house, Carter. I'm not afraid of Unidyne Systems Model 10 dumbass. Looking at the picture.
Carter looks around to Samantha. Samantha, coming from you, you have no idea how much that means to hear.
I would actually love to get into a fight with him when he's dressed like that.
Prepare to be terminated, Samantha.
I run at him. No way!
No way! Don't terminate me!
Do they still run away when you bark at them?
Oh yeah, but I never see them anymore. She shrugs at Ricky, shaking her head. You never see them. Ever. Occasionally when they come to the main drag to talk to JJ about a project, do some voice acting, film some things, but how often is that? She shrugs.
Well, yeah, because him and Scar seem to spend all their time bumping uglies down at Area 51.
No, you don't. Yeah, you never see them ever. Some weeks, the only time they come to the main drag is Sunday to ruin Mother's dinner.
Elizabeth nods. I mean, if you aren't like Carter, Suletta, or Memory Ann, it's actually quite normal to not see them for like a month at times. It's pretty normal actually.
God knows what they're up to. Yeah, I've got a bad feeling they were talking about it at the field when you were playing with your mother, but I kept my mouth shut, but I have had a bad feeling in my gut. It's been way too... I didn't know this happened, gesturing to the picture, but nothing's happened since Isle Delfino. Even on the island, they didn't try anything with Carter.
Carter turns around. He points at Oz. You know what? I've had that same exact feeling just in the back of my head that something bad is gonna happen when it comes to the unit. I just hope it's not another UCF situation.
Colt putting his arm around Soul. They haven't done anything since Cobra got sent up the river. No!
Oh God, poor Cobra.
I was innocent.
Did anybody watch his trial? Me and Soul watched his trial. I had to turn it off when they went to the sentencing. He was sobbing and crying, pleading for... Never mind. Looking at Carter, then looking away.
Carter says, "No, don't worry. I watched it. He was pleading for me the entire time."
Apparently, they didn't even give him his last phone call because the evidence was so damning.
Completely stacked against him. He wasn't even appointed like a court official, a defense lawyer. He just had to do it himself. He was representing himself.
I think everything you've done with that band to try and help people was the right decision, Carter. But you need to stop.
Thank you, Oz. I think I do too.
Yeah, he's not gonna let up. You could help some fucking old lady. You could fund, do a commercial with some old lady who needs like a knee surgery. And that old, like grandma type of old lady, super grandma, that old lady would wind up fucking dead the next morning. He laughed.
She's gonna
So-
open the bathroom door in her house, and that fuck's gonna be standing there and just cover her in paint.
At the top of the stairs with a wheelchair, pushed down the stairs.
Oh no!
You are terminated, grandma.
Soul starts to laugh. I mean, even if you helped an old lady across the street while the light was green to cross, they would come back next week and hit her with a car, dude.
Push her out into traffic. You are terminated as Krellin drives the truck running her over.
They'd hop the
Prepare to be terminated, Grandma.
Beat up some old man with his own walker.
Jesus Christ, whacking some dude with his cane.
Oh, what if it's some dude on oxygen and they blow up his...
Or what if they start like giving him too much oxygen so he gets oxygen high and dies of oxygen poisoning?
You are terminated, grandfather.
Hook his oxygen tank up to a helium tank.
For real. After, everybody always says it, but after the volcano, all bets are off. I would not even donate credits anywhere. No, we're done. She puts her hands up in the air and shakes her head. We are done. I just wanted to use the band to do good to show Carter's mother that it's not all that bad.
It was a good idea while it lasted. Then Clive had to shit on it. I suppose that's also my fault, though.
He majorly shit on it. I mean, that's like a magnitude 55 shit, given the volcano. Eating his cupcake with a big smile.
I mean, that's the kind of shit that would cause a natural disaster, such as a volcano exploding.
The other day, JJ was talking to Clive and Scar, and I was busy. Well, this was a couple weeks. It was right after we came back from Delfino. He was talking about unit tubbies and unit clues, and I was in the office watching TV. They were still finding bodies from the volcano in the waters. Oh, God.
the entire time while they were talking to me, and they would, off in the distance hear the television say, and another body has been found, yada, yada, yada. They would just look at each other approvingly and give each other a fist bump.
Do they know my brother was among the dead? Yeah, and they don't care. Motherfucker.
JJ looks down at his lap and up at Oz. They say your brother was just another agent of Carter.
Do they hate me? No, they like me and you because we're the non-Rainfalls who came in and married in. Oh, wonderful.
They do think your brother was a Galleon now.
But I'm not.
But you're not.
I was adopted, apparently.
No, yes, you were adopted. They also believe that Crazy Steve was
You can call him crazy. He was crazy.
okay. They also believe that Crazy Steve was teleported from Gallia, like Julius and Ash and my mother were, and that's the reason why he became so crazy.
Working hand in hand with Carter, nodding her head.
Carter nods, or JJ nods. I also heard a new one. They called Carter Bayagona recently, so.
Oh, void entity, wonderful.
According to them, I'm pretty sure I was the thing behind the black hole that they stopped from destroying the universe.
How long was Aunt Suletta out? About an hour. Aunt Nicole was actually busy working Sunday night, so she was up on Gateway helping Aunt Sasha with something and had to rush down at first available convenience. And by that point, I had already punched Carter in the face out of anger. Good! Clapping loudly.
Carter nods. I fully and utterly deserved it.
All the characters I play except Colt are clapping.
All the characters I play are clapping, every single one of them.
Should punch him once every morning, go ahead, and once every night.
Ricky's clapping and giving an approving nod. I mean, at this point, they're so crazy, dude. You guys probably should be careful about shopping anywhere for fear that you go see a movie and then they shoot up the theater afterwards.
Hey, you see the way that cashier, this is Sam, you see the way that cashier at the movie theater looked at Carter when she handed him his popcorn?
That's one of his side squeezes, mate. We gotta take care of her before she does anything too unsightly to the people in that theater.
Well, I'll get the grenade launcher, brother.
I'll get the Clive Goblin suit on.
Sam loudly laughing like Clive.
Carter jumps up in the air, looks around, and clears his throat. Sorry, my bad. As he
So
sits back
are you
down.
more traumatized, Sam? Seeing that, are you more traumatized by Clive Goblin or Katana Clive, Carter?
Clive Goblin.
Yeah, Katana Clive was scary and all, but Clive Goblin killed a lot of people. Samantha eating her cupcake.
He's legitimately murdered people. He caused a natural disaster. I'm far more scared of the Clive Goblin than I am Katana Clive.
The Sinister unit, we're the real heroes, so even though the word Sinister is before the word unit.
Well, don't you know, Colt? Sinister is just the Latin word for the best of the best.
Oh, I never knew that. Except Samuel, he's not good enough.
Yeah, now he's not good enough to be in the 1U4.
Under her breath.
God. Carter just grips the table tightly for a second, then lets it go. Every single time it scares me.
Combine the best of both worlds. Unit Goblin, but he has a katana. Sam stroking JJ's cheek with her hand.
Oh my god. JJ leans forward, strokes his chin. I think I have the perfect prank to pull alongside Icy on Carter.
Carter.
Holding one of Julius's katanas ready, just flying straight at him.
When he least suspects it, pecking him a kiss.
He returns the peck. Oh, I 100% agree, my love.
I just would like one normal family dinner once in my life. Sometimes I find myself watching Father's old videos and then I end up crying. Just smacks his lips, looks right at Carter.
Carter's just rubbing his face as he nods, and he just shakes his head. Yes, you do, honey. Yes, you do, as he holds Marianne's hand and gives it a kiss.
You'll get a normal dinner someday. I mean, Thomas and Hale are supposed to fix them, right?
Yes, it's just so long from now, purportedly. I feel like I shouldn't have to wait that long. I shouldn't have to endure any of this. I didn't do anything.
You should.
No, you shouldn't. Eating his cupcake.
Carter nods. I'm the one who should be enduring all of this. You and Suletta and everyone should just be living your lives happily. I should be the one taking the punishment.
Mother was so happy when they were first married. I hadn't seen her that happy ever.
Oh God, Carter rubs his face with both of his hands and shakes his head. I really destroy people, don't I?
Nah, it's alright. Rubbing his shoulder.
Soul puts a hand onto Colt's hand and just shakes her head.
He'll continue rubbing Carter's shoulder, then let go and retract his hand.
I mean, there's like two people who really deserve their ire, and only one, and you're the main one, Carter.
They don't go for Grandma Davine. I think it's some innate primal fear of grandfather.
Yeah, it's called self-preservation.
It's because early on they tried to go for grandmother by calling her an elvish bitch, and they met the fists of grandfather.
I've seen that video. That video is great.
You elvish bitch.
Gigi starts to laugh.
You elfish bitch. Wait, no, Hunk, no!
Good times. Thinking about Clive, we were all sitting outside of Grandma and Grandpa's house relaxing too, and then that dipshit got a huge fucking ego and called the wrong person.
He called quite possibly the worst person he could possibly call on this lane, other than Samantha.
That was the angriest I've ever seen your father. Nodding her head, it was quite terrifying.
Hell hath no fury like my father when my mother has been insulted.
Dude, he's
It's time to forgive. It's time to forgive Davine, son.
JJ just blows air out his mouth and shakes his head. Yeah, fat chance that's ever gonna happen.
At least he loves your mom enough to try.
Yeah, he's too good for her, that's why. Scoffing!
Far too good for that woman. Jesus Christ. I love my mother. I love her dearly. If anything ever happened to her, I would be devastated. He shakes his head. But my father's far too good for that woman.
Your mother's
I
one
think-
of the coolest I've
Good.
met. Your mother's one of the coolest I've ever met. Your dad is too good for like every woman in existence, dude.
I think that can be said about a lot of people. Looking at Carter!
Carter nods. Yeah? Yeah, no, I definitely think it can. As he looks at Marianne and then down at his own hands.
Oh well, it's nothing we can do right now. Mother has Father Good's scar to keep her company. She's quite infatuated with the mannequin. Yeah, we notice. Me and JJ see her walking the mannequin around every morning.
She insists on holding its hand while she pushes it around in its wheelchair. It's quite disconcerting, I think is the good word for it.
I've actually changed the direction I walk the dogs in every morning because of that. Yeah. Oh, Colt, how are you doing today? Oh, hi, Auntie.
Say hi to Father Goodscar.
He wishes for you to shake his hand.
As she,
He's so proud of you and so...
as she very noticeably moves Father Goodscar's hand, pointed at you to shake his hand.
That's why you guys see me in the morning walking the dogs. If you've ever seen, I walk by your place all the way out. Oh, that makes sense.
I always did wonder why you were so far out from the main stretch of the lane.
We thought you were keeping an eye on our place to help protect us from Father. Well, maybe, yeah, if I see him, of course, but no, just to get away from the depression of Aunt Suletta.
Oh, and it is very depressing to see.
I
Yeah,
mean,
we saw Monkey Boy crying the other day when he saw her walk by our place. It was hot.
I mean, it's better than her drinking, but it's better in the same way that stepping on a thumbtack is better than stepping on a caltrop.
Well, Mother feels like she failed her parents because of whatever went down with the bunker hag, who was evil, and she didn't fail. And then oh, well, I failed my sister, my parents, I have Davine, and we all know Davine. Ugh. She groans thinking about Grandma Davine, and so now Mother has latched on to something that she can't fail because it's an inanimate object. All because of Carter. Benny looking right at Carter.
Carter nods, all because of me.
JJ just sighs, crosses his arms.
You're gonna make a very good psychologist, Memory Ann.
If I ever get the chance. School costs money. I'm not even allowed to have money for royalties, merchandise, when I play in the Battle League, assuming I win. How am I gonna pay for his school?
JJ just groans, looks out the window.
That is a
I'm
good
not going to any school, JJ. I want to go to an accredited university, a big one, like my mother did before me. I'm not going to community college. I can't afford where I want to go. The band makes money, but it has to be split among all the members, and plus I take a fraction of what everybody else takes. Looks at her coffee, it's steaming hot. Looks at Carter. No, she'll sip it.
Carter looks over at Sam.
I would understand it if you did.
She shakes her head and just sips her coffee. Either way, I don't think I'll ever be a psychologist, JJ. But I appreciate the thought.
JJ inhales and then exhales heavily.
Please, God, Memory Ann, never say never.
Well, my plan was with the military, but I lost those privileges when we entered when Strat's over your cut deal. It wouldn't be fair to normal troopers, and I understand. We've gotten enough special treatment.
JJ looks at like a pile of cupcakes next to him, then looks over at Carter.
No.
As he takes a bite of the cupcake for himself.
There will be time. You don't... Somebody help me, I'm drowning. There will be time! You live forever. Unlike everybody else, there will be time. Just relax.
Yeah, I mean, what's a couple extra years when you've got forever ahead of you, right?
Yeah, and, maybe we could all pull money together to send you to college. Yeah, that's not happening. Her husband should pay for her.
Carter nods.
I will most definitely pay for her, save up all the money that I am possibly capable of just to do it.
I'll win the Battle League and pay my own way.
Carter looks at Marianne.
Can I at least help you?
Well, sure, but if there's time, it's not even worth talking about. Change the subject. I don't have time to go to school if I have to do all the work for the band.
JJ just crushes the cupcake that was in his hand.
She'll take his hand and start licking it clean.
Thank you, love.
Carter could probably make a decent amount of money if you put him in a steel cage with Scar and Clive and made it a pay-per-view.
Oh, don't put it past his goddamn mother. My poor Carter, rubbing his head.
Carter chuckles. You know what? At this point, I would welcome it. His soul shrugs.
It's not the worst idea I've ever heard, and that's all I'm gonna say on that situation.
Laz went to school. She got a degree. What did you have back then? Time. There will be time.
Laz looks over at Memory Ann and nods.
You got time, sweetie. Don't...
She shakes her head.
Don't lose all hope just because a very, very rough couple years are gonna be ahead. You got time to do everything you so wish to do, and just always remember that, okay, sweetie?
And focus on that league Pequod's gonna start. Even Aunt Nicole does not beat Aunt Suletta when she's sober. Think about that. It's true. Stroking her cheek, her chin.
Yeah, you're gonna steamroll the random scrubs that are gonna start out in the league, right?
I would like to win just to win, to do something for myself, that's all. Bites on JJ's finger. Sorry.
JJ shrugs. That's okay, love. I don't mind it when you do it.
Well, Carter will have fun watching you, I'm sure.
Oh yes, I'm sure he's going to quite enjoy being slack-jawed like a Neanderthal staring at you.
Mongoloid.
Geek, dork, mongoloid, Neanderthal. Carter sighs. He looks at Miranda and smiles. I will quite enjoy watching you in the Battle League, my love.
Tell your mother to put the pedal to the... Actually, don't tell your mother that, Carter.
I'm not gonna tell my mother that, honey. I'll do basically anything I could possibly do for you. I'm not gonna talk to my mother like that. I'd die.
Yeah, no, it's okay. Kissing.
Carter chuckles, kisses her back, and puts his arms around her.
Anyway, the cupcakes and the coffee aren't about me and what I want to do in school. They're about you two. Points at Benny and Elizabeth. I made them for you and Carter got the coffee. Wow, Carter got the coffee.
Good job, Carter. You finally did something.
Yeah, putting his hand up for a high five.
Carter looks at Colt, sighs a bit, and does like a weak high five with him.
You should have more confidence in your abilities. I don't know why you were so nervous. Did you see the look on that woman's face, and Aunt Nicole's, and Carter's father? And Ricky, he was drooling. Ricky didn't realize he was.
I was?
Yeah. Patting Ricky on the shoulder, putting his arm around him. We were trying to talk to you to, relax Elizabeth and Benny, but you wouldn't talk. It's okay.
You were making a pool around the keyboard.
You were having fun playing Monk with Aunt Nicole. You both were trying the Monk class while you beat up Clivosh units scream.
I mean, it was really fun, and some of the time it kind of felt like I was playing as your dad.
Well, everybody here gets obviously unlimited subscription. Nobody here has to pay. We were just Pequod's scary sometimes, okay? Wiping peanut butter off Elizabeth's face.
Elizabeth nods. It's not easy to present to her, you know? It's like confidence racking. Like every single piece of confidence that you once had in something that you know is awesome and amazing suddenly like almost goes out the window when you have to present something to her. It's scary.
When she offered us the job, it was like, hell yeah. And then, I don't know, like 2 weeks later, we were working on the Duke Nukem Krellin game, and I was like, oh man, we have to present this to her. And we both freaked out.
Yeah, no, then after that we started becoming like really meticulous, making sure that everything was tip-top shape before we showed it to her.
And that's why you guys are so good at your job. Nodding his head.
Yeah, I knew it was gonna be a success the moment I saw Ellie playing it on her own time. You know she's got 3 max level characters on that game test kit you gave me, right?
And that's just a game test server, which means those characters are going to be wiped. Well, we can see about saving them for her, but yeah, it's just scary when she crosses her arms and Julius is always standing right next to her. I understand. Nodding her head.
And they always have like those goddamn poker faces on. Like Pequod always has a completely straight face, and Julius behind her looks like a goddamn guard dog about to kill you for doing a bad job. It's freaky.
That is the nice thing about the band. There is no judgment as to how we perform, where we play. She just says, okay, whatever you want. I'd like to book us a concert here. Okay, fine, whatever you want. Tell Carter to do his best. Play good for the kids. That's as much input as she puts in.
Carter nods. Yeah, no, we don't have to present things like you guys do. That would be I know my mother quite well and how scary she can be. That would wreck my nerves to no degree.
The most input she has is handing us the paychecks to be divvied out, which I do that, but handing us the money, that's it.
Yeah, well, Elizabeth rubs the back of her neck. At least she really liked it. Elizabeth looks at Benny. We've spent so long on this game. It feels good to finally show her and get the commendation from her that we do deserve it, honey.
Yes, we do. Kissing her, pecking a kiss on her, imitating Sam. Sam, how did you come up with this game? Because Warcraft, that game's from Old World, and nobody even talks about it. I know Suletta played on a classic server, but, well, Benny looking at Elizabeth. We saw some videos of the game on YouTube, and we saw the Lich King, and I was like, oh, the Clive King. I'm the Clive King leading the Scourge, and then we started joking about it, and that led to one thing into another, and then we started looking for the original source code, which Pequod owned because of something to do with the Majestic, and so we just went from there.
Elizabeth nods. Yeah, no, it went from the Clive King to Clivedin Storm Rage and Cliveranos, Ragnaros, Cliveranos, all those, and we started like writing things out, searching for the source code, and we just sort of, that was our jumping off point.
And then we'd stay up super late, and Elizabeth's dad would come in at like 3 a.m. What the hell are you doing up on a work night? And we'd have to go to bed. Yeah, that's so cool. Blinking at Benny.
JJ blinks a couple times. Very relatable, that, Benjamin.
And then I'd be like, nah, man, we're trying to work on something. Then he'd get real mad and point at me, and well, you know what that feels like, JJ. And so we got in bed.
Yes. JJ chuckles. I do know what that feels like, as he picks up another cupcake and bites it. Having my goddamn father tell me to go to bed when I'm like, what, 22 years old? What the fuck?
Well, I'm referring to no one talks to my wife that way.
I mean, yes, he has said that to me quite a few times in the past.
Well, he had to set you straight. That's why he's good at his job.
He is quite good at his job. I don't think there's anyone better to lead the family than him, out of all the other males in this family.
Time to go to bed now. Just opening the door. That's what he does to us.
Les just shaking her head, whispers to Oz, God, it's so stupid.
Don't even have to tell Jace that. We just, okay, Jace, good night. We will see you tomorrow. Set him down. Same with Monkey Boy.
Same with Monkey Boy, same with Jace. Oh God, I really hope Jace moves out.
Oh, he will. Don't worry. At 18, he must have another place to live. Don't worry. That's not happening.
Oh, thank you. She gives Oz like 5 kisses on the cheek. Thank you so much, Oz.
You know, if you had your own place, playing with Carter's hair, nobody could tell you to go to bed. Looking at Benny. Nah, fuck that. Drinking his coffee.
But you guys could work on games as much as you really wanted to.
Fuck that.
Ellie and I stay up doing whatever activities we want all night, bro.
Meh. Eating a cupcake.
Elizabeth just sighs heavily. It will be sort of nice, I gotta be honest, Benjamin.
Nah, we're good where we are. Plus, they need us there. They love having us. No, they don't. Under a breath.
Right. Yes, they love...
I bet you they wish you two lived with them. Sam, I don't think so. Looking at JJ, I think it's the exact opposite, actually, but okay.
I actually think they are quite happy that I moved out so soon with my wife and how everything went down, and I think they would be just as happy for you guys if you guys were to move as well.
Nah, they need us there. We're gonna be there for at least another 60, 70. sipping her coffee awkwardly.
Oh, 60 to 70 years, Benjamin.
Pulling the Uncle Banksy, his visor goes black and he cuts off. He can't hear anything.
The soul snaps and makes herself deaf.
60, 70, maybe 100. Arm around Elizabeth, kissing her on the head, holding her tight.
100, Benjamin?
Honey, we got all the time in the world. We're gonna live forever. Thank your sister when you get home.
I'll make sure to thank Sissy when we get home.
Flashing to the town. Wow, me Kralno. Looking at Frederick, and Krallen's holding a bomb, looking at Frederick.
Fudwig's looking around, obvious and nervous look on his face, as he nods. Yeah, no, you're Quell now. Quellen, you're very good at it.
Wow, some stereo. Dropping a bomb here. It rolls all the way over here. Comes over, picks it up. Juggling them in his arm. Bomb armed. Click. Putting it.
Oh my god, we're setting bombs in an active city, Quellen. You realize how bad this is, right?
Microno is what villains do. Bomb armed. Click.
Yeah, but in their mind, we're not villains, we're the heroes.
Put in trash can, maybe blow somebody up. Putting it in the trash.
Oh dear Jesus. As Frederick just puts his hands on his hips, shaking his head.
Oh, Carter don't know what's coming. Oh, Microno. Putting it down at the bottom of the trash can. It disappears. Coming up with his hands on his vest.
Frederick turns around. Oh, hello, officer.
You're Frederick Rainfall. I can tell. He's unmistakable, and so is your buddy Samuel over there. Is that your Scar Rainfall around the corner cackling?
Yes, sir.
Carter, you motherfucking cutbag!
Yes, sir. That's Scar Rainfall over there.
Microno coming up, shaking his head. We're gonna blow this place sky fucking high.
He's just being hyperbolic.
Like Hiroshima 2.0, baby.
That's not what we're gonna do, I swear to you, officer.
Well, shoot me horn out, murder you badly. He chuckles, looking at Krallen. Mere villain.
We're
What
not-
exactly is going on? Is this some type of stunt or Clive? Yeah, he sees this. He's not gonna leave his men hanging. Going to blow city up to kill Carter.
Clive glides down, and he actually hops off the glider and walks up towards the officer. Oh, officer! Hi, Clive Rainfall. He puts his hand out for a handshake. Oh, it's nice to meet you.
The officer actually takes 2 steps back, hand over his mouth, looks around, everybody looking at Clive, seeing the ambassador. People start cheering, start moving towards Clive. Now, keep the peace. Go back to your duties, ladies, gentlemen, please. They get back in line, go about their business. I'm sorry, sir. He comes over here, puts his hand out.
Hey, come on, mate, come on. He takes the hand, pulls him in, and gives the officer a hug.
I was awestruck when I saw those 2 over there, and that's clearly Samuel and Scar Rainfall. Just to meet he looks around, ambassador himself.
I know. I just sometimes I'm not too used to having the ambassador title to myself. Even after about a year of having the title. So thank you so much for being so awestruck with me. Little old me.
He crosses his arms after shaking Clive's hand. So what are you doing here? Because why are you guys dressed like this? What's going? Are those are bombs? Some type of show you're filming or something? Normally there's like a permit process with this type of stuff. Maybe I wasn't clued in at the station.
Well, I mean, he puts a hand onto the police officer's shoulder. It's a comedy skit, have you seen our comedy skits, mate?
Have I seen? What do you think I do on my lunch break and all the downtime? I'm one of your premium subscribers on YouTube. Actually, $50 a month.
Oh my god, what?
My family loves you. My son adores you. His favorite is Krellin Rainfall because he talks funny.
What's his favorite sketch that we've ever done?
Probably that one you filmed with the water cameras where you guys shot up Carter Rainfall. It looked like he was outside a cabin, and it looked like that weird old Godfather movie.
Right.
Clive looks off into the distance.
I was a big fan of that one too. Anyway, you know what? I would totally love signing some things for him, but that's besides the point, mate. We're just out here filming a comedy sketch. You understand? There's like hidden cameras around and everything like that, and you know we're setting up these quote unquote bombs, just special effects, mind you, to take over the city and have Carter try and rescue Memory Ann to prevent him from roofing her. You understand?
Oh, yep, nope. He puts his hands up. Nope, no, I totally get it. I just, they look quite real and convincing, and I heard him say things like, me, Krellno, going to blow people up. And I just got, scared for a second, but then once I recognized who it was, I kind of figured.
Completely understand. You're just doing your job, mate. You're just doing your job. I'll completely respect that. You have to understand, of course, that I just prepared lines. Krellno says something weird. Scar over there, he's always his rambunctious and high energy self, and I'm up above, looking down below on my subjects, my other members of the unit.
Totally makes sense. Rubbing his hands together. You think I could get a selfie with you? I will be the coolest dad in the cul-de-sac if I could get a selfie with the ambassador.
Mate, get in here. You want to ride on the glider?
Yeah, let me get the selfie first, and then I'd take a ride for sure.
Hell yeah, brother, hell yeah. Let's get this selfie, mate.
Taking a selfie together over here. Wow. Krellin watching Clive. Oh, that is true evil, Fuddock. Looking over slowly at Frederick.
That is terrifying.
True evil, up there with the likes of Tewaz. And this bad guy me ass chasing called Smoking Man.
Frederick shakes his head. He truly became a villain amongst villains.
The one true villain of Rainfall family. Looking at them, taking a selfie, arm around Clive, laughing, telling jokes, having a good time. As the children are dropped off, Oz coming over the radio. Okay, Laz and I will stay in orbit. If you need us, call for us as they take off, disappearing to the skyline in what looks like a city where a fight went down. Cars destroyed, buildings on fire, so on and so forth.
Does any of my characters notice like any ordnance that was used across the city?
Looks like there's shell casings on the ground, some mortar holes, actually. Looks like somebody was lobbing mortars, stuff like that.
Carter's looking around. He pats Ricky on the shoulder twice, puts a finger up to his mouth, and then points forward.
Ricky's gonna nod and slowly start moving forward, looking around.
Carter's going to follow up after him as he points towards JJ and Sam and tells them all to follow after him.
This is not good. Bolt's looking around at every single window. There's 1,000 windows and we're street level.
Elizabeth nods. We should probably get up higher or under some kind of cover, into an alleyway, something like that to really explore.
Ricky hears something approaching rapidly from this direction.
He's going to move. Could you ping it again? I did not see your ping. He's gonna see that and move against the building here. And then motion for everyone to move over. There's something coming.
Carter nods. He gets up behind the building, against it, right behind Ricky.
Pressing up against the building.
I hear something coming this way.
Carter nods. Take a peek. Report what you see.
Like a pack of wild dogs. They look like the ones, kind of, a less up-armored version of the ones from the garbage facility.
They see his knees go weak for a second, and he whips right back around the building and puts his hand over Carter's mouth and turns his head.
Carter sees them.
Pushing JJ up against the wall.
JJ gets pushed up against the wall. He grabs Sam by the shoulders and presses her up against him and covers her mouth for her.
They start running through the streets. Except this one. He stops, bobs his head around, the others stop, indicating something's controlling them. Turns slowly, sees Ricky. Tilting his head, hissing at Ricky.
Shit.
Carter clicks his tongue. Got spotted.
Boom! A huge explosion, shattering some windows, going off, blowing the street apart, setting it on fire. Napalm shells. They shriek and try to run off and start imploding in acid. Caustic finales all over the place.
That's Earth Gov one, right?
I think so.
Carter nods. Move up to the Earth Gov tank.
Boom! Coming up here!
Carter chalks up alongside the tank as he's like waving it down.
The tank head turns, looks at Carter, not the gun. There's like a camera on the top. What are you kids doing here?
We're B Squadron. We were sent out to see what was happening. We heard a SEAL team and 3-4 platoons. God, no radio contact at all.
4 platoons and 1 tank crew attached to 2nd Infantry, yeah. Look at the camera pointing right at Carter. The name's Dizzy.
Dizzy, nice to meet you. Carter Rainfall.
Carter, this place, you best get out of here. This place is filled with bugs.
Carter looks around. Yeah, we could see that. Do you guys have like an HQ or anything like that?
Yeah, copy. What's left of the SEAL team is in charge. What's left? He doesn't respond.
Carter strokes his chin. Were they captured or killed?
Killed.
Heard. All right. He points at the tank. Can you lead us to what's remaining of the SEAL team in the HQ?
If you wish. Looking at Carter through the camera. It's a long ride, and there's a lot. As his motion tracker starts going off.
Carter looks around. Where are they coming from, Diz? Talk to me.
Everywhere. That's how they function. They see scaling down the sides of buildings. They're coming.
God, don't I know it. Start leading the way. We'll cover you.
No need to roll initiative. Just do cool things, because they're coming.
Okay. Soul is going to just go ahead and step out from in front of the tank over here and look over in this area, and she's just going to go ahead and shoot off 2 lunar bombardments.
Colt grabbing Benny, throwing him this direction. They're fucking behind him!
Shit.
Where is she bombarding?
The group to the left.
Good call. As the tank will reposition up forward for blocking.
Carter points back to JJ and Sam. You two, front of the tank. Memory and follow after them. Me, Ricky, behind. Soul, you stay in the middle of the group. Colt, Elizabeth, Benny, you watch our flanks.
Colt will start shooting.
All right. Yes, sir. I'll start working on the group in the back, then meet back up with you, all right?
Understood. Elizabeth is going to go ahead and run over here, seeing this group, and she's going to go ahead and fire off one of her flame grenades.
They do not like fire. They fall from the sky like ants on fire.
Ricky is gonna run up to the group behind them. Use use his Keyblades and just go to town with 3 attacks. Alright. That should be his turn. I'm just going to do my rolls.
Carter's going to put a quick hand onto Memory Ann's, nod at her as, yeah, he's going to follow after what he said. He's going to go back and start helping Ricky out back here. There it is. 2, 3. And then Elizabeth is going to look over to this group, specifically this one that's so near Soul, and she's going to start firing into them with her maulers.
Memory Ann will fire her plasma rifle down the street, capping them, plasma going through xenomorphs. Catastrophic. The tank actually just says, fuck it. Sam grabs JJ and forces him to the ground because she sees the tank barrel retracting to get ready to fire. Covering his ears, it fires and boom! Just blows this building up here, causing it to collapse. Sorry, I like being on top of you.
JJ shrugs. I like you being on top of me too. He chuckles, stands up, pats her on the head as he rushes over to this group over here and starts cutting through them.
She will lob a plasma's very effective again. Lob a plasma grenade into this pack, blowing them up. Cold covering. JJ's 6 up here, just he'll clean up whatever JJ doesn't get. JJ too fast for caustic finale. Carter cutting a swath with Ricky on the flank. Jumping at Elizabeth.
Elizabeth, just complete focus on her face, puts her grenade launcher up and shoots a force grenade right into that one's chest.
Sends it flying back into this group, dying. Benny will cap this one next to his beautiful girl, Eliza. Jumping at Carter.
Carter's going to spin around, hearing it start to hiss at him and, yell at him. Basically, that's the wrong one. He's going to spin around and decapitate it. I don't think I have a macro for it. No, yeah, he decapitates the xenomorph and steps out from the side as he spins his sword around.
Seeing the one in front of him, Ricky's gonna pull out the Kanabo and swing for the fences.
The tank doing the same fucking thing once JJ pulls back, blowing the building up, not caring about the old collateral damage policy in EarthGov's repertoire. Rule book, rather.
Soul is just gonna put both of her Centurion defenders up and shoot into this group of 3 here.
They die. They fall easily. As the tank driver operator lets out a sharp whistle.
Carter chuckles. Keep moving, Diz. He nods towards Ricky, tells him start moving up with him. Keep moving, keep moving.
He will.
So
Listening to Kata. Keep going, we're staying in.
So can we have a tank like this on all the missions going forward?
Marianne, I wouldn't fucking mind.
Carter starts to laugh. Yeah, but one of us would have to learn how to drive it.
I'm game. Benny looking at the tank.
Carter points back to Benny. I'll take you up on that one of these days.
So you're the missing platoons trooper? Yeah, you could say that. Slowly coming up. The gun turning. He's taking time to read his motion tracker.
Carter comes up behind the tank and starts looking left and right. What are your casualties looking like, boss?
I think we have about maybe 25, 30 men left, counting the SEAL team. Oh, God.
Carter rubs his mouth and shakes his head. Heard. He nods. We're gonna make sure the rest of you get home A-okay, you hear me?
Well, we were in zero. He turns the camera to look at Carter's rank. Oh, sorry, sir.
Carter puts his hand up. It's okay, don't you worry.
We were 0G training exercise, maintenance and 0G on this baby here, referring to the tank. And then we got a shuttle, an escape shuttle came up, tried to dock with our mothership, told us they needed help on the planet, there was some type of infestation, we came down, and the rest you can see.
Yes, I can. Are there any civilians left? Or have hopefully most of them been evacuated? Anything like that?
And we got them at Point Lookout. They're rallied with the majority of our men are at evac, Point Lookout, trying to fix up ships, get them out of here.
Got it. Heard. As soon as we get there, we'll lend any helping hand we can possibly lend to you guys.
Here comes the big ones! The tank head turns, and he's referring to warriors. Tougher, stronger, roll initiative. Sword seeing the fruits of Spender's labor as the little ones mix in with the big ones. Memory Ann's going to actually jump on the tank. She will be on the gun. The tank has a gun, like a machine gun, like in Halo. It has a Gatling gun. She'll jump on the tank. I'm gonna have Colt do the same.
Is it okay if I just put Soul next to Colt?
Yeah, wherever she wants to go.
Yeah, no, she's gonna join him up on the tank.
Alright, all we need is your initiatives. I can play my characters without them. Go for it. Because here they come.
Alright, so JJ would be up first. He is going to get Sam on his back and whip right. Yeah. You want to take out some warriors, love?
Yes, I do. Igniting her beam saber.
He's gonna send them both right up to the warriors, and he's gonna spend an ODM die to charge up his Thunder Spears. You know what? He's going to send them flying at them.
Blowing them to hell.
For that much damage. And then he's going to pivot his ODM gear over this way. Sam falling after. And he's going to start cutting a swath through these xenomorphs.
Seeing Sam's beam saber whip all the way this direction, cutting through these three here at the head of their pack, coming back to her. Oh, Miss Winjay.
Miss Winjay.
Climbing down the buildings behind them.
She sees the fruits of her labor all around her. She caused all of this. She's the reason this is happening. She puts a hand onto Colt's shoulder. Protect me.
Of course, always.
She puts a hand up in the air and lets out a scream of screams and lowers it as she lunar tidal waves.
Oh, Nick! Thanks. Benny holding his gun, wiping them all away. They say these tanks cost too much money. What the hell?
Soul blinks a couple times. No problem, as she leans onto Colt's back.
He'll pick her up. Hold on, he'll put her on his back, piggyback.
Thank you.
She's a high-level spellcaster. Dizzy. I can see that. The tank head turning around. You get used to it in this fucking squad. You don't get to do anything.
Carter nods, walks up next to the tank. Moon Maiden and all that, chosen by Luna, so on and so forth.
Glad you're on our side, young lady.
She puts up a weak thumbs up towards the camera and then lets out a little groan as a headache starts to appear.
That was nice and all, but you need to conserve your energy, so we don't know what we're up against.
Soul nods. I'll be up for the next fight, don't worry.
That was great, though. Looking around! That was, turning her beam saber off, attaching it to her belt.
Thank you. Thank you. All credit goes to Lorelei and Aunt Icy for training me to do that.
At this rate, she's probably gonna catch up to you and JJ in kill count, Sam.
I think she might already have us beat. Looking at JJ!
Might already have Laz beat as well, Jesus.
The tank slowly moving forward. Well, I wish you were here earlier. Hop on. Everybody hop on.
Carter will hop on. He puts his hand out for anyone else who needs helping up Elizabeth, Benny, all of them.
All the kids get on and make a quick ride since his motion tracker is reading negative to the HQ. The tank parking. All these soldiers look battered, weathered, and beaten. Now, they're in their new armor Pequot started having issued acid resistance, but they singe marks on their armor, their guns. Some of them, their guns are completely ruined just from chainsawing through xenomorphs. They are beat. They look like death walking.
Carter looks around. He walks up next to Benny. Benjamin, look around just in case someone needs your help, okay?
You got it. We'll start going around. Sam will ruffle through her bag, start handing out. She only has a couple MREs, but they can split them. Goddamn, Samantha Rainfall. Now that's a sight for sore. Oh, there's your husband. Sam laugh.
JJ chuckles, hands behind his back, and nods towards the soldiers. How do you do, boys?
Not too good, sir. Bugs nods his head, eating out of the MRE bag.
He nods, bends down. I like to imagine the soldier has like a pretty bad singe on his leg. JJ will pull out some antibacterial cream and stuff, and anti-burning cream and a bandage, and start working on the soldier for him.
Ricardo, go meet with the commander. I'll stay out here. Pulling out her. I have some medical training.
Carter nods. He walks up next to Ricky. All right. He walks up to the soldier here. This way to the commander.
Yeah, right in there. Last member of the SEAL team left. Shrugging, shaking his head.
Carter nods. Heard. Stay safe out here. As he will go into the office.
Marine Scout snipers get medical training, honey. You want to go in the office or stay out here with me?
I'll stay out here with you for now.
He'll start trying to help tend to wounds. I say Elizabeth follows. Have Elizabeth follow in, actually. This guy, this is a shitty fucking, looks like a grotty Indian tobacco store, essentially. He's got a big map out, he's got all this stuff, he's got his rifle on the table. Looks up! Oh.
Carter nods, he leans forward onto the table. Captain Carter Rainfall, B Squadron. How can we assist?
Commander Anderson, SEAL Team 3 leader.
Carter nods. He rubs his face. Your SEAL team got wiped out, sir.
All that's left trying to protect the civilians, gesturing over his shoulder with a thumb. When we first landed here, it was a shit show. This is all that's left minus 20 more guys at Point Lookout, protecting what's left of the civilians.
Carter nods. Do we have any further plan to get the civilians off the planet, or to stall the bugs even more than we possibly already have?
Most of their long-range transportation ships were damaged at the beginning of the outbreak before we landed here. They're trying to fix an Airbus essentially up at Point Lookout, get everybody out of here. He shrugs. That's the plan. Our ship can't hold them. We could leave, but then we'd leave them to die. So we stayed.
Elizabeth nods. Smart man. Very honorable man, Commander Anderson.
Sorry about
We got problems. Oh, good.
Sorry about your men. I know it's hard to fight these things when you're not coming in ready for them.
You can say that again. Looking down at his singed M4 on the table, looks up. We got problems. The reason we're split, the reason we're here, is because from Colonial PD, reports from Colonial PD, we were able to narrow down, I think, a building they're coming from. Maybe some type of laboratory? Under the building? I don't know. He shrugged.
Carter looks down at the map. Possibly where they've set up their nest, yeah.
They make nests? Is that what they do? He looks at Carter.
Carter nods. They set up nests. They usually capture humans, animals, anything like that, bring them to that nest. Then an egg infects them with something we call a facehugger. And, well, that's how xenomorphs are born.
Colonial PD reports, the ones who are left, suggest that that started here in what they call Market Square, or I'm sorry, Market District. This building here, it's some type of office building, owned by Wiseau Company.
Elizabeth chuckles, scratches her cheek. You guys got any plans to make a break for that building? Perhaps stop the onslaught of xenomorphs coming forward?
Well, he looks out the window. Could send the tank, that was my first plan. Send the tank, level the building. But that might not level what's under the building.
If there's subfloors, it'll just bury them, and if there's anything down there, these things can dig out.
See, smart kid, points at Ash. Ricky, look, here. Building plans from the mayor's office. Pulls out a big blueprint. That building has, 6, 7, 8, I don't know how many basements that is, 12 floors? And whatever's underneath that is the sewer system they built here. And whatever's under that, I have no idea. But I don't think, even the Chimera tank's barrel at max capacity, I don't think it'll... You need an explosive from the inside. Something big. Carter knows Samantha always carries large amounts of explosive.
Carter nods. A member of our squad, Samantha Rainfall, she has a satchel full of explosives, basically, at all times, just in case, sir.
Trained demolitionists. That's what we need. Yeah. Problem is getting in the building. The highest concentration of the freaky bugs are... Where do you think? Market Square District.
Market Square. So we would need something to cut a swath through them, get a couple footmen into the building, set the bombs, then get the fuck out of there.
That ain't gonna happen. I mean, we got the tank to cut the swath, but... Look at these guys. He looks around. These guys have been through hell and back. I can send them on a death march, but I'll tell you what, not one of them is gonna come back. He pulls his shirt back, huge claw mark across his chest, me included.
Elizabeth,
Plan is to go to Point Lookout, try to hold out and defend the civilians as long as possible.
Elizabeth looks at Commander Anderson. Well, sir, you got a whole squad of fresh-looking faces right here to continue the fight.
Fresh-looking faces who have fought these things on more than one occasion and gotten away alive, sir.
We're pretty damn good at killing some bugs.
No offense, but there's only how many of you? He tilts his head.
Well, there's only...
He doesn't know you're wizards and all this.
Well, there's only 9 of us here, but there's Samantha Rainfall, the trained demolitionist, JJ Rainfall, trained by Davine and Hunk Rainfall, me, Ricky, and Elizabeth, each trained in our very suitable methods. He nods out. We have a cryomancer named Memory Ann Rainfall, an ex-Marine spec sniper, Colt Rainfall, Benjamin Rainfall, one of the best goddamn medics you can ever hope for, and Saw Rainfall, the literal moon maiden.
And our captain here, he's gonna put his hand on Carter's shoulder. He's got the sword of the King of Men on his back.
Well, that's quite the resume. He chuckles looking at Carter.
Carter chuckles. Like we've said, we fought these bugs a good many a times. Been led into ambushes where hordes upon hordes upon hordes came after us. And we fought them off and lived.
Well, I might outrank you, but you got me beating experience against these things, as you can see. Gesturing to the men. If you want to take the tank and try to blow up the building, you have command. He nods at Carter. I will take what's left of my men and head to Point Lookout. Defend the civilians. If you accomplish your job, meet us here. He'll come over, type on his wrist computer, Point lookouts right here. Rendezvous here.
And Carter nods. Yes, sir. He looks Commander Anderson in the eye and puts his hand on his shoulder. You did good, soldier. Don't ever let anyone tell you any different, you hear me?
Tried. He shrugs.
Eh,
Didn't know what we were walking into.
don't be upset. Once we're through all this, you can ask them what I looked like when we first met one.
Yeah, I probably got off easy. Looking at his chest. Move out, men. Round up, move out. Wounded first, remember? Yeah, trying to help this guy's leg. They will start moving out. Sam's looking incredibly confused around as they all stagger off.
JJ looks around. What the hell happened in there?
The tank starts backing out. Carter better tell him not to go.
Carter jogs out, puts his hand up. Hold, Diz, hold.
Commander Anderson says to move out, son. Time to leave.
He leans forward onto the tank. He said, I got command on this certain mission. Diz, we're gonna be taking this tank here.
Benny taking the tank where? Coming up to Carter.
A building where we think that, well, we know that the xenomorphs are appearing from. There's about 12 sub-levels to this building. We're going to use the tank to cut a swath through the xenomorphs, go in there ourselves, set explosives at the xenomorph's nest, blow that piece of shit sky high, then get the fuck out of here.
Where are we rendezvousing?
He opens up his map and points to the place where Commander Anderson told them to meet up, right here. After we successfully do our mission, we're going to meet up here, help any civilians stall as much as we can if need be, and then again, get the fuck out of here.
Colt will hand a satchel to Sam. We got enough explosives. Blow up their nest. She'll air quote. Should buy enough time. Nodding her head.
And Carter nods. He looks around. We got some ground to cover. We got some bugs to kill. He looks back at Soul, and Soul's looking up at Colt. She pulls him in close. That's probably where they had the portal.
You don't know that. He'll take his mask off and look at her.
She swallows hard. Call it a gut feeling, Colt.
We'll face it together.
She nods, puts her hand on his cheek and gives him a kiss on the head and smiles a sad smile at him.
He'll kiss her back. Well, refuel me then. Refuel me and you can ride the tank there until we run into trouble, which I can tell you the direction we're going, we're going to run into trouble. A lot of trouble.
Carter nods. Well, us and B Squadron wouldn't have it any other way. Start filling it up, squad. Let's go. Let's move.
Sam and JJ will start fueling up his tank. That's flashing to the office. Because, yeah, no, Dad. So Dad had to be put into a full like dog catcher suit with the mask, with the cage over the face, and then he agreed to pick up the whip. Sasha.
And even then, Sasha, I'll show you exactly how his hand was. He puts his hand out and starts like over-exaggeratedly shaking his hand. You might think I'm being, hyperbolic or whatever. No, this is how his hand looked.
Why can't he just not use a whip in Indiana Jones? Give him something different. Those movies are so old and, to be frank, forgotten. I see Mom thinks it's really sexy when he has a whip. Looking at Sasha.
Julius thins his lips, and I'm just gonna let you process that one on your own, Sasha.
A little memory and Carter action, maybe. Tugging at her collar uncomfortably.
I think so. That is what my guess would be, at least.
I'm just surprised we actually found another thing that he's scared of other than losing her.
Yeah, well, he got traumatized by some slaver that whipped the fuck out of him back in the day when he was young. And then he killed the guy. But it was the first, I think, actual combat beating he got. I didn't know about his whip phobia till recently.
Now that's something I can empathize with.
Yeah, no, none of us knew about this phobia, so when when he brought it up. It was actually quite surprising to hear that he had a phobia of whips, of all things.
Well, how long do you think it's going to take before she can start filming? With the rate Dad's going, probably at least another 4 months. Shaking her head.
He's gonna need a lot of training with that whip, and personally, I think he's gonna take it like one step at a time. Like he's gonna whip the whip in full suit, and then he's gonna take off the gloves, and then the boots, and so on and so forth until he's, completely out of the suit. He's gonna take it pretty slow.
Eating her soup. The worst part is Nicole even told him she put a barrier spell around him that if the whip comes back, it won't affect him, and he still kept the suit on.
So I've got to ask, is it easier to try and train him to use the whip, or to try and teach Clive and Frederick martial arts?
Ooh. Ooh,
Teaching Dad is definitely far more pleasant, and we have a good time, good family time with it. It's rare where it's just me, Julius, Icy, Mom, and Dad. Like super rare. So.
It is a fun time to spend with the family when I'm helping out Dad. We're all helping out Dad train with the whip. It's a fun time. I think about that day where I was trying to teach Clive and Fredwick martial arts, and I sometimes have nightmares about that night. Ask Pequod, I've had them.
And Frederick actually showed a lot of promise, putting her finger.
He showed so much promise. It's mainly just from Clive where the hatred for that day comes from.
Trying some blood hunter shit on me.
I didn't even. And then once I actually did use Bloodhunter shit on him, he just said it was Mushin shit that I used against it. He got it completely mixed up.
My eyes.
Sneaky machine.
That's what he said. I see lots.
Sneaky Mushin. God fucking hell. Didn't even take my goddamn hands out of my pockets and I still kicked his ass.
Does your mother know how to use a whip? Sasha's still confused about the whip.
Julius looks over at Sasha. Yeah, no, she does.
Why doesn't she teach him then? Pequod, because she just sits there, unbuttons her top buttons on her shirt, rubs her chest area, and goes, Mahawk. So yeah.
Again, Sasha, I think some Memory Ann Carter shit is happening in my mother's head whenever she sees my father with a whip.
And she sweats profusely. Let's just put it that way. I thought there was actually something wrong with her the first day we did.
Like, if this is gonna sound gross, but if you were to like collect and bottle up her sweat, you would have gotten like 3 gallons full. I'm not even kidding you.
Okay, well, there goes that idea. I thought maybe his wife would be the best person to teach him. She probably would, but she's rendered inert by him with a whip.
Otherwise preoccupied might be a good way to put it.
Ah, yeah, Pequod rubbing her chest fakely, pretending to be like Davy.
Julius leans back. He also starts to rub his chest. Oh, Mark, I wish you would do that to me.
Ugh. She groans slightly.
At least you know your parents like each other, I see.
Oh no, yeah, I always wanted to see them together. Smiling, and just sometimes a little too much TMI, too much information. Like the time they came back from that Italian joint. Oh, we had a great time. I put the cheese on your mother's chicken parmesan in the back of the car. She.
Oh God, I forgot about that. Oh God. Sometimes Dad just says stuff. Sometimes I absolutely love the man, and I love that he just says stuff sometimes. But Jesus Christ, I don't need to hear about that.
I must say.
No, I never want to drive that Mustang now. Go ahead.
I must say I have missed the hunkisms.
Oh well, he's always down at the lane. Him and Mom very rarely leave the lane, yet they want to get involved with fighting strat. It's interesting.
Don't you?
Uh, sure, I guess. But the thing is, I have a reason to. Well, maybe not a reason. They have a reason to, but I have a duty to. They gave that up.
We're in the military. Like it's our, like my wife said, duty to go out there and protect Earth Gov and fight alongside our troops and shit.
As I built Rainfall Lane, one of the things I always told myself was, Mom and Dad will never have to risk their lives for EarthGov and liberty and stopping bad guys. They can live here happily. I would say forever, but I didn't know it would actually be forever back then. You get my point. It's like a place where they can be together forever, happy, because they spent the beginning of their relationship in our drama-filled apartment. Drama mostly created by all of us here, with the exception of Sasha and Town. Yep, looking at her suit.
I agree, and I think that they shouldn't have to fight for EarthGov either, but I don't think from their point of view they are. They're trying to do it for their children.
Yeah, their daughter, son-in-law, daughter-in-law, grandchildren. I know. She shakes her head.
And a parent's maternal/paternal drive to protect their children is probably the strongest duty that a human can face.
That's all we need is for one of them to get hurt or, God forbid, killed. I mean, Ash, you almost died to that Strat bastard if Krellin wasn't there, and you were handling those men easily. Pequod looking at it, you were destroying them. But that guy got the drop on you because he was a scumbag, because that's how scumbags operate, and he almost killed you. Mom and Dad are older now. They haven't fought in a long time. Yeah, stirring the soup.
Besides, imagine if Mom and Dad died under the kids' watch. I mean, they've already lost Bash. They've already lost Okir. They've already lost R. All under their watch. Imagine adding their grandfather or grandmother, or God forbid, both under their mind as well.
Some things never leave you, though, no matter how old you get, no matter how far out of it you are. You'd be surprised. I was apprehensive when I went to the Moog. It had been a long time. Since we first saw Nevermore back in the day. Before the time deed. I mean, I hadn't fought since then. Boots on the ground.
And if there's
Went fine for me.
And if there's any one man in the universe who I don't think gets rusty, it's Hunk.
I mean, Mom does spend most of her time training with the ODM gear at the academy, but it's just... So I doubt she gets rusty either, but... It's kind of counterintuitive to what me, Julius, and Nicole wanted for them.
I agree, but I will say, and this is thinking about it being Ricky, what do you think would go through Hunk and Davine's mind if God forbid JJ didn't come back one day?
Oh God, I don't even want to think about that. That would ruin the family. And Dad would grab me and tell me I have to resurrect him, and that's like a nightmare scenario for me. I've run it in my head 1,000,000 times. Looking at Sasha. Not with JJ, just anybody.
And how much harder...
Well, it's not gonna happen. Looking at Ice!
It won't, but it would also hit them harder if they're just, in their minds, sitting at home doing nothing when it happens.
Well, Pequod will clasp her hands together. In another place, in another time, if I didn't have... Well, yeah, if I didn't have dragons up my sleeve, if I didn't have Julius, Nicole, you, Sasha, if I didn't have these big, heavy-hitting cards, maybe I could accept help from them, but I don't need them.
No, you don't. I just... we were all around Hunk long enough. Me, of course, not as much as you, but if I know that man, he's gonna try and get involved even if you tell him no.
Damn straight. Eating her soup still. The 20th bowl.
Julius looks down at the bowl and up at Icy. Are you seriously still not full?
No. Chugging it. I could eat this all day for days, every day. The man hasn't made it since the goddamn heart attack. Before the heart attack.
He puts his hands up. I know, but god damn, Nicole, 20 bowls. You're not using any spells to augment your stomach or anything?
No, this is my favorite food. I just never ask him to make it for me. Hasn't Hunk kind of already been through like 20 years of war, though, considering the fact Davine's such a horrible wife? Towns, Sasha just turns slowly and looks at Towns angrily. I mean, what a great life to live having Davine as your wife. He looks forward blankly.
Now,
Pequod laughs.
now, Towns, that is not 20 years of war. It's 20 years of psychological torture.
And physical, because of the heart attack. And he worked out every single day. He was like killing himself. Nicole told me she had to put spell. Ah! Oh yeah, sorry.
Apologies, Nicole, just...
No, it's not untrue. I did have to put spells on him to keep him going, keep him alive. He forced me to put spells on him to where he wouldn't feel the need to eat. The only reason I agreed is because he was talking about getting gastric bypass surgery in secret. That's where they cut your fucking stomach in half. And so you have a stomach like this fucking big, she makes a hole with her thumb and index finger, and you can barely eat.
Yes, Alright, I'll admit it. I'll always be a little bit rougher on Davine because I was there for the aftermath of walking away.
Good thing you weren't there for the heart attack. We were all ready to kill her, but either way, I didn't know he wanted to get gastric bypass surgery. I see. Dad puts a lot of pressure on me for some reason, and it really stresses me out. I guess I'm the only one he told. He never told you.
Julius shakes his head. This is the first time hearing about it.
He said, "Oh, Nicole, I'm gonna get this gastric bypass surgery. You can go to Mexico and get it done." She blankly stares at Julius after saying that. "Your mother will never know. I want you to teleport me there." And then I said no, and he said, "Well, then you're gonna do something, God damn it." And so,
Thank you for choosing the alternative, Nicole.
Mexico? Not Dr. Honduras, but yeah, a place in Mexico that wouldn't, make a big deal out of Hunk Rainfall showing up and then Mom finding out. Dad was doing like this covert shit long before Mortimer came into the picture, and whatever moron found the steroids in the family mailroom.
I mean, you're a very good daughter for saving him from that.
Why does he put all the pressure on me? I'm actually the youngest. Because you're his first. It doesn't matter. Jesus.
And you're the only one who would have said yes.
That too, yeah.
Julius chuckles. You are his first. I know it's not exactly the same story, but I've put more pressure on Laz than I did the twins, or hell, even Integra or Thomas. He shrugs. It's just something you do with what is in your mind your eldest child, even though you aren't the eldest.
He's like, "Nicole, you're gonna tell Frederick not to say anything about the vacation." He doesn't listen to me. You're gonna tell him. I told him, sat him down, talked very plainly and blankly with him. He's not stupid. I could talk to him. I could articulate my speech to a high degree, and he would understand everything I said. I put it as plain as possible. We go to leave for the island. All we want is a normal family vacation.
Yes, I heard through the Ranger grapevine that Lorelei was very suddenly not there.
No, she actually didn't spend more than... After Carter's band played at the orphanage, she left the island. Sylar left too. Crossing her arm.
Can you
Don't blame him.
I can't blame them. I would have done the same thing. I'm very sorry to admit it.
Thankfully, Clive laid low. It really was an enjoyable vacation, all things considered. No paintball attacks on Carter. Clive was busy filming his shitty show, but yeah, I don't know. I never had a dad. Nobody put pressure on me like that.
Looking back, I did put some subtle pressure on Ricky to, strive to be his best, and it's one of those things. I look back and I wonder if that may have pushed him towards the bunker hag unintentionally.
No, I see. That's good type of pressure. A son should be guided to try and do his best in life at his chosen discipline, whatever it is, from a father. The pressure I'm talking about is, Nicole, here's the thing. She puts out her hand. You know what? Just give me a second. She'll snap her fingers and turn herself into Hunk. Alright, Nicole, here's the thing. I need you to get into everybody's mind and make them forgive your mother. No! Oh, come on, Nicole, you gotta do something. She snaps herself out. And then, 2 days later, Pequod laughing, he came back with this. Alright, Nicole, so you're gonna write this book for me. It's called Forgiveness is Key. Could you start now? Okay, Dad. Thank you, thank you. And then he gave me a hug and kissed me and walked away.
He asked you to ghostwrite a book?
But first he asked me to manipulate people's minds into forgiving Davy.
He is so much better of a husband than she or debatably any other woman deserves.
You got that fucking shaking your head.
You didn't tell us about that. Jesus Christ.
Why do you think I got angry at Dad before vacation? Like, you left me for Cancun. We never had a normal vacation. He does this to me all the time. He got
I'm so sorry, Nicole. Julius puts his arm around her and starts hugging her.
Who do you think he first came to for steroids?
You.
Here. All right, Nicole. So I've heard there's this thing called performance enhancing. Why are you walking away? Get back here!
Oh my god.
Where do you think he got the NASCAR? Looking at Julius. You think he teleported it into Tommy's warehouse? He going, good God.
Oh my god. I'm so sorry that he doesn't come to me with this sort of thing, Nicole. He really should. I'm the eldest and stuff.
Look at this goddamn car. This is great. Just call me Hunk Earnhardt Jr., Nicole. This will impress your mother. Hopefully she'll keep me around for another couple months with this thing under my belt. Closing her eyes.
Julius does the same thing. I truly hoped I would never hear those words again in that tone of voice.
I had nothing to do with him ending up on Yankee Stadium mound, though. Be glad that we know.
That was a surprise to us all. Don't worry.
You know, I've seen the recordings of that. I can only imagine what the reaction from the boys in the barracks would have been when they saw that happening live.
Oh man, and he was good too. Nodding her head. He was good. I think Mom actually liked him in the Yankee outfit with the high socks and the pinstripes, but she was just so angry.
She did. Oh, she really liked him in that uniform.
The cleats, Pequod putting her hand out, the cleats, the glove, the hat, tight pants, the belt. She was fuming on the inside.
That man threw a flawless inning, too.
Remember when he tried to sneak out of whatever movie we were filming to go try out for the Florida Gators at the ripe age of 62? The college team?
I do remember that. I do, and he had like JJ go up to him, and like he was talking to him before Mom had to come over and convince him not to leave.
I don't know how you guys didn't just, Lorelai was like my mother figure. I had the uncle, Sasha pointing or gesturing out. I never had a mother figure till Lorelai. Never had a father figure. But my point being here, I don't know how you guys just didn't start beating the fuck out of Davine. I'm trying to imagine myself having a mother doing that to my uncle or something. Like just strangling her. Came close every day.
I mean, Sasha, you remember how many times my wife said she wanted to sock my mother in the face, right?
Well, I don't know how you held it together when Nicole got sick. I see. Oh, looking away in shame.
Don't.
Julius found me loading my .45 caliber SOCOM, phased SOCOM many times. Walking over to Mom's house.
I was tempted to just let her go too, but I couldn't.
I wasn't gonna kill her. I was just gonna shoot her in the knee and be like, geez, wouldn't it be nice if your daughter, who can heal you and forgives you for everything, was here? Were you gonna shoot Hunk? No, of course not. Looking away. But Mom, yeah.
I mean,
I should have let you do it.
it was all cumulatively bad enough that Hunk actually slapped her.
Putting her hands together, smiling, thinking about it.
Julius points at peak one. Happiest moment of my wife's life right there.
Damn straight. Looking at it. I was shocked. I never would have thought he would have slapped Mom.
I pinched myself.
And at the Oscars, too.
Yeah, right? Not even at like the academy or while we were out, I don't know, camping with each other or anything like that. At the fucking Oscars, dude.
Oh, the look on her face. She was so shocked. Her mouth agape, hand on her cheek. Oh! Oh! Sasha, alright, relax. Don't have an orgasm, please.
She's she's getting close to it. Maybe, yeah, no, let's calm down, Pequod.
I just wish he punched her right after, right in the nose, broke that elvish nose of hers. Would have been great. Then stand up and say, you know what? I'm walking away from you for a change, you whore. I see, alright. Looking at Pequod.
Those are some, repressed feelings, Pequod.
20 years of watching her torment him. I get tired of the damage galleons do. And I especially get tired when they dig themselves into a hole and all they can do is, I'm sorry. That's what my son's gonna be doing 20 years from now. Gee, why does Aunt Memrianne never accept credit? Little Hale talking to my son, her favorite uncle. 'Cause I'm a bad husband. That's not setting an example. That's not being a role model. That's what families are for. That's what successful members of the family should be doing for the next generation. That's my son.
Well, at least unlike Davine, your son is going to be tormented by his failures for the next 20 years.
Yeah, and Grandma. Well, I think Grandma will get it too. Grandma, we saw in a class that you gave Granddaddy a heart attack. 'Cause I'm a bad wife. Grandma will get it too. Don't worry, Pequod. Good.
Just luckily for Davine, she's not going to get shot with paintballs every other day.
And Davine has like the kinetic barrier that is Hunk. She gets protection. The one time JJ called her out, he got yelled back into oblivion.
And the one time...
JJ or Julius chuckles, and every single time Hunk or Dad can bring it up, he does that. Nobody talks to my wife that way, and he always stares right at JJ.
Well, JJ should have known better. I can get away with it, but I don't think anybody else really can.
No, you and Suletta, that's it.
He was going through a lot. The basic training, leaving Sam, tensions were high for him, and he did pay for the mistakes of his mother.
Julius sighs. Good man. Damn good man JJ is.
Takes after his father.
Yes, he does. Thank the Lord he takes after his father rather than his mother.
All the good parts of his father, none of the bad of his mother. He won the genetic lottery, given who his mother is.
And given the classes we're going to be teaching, I've talked it over with Laz, and I personally think it's a family vote. Maybe we'll hold one, but really I think Laz should have domain, at least 90% domain over something like this. Carter, Soul, Mom will be taking those courses. I see. Oh, come on. Looking at Pequod. No. Pequod shakes her head.
I agree with her. My children especially should be taking those classes.
Yeah, but poor Mom. Poor Mom! No, she's number one in the front row.
Julie squints his eyes, leans forward to Icy. Who gave Dad a heart attack?
Mom.
Who walked away from Dad, causing 20 years of torment and issues with him?
Mom.
Who sat in the gym?
Mom.
think Mom needs to take these classes, I see.
You know, the crazy thing about this soup, Towns eating it points down to the bowl. The only reason he hadn't made it in all that time is I asked him, well, it was like a couple months ago, I said, when the next time are you going to make some seafood soup? He said, oh, I don't make it anymore. I don't think my wife likes it very much. He just blankly stares at Nicole. Yeah.
Julius just sighs, rubs his face, and shakes his head.
Mom's taking the classes, no matter what Dad says.
This was more than a couple months ago. It was... He strokes his chin. Round about the time Clive joined he had the heart up, yeah. But that explains why he hasn't made it in so long. Towns looking down at the soup.
It's very good soup.
Thought Davine didn't like it back during heart attack era.
You sure you don't want to punch her in the face, honey?
I'm sure she's having a good day, looking after our kids. It's okay.
All right, she'll get a pass today.
So, in an attempt to lighten the mood, when's the next Rainfall Yankees trip going to happen?
Jesus Christ. Shuddering thinking about it.
Yankees trip, Ash?
I like baseball, but I will never go to a Yankees game. Towns, yeah, no.
Julius just starts laughing.
Unless it's for very, very specific reasoning, I'm not setting my foot in a Yankees game. I'm sorry, Ash. I just can't.
That whole incident ruined baseball for me completely. I'll go to a game if the family really wants to go, but no, the Yankees ask Dad back every year, every season. They want him to throw out the first pitch.
I'm assuming you, say no on his behalf.
The letters get destroyed long before they reach Dad. For Mother's sake, actually, because I know he would want to go, and Mom would probably be upset because it reminds her of how horrible she was.
Julius nods.
Hell, I'm pretty damn sure that all of the B Squad kids would absolutely hate going to a Yankees game.
We were all in Clive's fucking house and we're having a good time and look back and it's like, is that Dad on the pitcher's mound? What? Wait, that is Dad!
Saw Dad in the pitcher's mound, and then we saw Clive in the dugout along with fucking Mortimer, the little halfling piece of shit.
And Clive had a bat that he was bouncing off his open hand looking at Mortimer. When the camera went to the dugout, you could just see Clive bouncing a bat off his open paw.
Honestly, that was the scariest that Clive has ever been to me personally, because that was real hatred in his eyes. I know he's done far worse as Unit Clive, but that was the scariest Clive I've ever seen.
Julius starts to laugh. He points at Sasha. Have you seen when people do that around Carter?
Samantha says it makes him jump. I see he's scared of the Clive Goblin ever since the incident.
Yeah, ever since the incident, Clive Goblin has replaced Katana Clive in his mind.
Well, the Clive Goblin did kill a lot of people.
Not just kill a lot of people, easily killed a lot of people. With barely any effort, killed a lot of people.
What I want to know, before you go, she looks at her soup, takes a bite, is Carter's sword. And I know we bring it up a lot, and I know I'm always met with the same answer. I don't know. I wasn't alive on Ancient Unova to ask Kumul. But what I don't understand, I've watched that Fortune footage back 1,000 times. She's about to kill him. Those Spectre Guard things come up. She summons her little half-ass pansy minions. Calvary. Why does the dragon just not come out and do it? You know what I mean? I'm not even talking about for my daughter's sake getting beat up. I just mean in general. Because Carter is not worthy. Slamming her bull down. His wife is a mess, only going to get worse. He's a fucking loser at times. He's hurt more people around him in the family than helped. That's why! Screaming right in her face. Jeez. Putting her scarf over her mouth.
Julie's leaning back away from
The
Icy.
one time that stupid dragon came out, your daughter gave up on life, wanted to die, and he rallied her back to her feet. That is what a leader is. That is not Carter. Pointing at the door with her finger for some reason. He's like that sometimes, not all the times. He's his father's son. For better or worse. Slurping her soup.
He needs to.
Well, geez, okay, I just wanted an answer.
He needs to find his foundation as a leader, to where he can stay in that position.
Julius didn't start upturning till a little bit older, right? And Julius was in a lot higher of a stress environment. The universe was on the line. Carter will get there, but to expect the dragon to just come out at the whim, yeah. Ask Memory Ann. Go down to their house. Eat dinner with them. I have. Carter cooked you this cannoli. Oh. She groans!
According to Ricky, she said that Carter's responsible for her high firearms test scores.
That is not true. Being a leader is being a leader in combat and out of combat. Kamul was a leader in combat, and he led his civilization out of combat. Maybe Carter's got the in combat down, Sasha, but he does not have the out of combat. And that band says so. Glaring at Sasha. Alright, fine. Just don't understand magic. Don't understand magical swords.
It's the sword of the King of Men, and as much as I love him, Carter is hardly a king amongst men at this point.
It's the sword of the King of Men, not the King of fucking Hard Rock. She starts laughing.
Julius leans over to Pequod.
Note to self. Never bring this up with Icy ever again.
Well, I always wondered why too. Julius whispered, trying not to laugh at her when she's angry.
Julius covers his mouth.
Honey, if you start laughing, I'm gonna start laughing, and that's not gonna be a good situation.
Yeah, she just points at her and laughs.
God
Never
damn.
see her get angry.
Stop laughing, honey.
I just don't understand why it's that hard to understand. Think about it. Really think about it. I wasn't there. I'm just making assumptions, but think! Do you think Kamul's wife was like, oh, Kamul cooked you this venison, Sasha? No. Blankly looking out the door.
You think Kamul's father had gone insane and tried to kill him every other day?
Do you really think, or Icy, do you really think that's what the guy was like? No, yeah, you guys are right. Yeah. I just wish he was a little further along, because Dragon, boom, I feel a lot better about them being out there doing things. God, look, she's so red.
I didn't even realize she could get any color in her pale skin.
I mean, for God's sakes, his mother-in-law got shot up by the Unidyne Systems model Retard. Sasha, oh God.
I see.
You think Kamul's mother-in-law got shot up at the dinner table? And then Memory Ann got so angry she actually punched Carter, point blank, right in the nose. That's why his nose is a little crooked. It's healing from being broke. I offered to heal it, and he said no.
Good boy, I see. Try to breathe. You're starting to look like a tomato with an orange stem.
I just think it's kind of obvious why the sword is... It's going to protect him, it's going to do this, but it's... That dragon isn't coming out until Carter proves, at the very least, he can fix his personal life.
Julius choked on his spit a little. He clears his throat.
I'm sorry, you called Clive a retard, and it's not often that you hear something like that come out of your mouth, Nicole.
Well, if you don't think I don't get angry seeing Memory Ann and Suletta that way, I do. I just keep it to myself. But seeing her all shot up by Clive really got under my skin. And Carter just sitting there rubbing the back of his neck. I'm a horrible son-in-law. And then you asked about the sword and I lost my cool. Did he really say the son-in-law? Yes.
He's a very young man still coming into his own. But by the gods, he's his father's son. I'm sorry, Julius.
Oh, no, it's fine. I made a lot of mistakes when I was younger.
Ricky's my son with all of his dumbassery, so we're kind of even there.
Maybe his auntie telling them this would help Carter. That's not gonna help Carter. Goes back to eating her soup.
Julius looks at Icy. How do you know? How do you know it's not gonna help Carter?
Because everybody thought you were dumb when you were his age. You weren't. She looks right at Julius. You weren't dumb. You were very smart. Maybe not social smart, but a lot of us weren't, Julius. You're not dumb. Neither is your son. He knows he messed up. Every single day he sees Memory Ann doing paperwork for his band, he knows he messed up.
He sees her, giving him the credit for everything she does. I'm sure it eats at him worse than anyone in this room.
You knew you messed up. Looking at Julia.
Of course I did. I wasn't. He crosses his arms. I wasn't stupid. I knew, of course I messed up.
So does he.
Julius sighs. He rubs his face. Does he feel guilty, Nicole? I know you've read his mind. Does he feel guilty about it all? And of course he does, yes.
More guilty than I feel about what I did to you guys when I freaked out like a fucking brat baby. He even feels guilt over Clive, because Clive was nice and normal and cool, for albeit a short time. But yeah.
Julius sighs. At least I raised him right in that regard.
And even though he's messed up like you did because he's your son, he's also your son in that I have full faith in the boy that he is going to grow up to be just as fine of a man as his father.
So what about the time, round about the time do you think the dragon will, after the band? Looking at Oh, that's a shame. He'll be out of the military at that point, though. Oh, well.
At least it'll eventually happen. It's better than him never growing up enough to use the sword to its fullest.
Would be really nice if him and Memory Ann did rejoin the military, because that's a trump card right in my deck of cards there. Got Nicole, got Julius, got the Moon Maiden, and I got Carter. Summon the dragon on command. Yeah, sitting back in his seat thinking about it.
It'd be very nice to have him behind me from time to time if he could do that.
Raise that sword, summon that dragon, there you go. Save Soul for jobs above Carter, save Julius for jobs above Soul, save Nicole for, oh god, jobs.
Oh god, we're all gonna die. The universe is ending. Jobs.
I'd settle for just the cavalry on command, to be completely honest.
It's pretty cool, just, you gotta wonder what else that sword can really do.
Just watch bloody, what are they called? Trebuchets come out of it.
Hurricane, putting her finger.
That'd be pretty cool. God damn.
Imagine Carter and Kamul meeting. I think he'd chop my son's head off.
Yeah, no, I don't really want to imagine that, honestly, Nicole.
I feel like he would be so disgraced that Carter's wielding his sword once he saw Memory and he would chop my beautiful son, who has caused problems, but I love him to death, his head right off.
I don't think he would give Carter the same 1v1 that he gave Davine.
No. No. Shaking her head with Julius at the exact time. No.
He would take one look up and down at my son, shake his head, probably click his tongue, and cut my son's head right off.
That's an Oz calling, pointing down at his computer.
Julius squints his eyes. Put him through on the big computer.
Towns does.
Hi, yes, hi. This is B Squadron reporting. We have reached the planet. We found a tank by one of the platoon's xenomorphs. There's xenomorphs on the planet.
Lots of them. Large infestation. Oh god. You see why I want the dragon? I see not now. Smiling and laughing.
How bad is the infestation? Do you have any exfil plans?
Apparently he's looking at his wrist computer. Commander Anderson, SEAL team leader, has plans. Carter has taken the tank and B squad to what Carter believes is the epicenter of the invasion. What? Looking at us!
He's taken the tank to what he believes is either the xenomorph's nest or where they've been coming from altogether.
That's correct. Yeah, we're at Point Lookout. We're trying to assist with repairs. Nodding his head to get what's left of the civilians out of here. Not a lot left.
And what is his plan with taking the tank to the center of the infestation, may I ask?
Have Samantha blow the fuck out of, pardon my French, the nest. Under a building. That's all we got.
It's a risky plan. It's obvious he has full trust in the rest of the kids, though.
Laz just shakes her head. That's truly all we know, ma'am and sirs. We're just here, like Oz said, assisting with repairs, doing all we can to make civilians and some of the more injured EarthGov troops more comfortable.
If I may recommend, I think we need planet crackers on the way here ASAP. Towns will nod his head and start typing. Actually, I'll just go see to it personally. He runs off.
Laz watches him run off. The infestation is really bad. You can't turn a corner on the colony in the main city without, coming across an entire horde of them, ma'am.
Sasha nodding her head. AC, be safe. First sign of trouble at that point, Lookout, get out.
Yes, ma'am. We will do just that.
Oz and Laz out, nodding his head. Took a tank. He's looking out the door. And led his squad to attack the epicenter of a xenomorph outbreak. Sounds like a Julius plan, actually, if you think about it. It's a good plan.
Julius crosses his arms. I was about to say the same fucking thing. I would have done the same exact thing.
Sounds like a good fucking plan. Nodding her head. See, he's getting there without the dragon. Looking at her suit.
They have the Moon Maiden. They'll be alright. I just know if it were 20 years ago, right now, in the same situation, my ass would be sitting on top of that tank riding into the damn nest.
Damn straight. I'd be right behind Julius.
Julius chuckles. He looks over at Sasha. You do know that I never, I didn't always have full control over motion form, right? It came out when my emotions were extremely high or a dangerous situation, right?
Yeah, but you always handled yourself so well, like... Yeah, I know, I remember, but you always... Maybe you were unprofessional as a soldier, but in combat you were a professional.
Julie shrugs. I was. My son is also quite capable. I mean, sometimes he gets even my mom on the back foot when it comes to dueling.
And his marksmanship has improved dramatically, Sasha. I've done training with him. He's up to snuff.
I'm actually proud of him. Clutching her scarf. I know that sounds crazy because he might... Yeah, I don't want to think about that, but I'm proud of him.
As am I, if... It's not something I would want to think about, but if push came to shove, he's at least holding the xenomorphs off and distracting them from the civilians trying to evac.
And that is exactly what is happening. The tank running out of ammunition, running dry, they fought their way through a lot of bugs.
Carter on top of the tank, breathing heavily.
B squad sound off.
Good. The sound of Sam's gun reloading.
Doing alright, can do this all day.
Ready to go. Giving a thumbs up with Soul on his back.
Ready to kill some more bugs, sir. Oh, you have no idea. I'm doing just fine. As he's cleaning off one of his swords. Carter nods. He strokes his chin, looks into the camera of the tank. Alright, is this the area?
The camera looks around. That building right there. See Wizo, the company name on the top of the building.
Carter nods. What's the motion scanners picking up?
Big. You can hear it. Big group of them. Little ones. Heading from the south right towards us.
Right. Carter hops off the tank and cracks his neck. Well, he turns around. There's nothing to do it but do it, you know what I mean?
Your theory must be right, because this is the biggest group I've seen since this shitstorm started.
Sadly. Carter looks over at Soul with a somewhat somber expression on his face as he shakes his head and unsheathes his sword. We better get ready for a huge fight here. Watch each other's backs. And if we do, we're gonna make it out just fine, like always. As he turns to look at the huge amount of xenomorphs coming towards him.
The tank barrel retracting, lighting up, getting ready to fire. Memory Hand will actually just fire a glob of plasma through, taking out a large group of them as they just start coming. No!
Soul is going to hop off the tank, run up, and she is going to cast as many walls of fire as she possibly can, which it's just 2 for right now.
No! Gosh! Yeah. I'll have the tank just fire a huge... Fires off his cannon. Kills a bunch of them, but they just keep coming. No!
Oh, fuck.
Carter looks back at the tank. Keep firing into the crowd. JJ, start charging up those thunder spears. Elizabeth, let's get some flame grenades going on here. Come on.
Sam will get on the machine gun on the tank, start firing.
Carter is going to duck down, and can he use his leadership stacks to prevent just one of the many groups of xenomorphs in there from coming towards them quicker?
Sure.
Yeah, he's gonna go ahead and do that. Elizabeth is going to put up her gauntlets and fire in one flame grenade, and then a dervish smoke grenade all around them.
Oh no!
Ricky's gonna take a step forward, pull out the Kanabo, and spend 2 Mushin dice to do a smash right here. So let me roll. Bad luck on the roll, but that damage goes out right in front of him.
Soul is going to focus her attention over here, and she will go ahead and start shooting out just a shit ton of lunar bombardments, as many as she can.
Getting the back line.
Carter's going to go ahead and rush forward as JJ is going to start charging up his thunder spears, and he will also go ahead and rush forward. Carter rushing forward. Let's do his attacks first. 3 attacks there. He's going to go ahead and action surge and continue to attack in. So, boom, boom, boom. and then he will go ahead and do an electrical discharge all around him. Jacoby is going to go ahead and go a bit further into the group of xenomorphs and unleash his thunder spear that he's been charging.
Their movement definitely slowing down with the hailstorm memory ends cast. Sam handing Colt off her little micro rocket launcher. He's gonna fire a rocket into the large group here, trying to make some headway. As Sam will just keep shooting, cover Ricky's flank, killing these bastards.
Hey, Colt. How about you catch? And he's gonna throw the crack shot combo bomb into this group.
Yeah, he'll throw the rifle or the rocket launcher on his back and blow a swath through them. The tank, the pilot and the tank is firing, and he'll boom as the ground shakes, blowing them away.
Carter looks towards Soul. I got your back, as he is going to actually pick her up onto his back and start rushing forward, as Soul will focus her lunar energies within herself, let out another scream, and unleash a rolling destruction all around her.
Exploding. Killing them all. Sam's machine gun fire stopping. Ones down at the bottom of the map start running away.
Carter looks around. We seem to have stopped their onslaught. Let's move out, B Squadron. We don't have much more of a chance.
No, you haven't. Lightly over the radio, Sam, look. The ones that were running away stop and about face and start charging right at Kata and company again.
Jesus Christ.
Coming through the earth, manholes spilling out. Nee. JJ surrounded, Soul and Kata surrounded.
Carter looks behind himself to Soul. Soul smiles at him. We got this. He calls out over the radio.
Focus up! Don't get scared! We got this! We are going to make them our bitches!
Yeah, Carter's holding his sword. It starts violently shaking back and forth.
They got nothing on us, Space Squadron! Let me fucking hear some fucking noise!
Carter needs to grip that sword tighter. It's gonna go flying. It doesn't understand what's happening.
Carter starts to grip it tighter and tighter. What the fuck is going on with my sword?
JJ starts to get swept up like he's getting picked up in the air. Sam screams his name. JJ needs to get out of here. Something's going wrong.
JJ looks around. He will ODM over towards the rest of the group.
What is going on with Kata's sword, which I have always hated.
Carter looks around.
Summons a cyclone, actually. Just starts whipping around violently where JJ was, sucking them all in, shredding them up. Didn't know that sword could do that! Sam saying loudly!
I didn't either!
We're gonna
They're this one grabbing, trying to reach to Ricky, clawing into the ground, getting pulled away.
Are we just gonna say that every single mission at this point? Because I'm not complaining if we are.
They all get sucked in and shredded up. Every last one.
Carter just looks at his sword.
Holy shit!
Cyclone that just stands still and doesn't move. That goes against the laws of nature. Looking at it, just spinning them around, and they disappear into the cyclone after they get shredded.
Yeah, no, that logically does not make much sense, does it?
Carter's sword will start to shake, and the cyclone goes back into the tip of the sword.
That's good information to have. I can summon a fucking cyclone.
Xenomorphs, ancient enemies of the ancient Anovians, getting off the tank.
Soul nods. She looks around. Yeah, no, I'd say the sword definitely made quick work of those fuckers.
You kids really pack a punch for such a small squad. Sam, tell me about it. Looking back at the tank and getting off the tank.
Thank you for the compliment, sir.
I'll stay out here. I ain't following you in there. No way I can fit that thing in that building.
Carter looks back and nods towards the tank. Yes, sir. You radio one of us if something comes up, you hear?
Copy that. Colt picking Soul up, looking off in the direction they were trying to run. You ever see those things run, though? No. Look at...
Soul shakes her head. No, they've always just come one after the other. A terrible onslaught.
Scared of your sword, dude. Nodding his head up. Or smarter than we all think. Looking off in the direction they were trying to run.
Carter squinting off in the direction. Honestly, I think it's the latter.
We're not lucky enough for it to be the former.
No, but they're not lucky enough to survive the night. We need to get inside.
Let's move. Move out, B-Squad.
And they do. Unfortunately, find themselves deep under the building, and Carter and Ricky are the first to see an inert portal. And a bunch of eggs.
Carter steps through the door. Shit.
Think we know how they got here.
Colt coming in with Soul. Face it together.
I told you. She holds Colt's hand very tightly, squeezing it almost to the point of it hurting, and she just stares at the portal. It's my fucking fault.
Benny putting Elizabeth behind him. Don't get too close to the eggs. As Sam will go to work, setting up a bomb with JJ covering her.
Carter looks around, looks over at Sam. Sam, you need some help?
I got it. Just, she looks at the egg. Watch the eggs. I'm not looking to give birth.
Carter nods. He walks next to Memorian, who puts his arm around her and gently puts his hand over her mouth, just in case one of those things pop out suddenly.
Mm-hmm. Nodding her head. Colt looking at the teleporter with Soul. It's not your fault I got pinged at that mission.
No, it is. They pinged me as a easily manipulated person. They did it on purpose. They planned it all, honey.
Well, between me being able to walk again and hold you and my daughter, or not, I will take the being able to walk again and deal with the consequences.
Her lip starts to quake a bit as she nods and looks around. When I get back and they finally find out, I'm gonna ask how many people died on this planet.
Knowing that isn't gonna help, though. Yes, it will. Turn it into anger. Arming her bomb.
Soul nods, points at Sam. It'll help me, Colt. It'll help me to know that all this was caused by people that I helped. And I'm gonna turn that into anger. And that anger is going to bring upon them lunar retribution like they've never realized.
These eggs aren't even unhatched yet. Benny looking down at an egg, studying it with his wrist computer. They're unhatched. All those bugs we saw, looking over his shoulder at Carter. All those bugs we saw up there alone, let alone all the way here. Memorian, yeah, under her breath.
Carter nods. Yeah. Don't get too close to them, Benjamin. Just in case. I know you're wearing a mask and all.
Jeez, oh man. He picks Soul up to Elizabeth up to get her away from the egg.
Yeah, didn't actually fully understand what Dad meant when he said that these things infested like nothing else.
Doesn't matter whose fault it is. They hear the sound of a bomb being armed. Not right now. All that matters now is getting back to Gateway. Turning back and looking at the group. Colt, I second that. Picking Soul up.
Carter nods. I third that, with his hand still over Memory Ann's mouth.
Let's get the fuck out of here. Now. Colt walking Soul out.
Move out, B Squadron.
Yes, sir.
Rebecca finds herself on Father Goodscar's lap with all the candy.
She has 3 bags around her. She sticks her hand into the one to her right, eats the candy. Oh my god, this is so good. Sticks the hand in the bag in front of her, and then the bag to her left. Oh my god, is this what heaven is? I think this is heaven.
Integra wants a seesaw partner. Jace is the only one available, but Jace is too busy going around ranting, worrying about Samantha.
I mean, is she okay? She's out there with that bastard JJ. She's just out there, and no one's there to protect her. I'm not there to protect her. I need to be there to protect her. Jace? God. Oh God, what if she's being roofied right now? Jace! Oh God. This is not good. He starts to walk up to Integra. This is not good. She just reaches her hand back and slaps him right across the face. Get on the fucking seesaw and play with me. Please, God, Jace. He rubs his cheek. Ow. Yeah, ow. Get on the fucking seesaw. Okay, Jesus. He walks over to the seesaw, hops onto it. Will you at least listen to my words about Samantha? If you say one more word about Samantha, I'm walking over there and I'm tearing your tongue out of your skull. If you say one more thing about Samantha. He nods to himself, but he continues to just mumble to himself about his plans to take down JJ and Samantha and save Samantha.
Hunk rubbing Hale's cheeks with his thumbs. She happily waves the drawing at Hunk. He's smiling down at her. Yeah, he drew that for you, didn't he? He waves it harder.
He is a little artist, isn't he, darling?
Favorite drawing. How many copies of that you got? She just keeps waving it happily at him. He laughs loudly.
Davine laughs as she looks at Hunk, and then down at Hale, and then back up at Hunk. And what she sees is a younger Hunk playing with a very young looking Icy in her mind. Puts a hand on her chest, and then she looks down at Thomas and sees a very young Julius on her lap. And Davine starts to cry.
You okay? He looks over at Davy.
She's like, she's doing the thing that women usually do, waving her hand in front of her face.
What's wrong? Coming over with King Dirt.
It's beautiful. It's a beautiful sight to see, don't you think? It's like little Icy and my husband, you know? And I have my little boy right here. She's petting Thomas's head.
Oh yeah, he picks Hale up, puts his arm around Davine. He kind of lost in trance there for a second, but yeah, that's what I was thinking about.
Davine smiles at Hale. We're gonna make sure she's the happiest girl on the entirety of the lane, aren't we?
She's gonna be, and him, all of them. Over our dead bodies, will they not be happy?
Over our goddamn dead bodies. If they're ever truly, truly unhappy, then I feel like we'll have failed as grandparents, and I just don't know if I can handle that.
No, we did enough failing together between the two of us when it came to their parents.
Davy nods, especially me to poor Julius. And Icy, just... God.
I think my failures with Julius are not... I don't think I failed that many times. A lack of action on my part for sure, certain areas. But with Nicole, you know mine. I don't gotta list them off. You've heard me bitch about my... Yeah, you know. We're in the same boat.
Davine thins her lips and gives him a kiss on the cheek. Well, we can most certainly do better with these two, can't we?
Well, when you have them as a baby, it's wonderful, and then you get to watch them grow and evolve, and you can help them through it and be with them hand in hand. When you get them when they're adults, even Nicole, she was 15. There's a whole person there at like 10, right? It's a lot harder when they're older. A lot harder. Things are a lot more complicated. They're going through puberty. Oh. I remember asking Nicole, I was like, so tell me something. Do you like guys or girls? Oh, God.
You really asked her that, honey?
I just wanted to know. That way is like, oh, that guy's trying to hit on her. I'm going to kill him. He points off into the... Or if it's like a girl, you ain't getting with that crazy goth chick. No way.
Davine starts to laugh. Honey!
I had to know. As I asked her like the second or third week we were together, and she was like, boys. I like boys. Oh, good. All right. Wait, that's not good.
Davine, laughing, she hugs around Hung's bicep. I think that was very endearing of you, honey.
I remember there was a joke around Sword Base. I wasn't there often at that point in time in my career and his career, but there was a joke going around the Arcane Council that he tried to tell her, "Oh, you don't want to be in a relationship ever. No, you don't want to. You trust me, it's not worth it." Well, I mean, I didn't want her to get hurt, so it was like, "You don't need a boyfriend. No, ever. You don't want one. Boys they got cooties. You don't want to be with them." Cooties at the age of 15.
You told the 15-year-old girl that boys had cooties.
Well, that's what I thought about girls when I was like 7. Still at a 7 being the opportune number.
Davine starts to giggle as she looks down at Hale, leans forward. Do boys have cooties, sweetie?
She shakes her head no and points at Thomas.
Exactly, boys don't have cooties.
Well, either way, didn't really stop anything once she met Banksy, which I'm grateful for. But yeah, just had to keep an eye on her,
Davine sighs and nods. Well, I must say this, darling. When comparatively, when our children were around 15 or so, you were the far better parent out of the two of us.
Julius, you were with Gallia. Was that before you met Mr. Got My Head Lobbed Off by Lorelei? Dale Kingsman.
Davy nods. Julius met Dale around 18. When he was 15, I was a rat in his pocket, and I was just doing my best, and we did not have the best of relationships at that point.
She lobbed that guy's head off. You remember that? Oh, yeah. He don't cross Earth Cup when Lorelei's in charge. That's why she was the best. Rubbing her nose with her finger.
Oh yes, no, when Lorelei wanted to send a message, she sent that message home, and then I can't remember who told me about it. It was either Julius or Ash, but afterwards, they had, oh god, what were their names? Magni and Emir, I believe they were.
Oh, she fed them to the Mana Saver. I remember. She looks off. I wasn't there, but he covered her eyes, I believe, Julius. Nicole. She murdered them. She laughed.
Davy nods. Yes, exactly. It was so horrid looking that Julius covered Nicole's eyes from having her see all of that.
Gotta miss that a little bit, that like ruthless edge had back then in the military.
Truthfully, I sort of do miss that ruthless edge about everything. If you crossed us, well, there weren't any second chances back in the day.
Just tell that to the Epsilon Squad guy that got mini nuked. She looks off into the distance.
David starts to laugh. Well, he was shooting fire at my entire family. I had to send a message home to him, most certainly.
It did break their formation. It worked. It definitely worked. Broke their formation and their plan. Cocksuckers.
Those sons of bitches, they made my daughter throw up like you couldn't even believe. I hate those people.
Hunk will go to say something and, oh god. Notice Rebecca! She's fine. Father's tending to her. Let them play, gesturing to Thomas and Hale. Alright, Davine will set Thomas down on the jungle gym. They'll go over to Rebecca. Come sit down over here. Oh, Father's taking good care of his granddaughter there, dear. Look at that.
Oh yes, he's doing a very good job. A natural parent. As she reaches into the candy bag and eats a gummy worm.
Well, you know Jasper and Nora. He raised good children. Off to college now. Yeah, we're taking online courses. Well, same difference.
Yes, I do believe he's quite proud of Jasper and Nora, is he not?
Oh, incredibly. He's proud of all the Rainfall children. Except Carter. Really?
Right.
Looking over at Suletta?
Is that so? Does he ever give any reasoning as to why?
He just struggles to forgive Carter sometimes. It's hard to explain. She looks away in shame. Sure that's not you talking? No, it's Father talking, thank you.
Davine just reaches out and holds Suletta's hand and nods towards her. It's Father talking.
I tried to talk him out of it sometimes, but after I got shot up last Sunday, Father said enough was enough. Yeah, Father's got the patience of a king, that's for sure.
He most certainly does. A king among kings, that man. More patience than King Solomon himself.
I think Father would feel a lot better if he just clocked Carter, Oh, he could never do that. Looking at Father. I'm sure he could if he really put his mind to it.
Davine looks at Suletta. I think he would feel far better if he did it, and I do believe somewhere, somehow in his mind, he knows he can, and that he should.
Really? I mean, didn't Memory Ann punch Carter, you said? Yes, I was unconscious at the time, but yeah. She felt better.
I'm sure that she felt better. Perhaps Father should take a page out of his granddaughter's book.
I implore him to, actually. Oh, really? Looking at Hawkins. Oh, yeah, I would be right behind him. If anybody said anything bad, I'd say, look, motherfucker, Father's got every reason. I'd have Father's back completely.
If anyone said anything awry about it, in fact, he should feel comfortable in knowing that his, she smiles at Suletta, his other daughter will be fully willing to crack some skulls for him.
Oh, well, I'll discuss it with Father in private. Looking at...
Very good, darling, very good. She holds up Suletta's hand and gives it a quick kiss and pats her on the knee.
Give me a gummy worm. Chewing it, taking it, and chewing it, and looking at the back of Father's head. Raising an eyebrow.
Davine chuckles as she herself will take a gummy worm and start eating it.
That was probably the last fight you were ever in, huh? What? Eating a gummy worm? The black armored guys. Epsilon squad. Oh, yeah, I think. He looks at Davine. Pretty sure, yeah, that was it for us, right? So, yeah.
Davine looks up. I do believe it was, oh dear Jesus.
Well, that's a way to go out. But, well, look who I'm talking to. But you've been with him 20 years, you watch sports all the time, but in sports, they say go out on the top. That's what happens to a lot of the best athletes, right? They stay in the sport to try and win one more time, and then that one more time becomes one more time, and then before you know it, they're 5, maybe 6 years too old to be playing, and they feel like they're making a fool of themselves and retire in shame. When they have every right to retire and rest on their laurels and be proud of themselves. Yeah, that happened to a lot in general in sports, but basketball players, absolutely.
Davy nods. I've certainly heard that saying quite a few times, specifically spoken by, Hunk and everything while he's watching sports quite a bit.
Loved Shaq. She knows Shaq. We watched old Laker playoff games. I got the DVD. Shaq. Yeah, that was Shaq.
Davy nods. I mean, I don't know if this necessarily applies, but Kobe Bryant, he went out while he was on top, correct?
Yes, Hunk nods his head. Kobe went out on top. Shaq stayed in the league, and by the end, it was hard to watch him. Same with Michael Jordan. So, but I actually know that name, and yes, yeah.
Davy sighs and shrugs. I suppose sometimes it's just the love of the game, wanting to teach the new generation that keeps the old people or the old athletes going in those games or something like that.
Yeah, I can see that. I mean, yeah, chasing that high of winning. Why are we talking about this? You don't like sports. No reason. Looking right at Hunk and Davey.
Davy thins her lips and shrugs. But yes, no, it's been about 21 years or so since the Epsilon squad fight.
Are we trying to imply that we're too old to go out there and... Yes. And yes, Father agrees.
I'll have both you and Father know that me and Hunk are still quite capable combatants.
Oh, it's not a matter of capability, it's a matter of responsibility. Playing with the thing on her lap, scratching his head as he feeds her some she feeds him some lettuce. Responsibility, not capability.
She looks at Soletta. Is it not our responsibility to want to help our children in any way possible?
Oh, absolutely. Good parents would want to, but unfortunately, you're not in the military anymore.
Davine sighs. She looks at Hunk. I'm so sorry. I do feel like I forced you out of the military.
He puts his hand up to say something, and Suletta, and let's be frank, you're a swordswoman. You are nothing compared to Nevermore. Just like you're nothing compared to Julia. Hunk looks away. They're in charge now. They're the protectors now, and they are quite capable, in part thanks to you.
My daughter is the most powerful thing in the universe. But that still doesn't mean that I wouldn't protect her to my very dying breath, Suletta.
Did Patricia put you up to this? Yes. Looking at
Oh, she's trying to get you to convince us to not want to go out there and fight alongside them.
Mostly, yes. I mean, believe me, I'd like to go out. I would love to kill some things. Technically speaking, we were in a fight against that plague drake, but it wasn't much of a fight, if you remember.
We took that thing down quicker than, well, you could say plague drake.
Well, yeah, and I mean, I'm not taking anything away from Nicole, but she didn't even do anything except eat it to assimilate it as a magical monster Pokemon thing. So let it laugh. Summons familiar is the term. But anyway, yeah. And that shows that when we get together, we can do a lot. Regardless of who's the strongest or how fast Julius is.
Davy nods. Besides, it's always good to have a swordswoman on your side, or at least that's my opinion about it.
Well, I don't disagree, but your children do.
Sadly, they do.
I want you to be happy. You should be happy you have good children. My son-in-law gets me beat up on a regular basis.
Davine just sighs as she rubs her face and nods. I am happy that our children want us to be happy, but the happiness of a parent also comes from the happiness of the children, and if our children are stressed out and worried about things and worried about like xenomorphs invading us and stuff like that, well, it would make us feel quite a bit better if we were there with them.
Well, good luck ever getting them to agree to let you go. They're never gonna let you. And maybe Nicole would agree, but the other two, good luck.
Davian shakes her head.
No, Julius and Pequot are far more hard-headed than Nicole.
Yeah, Strokey is chill. Besides, with jobs like this against these type of people, like these strat type of guys, the cloak and dagger-esque, it usually doesn't end like in some grandiose battle. You'd be surprised. He nods his head. It ends with somebody getting a bullet in the back of their fucking head. Believe me, I was the one putting the bullet there back in the day. So that I highly doubt there'll be a grandiose battle on Mars to decide the fate of the planet Earth and Mars. Oh, and the moon.
Davian chuckles and shakes her head. No, I hardly doubt it. It's not Old Smoky's way, from at least what we've heard, to show off that kind of power, I suppose you can say.
If I had to put my money on it, it will end with either a sword swing or a Kai blade going through that guy's neck. And then, hopefully, our daughter killing the Rippa guy, because that's what she wants. And that would be my guess. An assassination, if you will.
Davian chuckles. Or the good old Smoky gets a good old moonbeam right down into his face.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, that's true. She wants him. Yeah, probably how it's gonna end. Very anticlimactic. That's how it tended to go back in the day.
I still think it's going to feel good for those kids, though.
Well, they need to kill him and get out then. And then all this about us going and helping is washed down the drain.
Davy nods, and then we can start on having even more children.
More children, more vacations, more everything fun. Isle Delfino was great. Even with Clive.
Oh yes, no, it was an absolute blast. I do want to go there again, with the entire family, of course.
Benjamin popping. We had a talk with him the other day about it while Elizabeth was in the shower. He said he's waiting for the right moment. I think he's getting cold feet, so whenever I'm not sure. Soon, hopefully.
Davy nods. Hopefully, to him, at least, the right moment presents itself, and then he'll, be ready to propose to my dear old daughter.
She'll probably cry, fall to her knees. Yeah.
She is going to be ecstatic, probably jump into his arms and wrap herself around him like a spider monkey.
Well, I think Elizabeth has thought for a long time she's gonna have to be the one to propose, so this should make her day, make her month, make her year.
Make her entire life, and that's infinity, darling.
To be honest, I kind of thought she would have to be the one till the day he walked into our office at the academy with the ring. So let her laugh.
To be honest, I fully agreed with that, honey. It just... It just seems that way, that she would have to be the one to take big steps like that in their relationship.
Thankfully, putting his arm around Davy, and he's growing up a little. And maybe after the wedding, they'll ease out of the house. I'm getting the feeling that's gonna happen. I would think so. Nodding her head.
I mean, when you get married, you just plain old want some more independence. No matter if you're a mama's boy or a daddy's girl or what have you. You just want that independence.
Yeah, and I know Elizabeth wants it. They get married, I think she'll wear the pants and it'll be zip zim boom, just like JJ, out of the house. Thank God.
Oh, I'm 100% sure. As soon as those kids are hitched, they're going to want out of that house. So, Elizabeth can do very special things that a wife should do for her husband.
Like walk around naked.
Like walk around naked, and I'll be able to do that for you.
The day we get rid of them is going to be one of the happiest days of my life.
It is going to be... Would it be bad if we were to throw a party?
No, just the two of us. Get some nachos, some salsa, maybe a burrito or two. I'll be skipping out on that one.
Davy chuckles. Oh, yes. We'll be having a little party, just me and my wonderful husband, Mark.
He pumps his eyebrows, pokes Davine in the stomach, and gestures with his eyes towards Suletta. Suletta, do you remember when you disciplined Elizabeth? She looks blankly. Remind me, I don't remember.
Davine turns around towards Suletta. I believe he's speaking about down at Woodbury, darling.
Oh, soldier girl. Ha! What a joke. She looks off into the distance. I mean, it's not a joke. She's trying to be so tough, biting her little hand to stop herself from screaming. I hadn't even really applied pressure yet. It's... Clears her throat. Well, we're grateful you did. Imagine if Father was like a cryomancer like you and Memory Ann, and he could get his whole fist in ice and just, hey, Carter, this is what we got to talk about something here. Bam! Oh, that would be so out of character for Father.
It might be out of character, darling, but, she looks around. Haven't we all done things that are slightly out of character during our time with the Rainfalls?
Yes, but some of us have an image to maintain, Father has an image to maintain, if you will.
That is quite true, darling. Father does have a very important image to maintain, but would that image not be even better received than it already is if he's seen as someone who doesn't take no nonsense from Carter, just as an example?
I'm sorry, I have to go speak with Father privately about something. Take the animal. Puts it on Davine's lap. They see her come over here, set Rebecca down on the ground with Thomas and Hale. Gives Rebecca and Thomas and Hale all the candy Rebecca was eating, and quickly walk off with Father.
Davine, with a wide smile on her face, she looks at Hunk. Oh, darling, I think we've done something quite wonderful.
Yeah, I was starting to pick up on that. I think Father is like part of her subconscious.
I do believe he is. He is a conduit for emotions that she would rather people not know that she has, I do believe.
I think Carter's gonna get it when he comes home.
Oh, yes, a fist of ice right into his face.
Well, until then, as Hale and Rebecca together using their magic levitating Rebecca onto the horse together, we'll just enjoy the view. Smiling.
Davine smiles, petting King Derp as Rebecca lets out a yee-ha!
The kids coming home, worried parents, and boom. Carter, nice and proud at the front of the pack.
Carter walks in, gives them all a salute, lowers the salute. Mission successful, ma'am.
Cyclone. Icy clapping.
Carter lets out a bit of a smile. He scratches his chin. Yes, ma'am, Cyclone.
Well, we'll just add that to the laundry list of things Kamul's sword could fucking do that we didn't know about. Writing it down, she actually has a list. Raising an eyebrow, looking at the list.
Julia stands up a bit, looks at the list. Damn, that thing's getting pretty long.
Cavalry, guardsman, dragon, cyclone. What's next, Carter?
Carter puts his hands up. I could not tell you, ma'am.
I'll put money on ballistas.
Archers.
That's another good guess.
Drook, putting her finger up.
Julius nods. You know what? I'll put my money on trebuchet.
Ooh,
I'll put mine on Druk with Nicole.
Getting a bit fancy, aren't you, Julius?
What can I say? I like the idea of a trebuchet being summoned.
Carter chuckles. He looks at all of the higher ups in front of him. Like I said, mission was successful. We brought back as many people from the platoon and the one SEAL that was left, Commander Anderson, back.
Give Carter a hug.
Carter takes the hug. He looks around. Thanks, Mom? As he gives her a hug back, a bit confused.
Very proud of you. That is what I always wanted to see out of you, not you know what not.
Carter nods. I just say it, Mom, me being a little bitch.
Yes, that is what I always wanted to see. Taking initiative, solving the problem. I see, yeah, that was totally a Julius move. Shaking her head in a good way, I mean. Then she starts nodding at the take the tank, charge the enemy stronghold.
And Julius just starts laughing. Shit, dude, I would have totally been. I'm proud of that. He stands up and gives him a hug. I'm proud of you, son. That was a fucking me kind of plan. I love that, dude.
Were not for Carter and B Squad and the tank operator Dizzy and the tank who also made it out, I think Point Lookout would have been overrun very quickly. As you saw, the defenses there were not much.
And given all the shit that, all of the bugs that we were fighting when we got to the building, ma'am, I think all of those would have been running towards Point Lookout if we weren't there.
Damn straight. They would have been coming to the last bastion of live people on that colony, unfortunately.
And
Well, thank God you guys were there then.
And Julius looks at Carter and nods.
Thank God you invaded their stronghold when you did.
He smiles at Carter and rubs the top of his head as he goes back to sit down.
and you're sure you completely destroyed their nest?
Wasted. Handing JJ a large soda from the fountain machine. Completely wasted. 70 pounds of Semtex. Nothing left.
Well done.
JJ chuckles. He takes a sip of the drink. If there's an egg left in that little nest that they built up, then my name is actually Jacoby.
Well, you did the right thing, pushing the enemy frontline offensive and buying time for the civilians, but Towns will shrug. Either way, gonna, Sasha crack the planet.
Carter nods. Understood, ma'am. I think it needs to be done.
I don't think there's any redeeming, saving a planet like that. And if I was to send your father or your aunt, they would, granted, get the job done, but how much damage would have to be caused? And then at that point, I see, shaking your head.
Soul shakes her head.
At some point, we just stopped caring about collateral damage, honestly, ma'am. There were bugs coming at us from all angles, and there was nothing we could do. If we needed to destroy a building, we needed to destroy a building to kill those bugs.
When you went underground in the building on your combat footage, the camera cuts out. That's on your wrist computers. Don't really know why that happened. Could be how deep underground you were. What did you find? The nest? A queen?
Carter goes to say something and Soul puts her hand up.
The portal room.
Oh. She looks away, sadly. Oh.
With a, inert portal, ma'am. So, those were shut down, luckily, but the damage is obviously already done.
Alright. I didn't ask to get that answer, but I'll take the answer. I'm sorry you had to see it. What about a big one? An egg layer. Ash knows there should be somebody laying those eggs. It's like, what the fuck?
There's got to be someone laying them there. They don't just appear from nowhere.
Nothing, sir. Holding Soul in his arms, there was just tons of unhatched embryos. No big ones. We didn't even see any big ones on the surface. Just little ones scuttling around everywhere.
Yeah, we saw some of the slightly armored little ones, but nothing big.
Got to talking to Commander Anderson. They got swarmed by little ones. They never saw a big one either.
Normally there's at least a couple big ones.
Could have been deeper under the ground. Maybe in an ant chamber. She puts her finger out to Julius, like, you know how ants have chambers for the queen, something like that.
And Julius nods, and that was just the larva room where the queen lays the eggs.
Cold shrugs, maybe. I don't know anything about those things, but we were pretty damn deep underground to begin with. We had to walk down like 40 flights of stairs, then through the sewers, and in the teleporter room. We found it.
Maybe they moved her out of Dodge when you attacked their fortress?
It could be, very well could be. I mean, it was a disaster zone for them above ground. The tank, we let loose everything we had: rockets, moon maiden assaults, cyclones, thunder spears, machine guns. And they actually ran from us, believe it or not. But then, strangely enough, they turned. Sam, they turned, looked at us, tilted their head, and started running at us. And more of them came. That implies intelligence. Looking around with her eyes. Like, oh.
Well, we've always thought they were decently smart, and, well, to put it simply, rats are smart enough to get off a sinking ship, so what are they capable of?
Well, if they ran away, stopped, that means they were regrouping for an attack. She smacks her lips. That's maybe worrying.
They faked a surrender.
Julius chuckles as he scratches the back of his neck. Oh, those bugs are smarter than we ever thought they were.
The whole reason that's weird is there should have been a big one commanding and controlling them if they were acting like that, from what we know. Nodding her head. Pequod, exactly. When we fought them, there was a big one, and they did weird things. You've seen the footage now. But they did weird things, like wait right outside of Nicole's fire barrier and just watch her, because they were stacking there. For the second the barrier went down, to all dogpile on her. They did other weird shit. Remember, Julius? They climbed up on that big one to protect him from you guys shooting him and punching him and whatever you were doing.
Julius nods. They were acting as, living shields for the big one.
Prior to that, she puts her finger up. I was in the ship watching. I had a bird's eye view. Prior to that, as Alpha 9 made their way through the city, they were just running around randomly, killing people, attacking people, grabbing people, pulling them into buildings and stuff. And then when that big one showed up, that's when it all got, like, serious mode.
That's, in my experience, the smaller ones act on instinct when alone, but they act like troops when there's a big one to direct them.
Oz getting Laz a slushie, handing it to her. We didn't have too much time to observe, but what we did see was early on when they were following the tank, yeah, they were just basically like swarming through buildings at B Squad, and I should say Carter's B Squad. Nods his head. But after that, we went to Point Lookout to call you guys.
Julius nods. Yeah, no, that's basically how it was happening. They were basically sending themselves on a death march against people they couldn't really take on, I suppose you could say. One after the other, and then he shakes his head. And then they stopped when what we're talking about, faked a surrender, like the Major said. Turned around and just started coming right back at us with even more, almost like someone told them to do it over an ear comm or something like that.
Well, there probably was a big one there. Maybe not as deep as you went. Hell, maybe it wasn't even underground at all. Maybe it was in a completely different building. But you know what? Now there's no building for it to be in. Planet's been cracked officially as of 14 seconds ago. He looks at his wrist computer. So, fuck it. Indeed. Holding Carter's hand, kissing it.
I know that this may feel like a bit of a loss that it had to be cracked, but don't think of it like that. Once these things dig in, there is no digging them out.
Yeah, we'll relocate the survivors and we'll put them somewhere. It wasn't an EarthGov colony, but we'll reimburse them as much as we can.
You escaped with your lives, saved multiple of those soldiers' lives, and got civilians out. Against xenomorphs, that is about as much of a victory as one could ever expect.
And unlocked another weird fucking tool from the Swiss Army knife that is that sword. Pequot chuckle.
Carter lets out a chuckle as he looks down to where he has the sword sheathed and nods. Does seem to just. Who knows? Maybe next time I'm gonna find a fucking corkscrew to open up some wine when I really need it.
But did you feel anything like the dragon's presence with you, or like the growing magical mantra of a dragon, or some spellcaster icy sigh? Carter knows why the dragon doesn't come.
Carter raises an eyebrow to Sasha.
Because if you ran into a big one, I don't think that cyclone's going to be much help, nor is that cavalry, but that dragon, on the other hand, Carter.
Ma'am.
Yeah.
The dragon's not gonna come to me. At least. Carter looks at Memoran and then back at Sasha. Until you know what.
It came once, it will come again. Holding Carter's hand.
And Carter raises an eyebrow. Yeah, it'll come to me someday.
Well, I'd feel a lot better about you guys going into combat against them with a dragon on your flank, that's all.
Trust me, ma'am. I would too.
We had a tank, it was enough.
Yeah, no, JJ looks over his shoulder. We had to cover it, Mom. Don't worry. It was. We all got out of there spick and span, so don't worry about it, okay?
Okay. She nods her head. Lacey, why don't you guys go back to the apartment, get out of that gear, wind down for a bit, and then head down to Mom and Dad's house. Dad's making more soup. Oh, I actually missed the soup, so yeah. He's got, well, not making, he's got more soup left for dinner. I didn't get any. Look at Carter.
And Carter nods. Yeah, no. I'm pretty sure someone offered me some, but then I refused it. I was watching you.
I did, trying to help you out there, but you were busy. It's fine.
Oh, thank you, Oz, for doing that for me, man. Thank you.
The B Squad kid's walking up. Pequod's head turning towards Sasha. Icy, feel the mantra and presence of a dragon. Oh, she grows.
Sasha, I want you to describe to me in extreme detail what you think the mantra of a dragon sounds like.
Maybe you hear like the sound of its claws, like shing, and then like the tempered labor breathing of a large beast. Icy, no. Shaking her head.
Julie's just with a huge smile on his face starts to laugh.
I imagine that would scare the ever-loving shit out of Carter if he's fighting xenomorphs at the time.
How the hell would you be able to focus on protecting yourself and the rest of your squad when you hear the mantra of a dragon in your head?
Julia's continuing to laugh. He looks at Pequod. Honey, you gotta be honest with me here. When you command Dez and your fleet of dragons to do stuff, do you feel the mantra of the dragon going through you?
No, and I feel like I'm doing something wrong, I guess. She shrugs. Sasha, yeah, very funny.
Oh, don't worry about it, Sasha. Not all of us really understand how the mantra of the dragon feels.
I'm sorry I didn't read too many spellcasting books coming up in my career. I was reading other books like military history and tactics. And you see, she points to where Carter walked off. He even knows why the dragon doesn't come. Give him a couple years, then he will be feeling the mantra of Kabul's dragon.
I'm so jealous I've never gotten to feel the mantra of the dragon.
Yeah, same. And I work with them every day.
Yeah, Nicole, why don't you let us feel the mantra of the dragon? Come on.
Oh, you must be very special to feel the mantra. It's like if you have balls, it makes your balls tingle.
Oh damn.
If you have boobs, it makes your nipples hard. Be quiet.
Oh my god, are you kidding me? I
Carter knows the dragon's coming when his nipples get hard and his balls tingle.
I bet Clive is always feeling the mantra of a dragon. I mean, he is the Beastmaster.
Fixes his crotch. About that time, Camus dragons come and scar. My nipples are getting frosty.
That's why he fixes his crotch so much, because his balls are just constantly tingling.
That's where the dragon's really summoned from. Carter's massive fucking sack. Such alright. Fine, enough. Never gonna live that one down.
No, you are not.
Carter's massive fucking sack. Down here, Siletta eating the soup. Hunk looks over. Father's really enjoying that English toffee, huh, Siletta? Oh, yes, he is. Well, Rebecca seems to be enjoying it more. What's Rebecca doing?
Rebecca, she's double fisted this English toffee. She has some in one hand, eating it out of the other, and then switching the hand and reaching the empty hand into the bag to pull out more toffee. It's like she never has an empty mouth while she's eating this toffee.
Hey, Jace, buddy, you don't gotta sit over there alone. You know, why don't you come sit with the rest of us? Jace is talking to another picture of Suki, Sam.
Oh, my darling Suki. Sam, you are just the most gorgeous thing in the world. You truly are.
Leave him alone. He's enjoying himself. Continue.
Did I not tear that up?
You enjoying your coffee there, Pequod Jr.?
Integra looks over at Hunk, who holds up her coffee and takes in a big sip. Yes, I am, Grandpa.
Good. Good. Not as good as the Starbucks one, but luckily Uncle Banksy can make a good frappuccino. Looking at it.
Yes, darling, for Frappuccino.
You know, one time, a long time ago, it was during the Headhunters. I won't bore you too long with it, but it was during the Headhunters. They were like, "Hey, we want Starbucks." I was like, "Oh yeah, I know what that is." It was before it was Saint Bucks. So Pequod was like, "Here," and she pulled up the directions. And I was like, all right, get out and go get your coffee. And they said, no, go through the drive-thru. And I was like, all right, fine. And I was driving. So there I am in the drive-thru. And I'm like, all right, tell me what you want. And Patricia said this like 18 syllable word for a cup of coffee. And I tried to, it was like, I want a frappe, sava blaga, chai mocha. And the lady on the fucking other end was just laughing at me. And there was Nicole, Julius, and Pequod all laughing at me.
Oh, darling. I'm sorry you had to go through that, darling.
They did it on purpose. Yeah, I know. I was like, why can't you just have a black cup of coffee? Oh no, we want our 20 credit a pop fucking cups of coffee.
They needed the venti frappuccino.
Yeah, that's the word, like venti, caramel, yakimaka, macchiato.
Oh, I bet you that Julia's got like the most, or at least asked you for like the most, I don't know how else to put it, fruity sounding drink possible.
Yeah, and then he was like, make sure you get extra foam on the top for me. And I was like, oh, come on, you fucking princess.
David starts to chuckle. Oh, they most certainly did it to you on purpose, darling.
Yeah, well, never took him to Starbucks again after that. And then it became Unit Bucks, but yeah. Was Kevin Bucks for a while there, Saint Bucks, but Pequod bought that one up from Tom and turned it into Clive's face on the logo. Good God.
Oh, yes. He's on the siren's, like, body.
Watch this, Hale. Covering her fist in ice. Hale, ooh, eyes go big. Hung, oh, looking at it, smiling.
Thomas's eyes widen as he stands up in his seat. He points to her hand and then points to his own hand and gestures around like, "Can I do that?"
I'll teach you both someday, yes. But not today. Looking at her fist!
Thomas nods. He sits down next to Hale. She's probably going to use that to hit someone.
Uncle Carter, stroking Thomas on the head.
For sure. My brother is going to get his ass handed to him.
Ha! Busting, well, not busting, but coming through Pequod, Julius and Icy. Icy, walks away!
Julius staring at Jace. He walks up behind him.
Now, honey, please, dear Lord, tell me I'm wrong, but is he trying to feed the seafood soup to that fucking picture?
Yes, and that seafood soup is like gold because the man hasn't cooked it in years. Destroy the picture.
Julius will take the picture from Jace. His eyes widen as the picture is taken, and he lights the picture on fire.
Now looking at pictures of Suki while you eat your seafood soup. Jace.
I'm the chairman around here. I give the orders. Squinting at Jake!
And Julius smacks Pequod on the ass.
Chairman of the fucking Rainfalls.
What does Jace do as she walks over to greet her parents?
Yeah, you're the chairman of the Rainfalls? I'll show you who the fucking chairman of the Rainfalls is. It's me. I'm the chairman of the Rainfalls, goddammit.
What the fuck did he just say? Hale looking over at Jace, then Thomas and Integra. Even Rebecca heard it, stops eating her English toffee.
Rebecca's mouth is wide open, hearing Jace say that. Integra's entire face turns a beet red just out of anger as her hand starts shaking while holding the coffee mug. And Thomas just shakes his head. Something that none of us are ever going to repeat. You all hear me? Ever going to repeat.
Heard. Hale kissing Thomas on the cheek as Memory Ann goes straight for a bowl of soup. Everybody looks kind of tuckered out today. Sam taking off her clothes.
And JJ nods. He lets out a bit of a yawn and stretches. Yeah, I would say so. I would say we're a bit tuckered today. He sits down next to Sam, hands on the floor in front of him. We had to fight off some xenomorphs today, Dad.
But, see, they're all fine and accounted for, so is Ricky. She shrugs.
Sol nods.
Came from, you know, the teleporters. They made their way through and stuff.
Bring her over here to Rebecca, handing Rebecca the soul colt. Memory Ann, it was, I wouldn't use the word fabulous, but we handled it. We crushed them. Carter's sword summoned another trick, a cyclone. He's just confused.
Carter nods over to Hunk. Yeah, no, I just was yelling out orders, trying to, you know, rally the group because a whole horde of xenomorphs was coming towards us, and the sword started vibrating and shaking, and an entire fucking cyclone came out and sucked all of them up.
And shredded them violently. Sam guiding JJ to the hot tub.
Extremely violently, like to the point where there was not a trace of them left as the cyclone went back into my sword.
We kicked ass. Wrapping her legs around JJ.
JJ wraps his arms around her. I mean, not to toot our own horns, but the xenomorphs didn't stand a fucking chance against us.
And why wasn't I told about this, Nicole? Don't put it on me. Put it on him. Pointing at Julie.
Julie's gestures over to Izzy and then himself. It's just as much my fault that that you weren't informed about this.
Don't blame your daughter. You shouldn't put that type of pressure on her, father. She is actually your youngest. I know. He nods his head. Besides, it's my decision, really, at the end of the day, and you didn't need to know.
Julius shrugs.
Exactly. You guys aren't a part of the military. You guys didn't need to know about this.
It would have ruined your good day you had. Oh, by the way, the kids are fighting hundreds of xenomorphs right now. See ya, hanging up the phone. Oh.
Julius shakes his head. What you guys do need to know is you should be very proud of your children and your grandchildren and so on and so forth. They did a wonderful job. Julius leans forward to Hunk. Carter came up with a Julius plan, dude.
Julius plan looks over at Carter. I see charge the xenomorph stronghold with a tank. And only his squad. Yep, that's a Julius plan.
That's a me plan, alright.
And it paid off. Eating a second bowl of soup.
Carter chuckles, eating his soup. It definitely paid off.
So those godforsaken teleporter. Well, I guess they're not godforsaken, but they weren't made for evil purposes. But what Spender's plan was all along. Oh yeah.
Salt nods. Yeah, it was inert, luckily, so from that we can, surmise that all the other teleporters have been shut down, if there was any doubt beforehand, but yeah. It was from the teleporters we found their nest in the teleporter room. Soul just sighs and shakes her head, closes her eyes tight. She looks over at Pequod. Do you guys know how many?
Dead? Or what do you mean?
Dead. How many died on that planet?
There were. She'll pull up on her wrist computer. I'm waiting for all the figures from towns, but there were, give or take, because, we don't have IDs on everybody on that colony, and that's why it's a frontier colony, but somewhere in the ballpark of high 11,000s to 12,000, 1,000, yeah.
Soul looks down at Rebecca and gives her a kiss on the nose.
On that Airbus that they fixed up, Laz and Oz saved about 2,000, give or take. So
For every soul that was lost on that planet, I'm gonna make Spender feel all the pain that they felt. And I'm going to keep him alive every single second while I do it.
And I think you'll get your chance. I actually, Marianne stirring her soup third bowl. I actually think you will get your chance. In the past, given some of the ire we drew from the Ranger General, and we're just going to send Ricky's father because he's trustworthy. I didn't think we'd get the chance, but now she chose us twice. Pequod, that is correct.
Soul nods. I'm gonna get that chance. She looks at Pequod. Whenever a xenomorph invasion happens, I want to know how many died, please.
If you really want to know, I'll tell you, of course. This is not the end, I can assure you.
She nods. Oh, I know. I feel like it'll be good for me to know just what I am trying to fix and what I need to tell the public in the future.
We'll face it together. Icy nodding her head sooner or later.
Julius nods. You always got your family to help you out, sweetie. If you ever need anyone to talk to, you have your husband right there, or you have any of us, we would love to help you at any time possible, okay? Soul nods. She sighs and gives Rebecca another kiss on the nose. It does feel good to hold a baby afterwards, though.
Especially your beautiful baby.
Oh yes, darling. It was quite a thing back in the day at the apartment. We would always fight over who got to hold, JJ or Little Laz or the twins, you two. It was always a fight.
I see stroking Rebecca's stomach. How much candy has she eaten? She's got like a beer belly. A lot. We let her have fun today. I see laughing.
Davine smiles and nods. I mean, truthfully, we're not the people who have to deal with that sugar high.
That's right. Hunk nodding his head. I see. Huh. She's even eating English toffee. Cold. This is good. That was meant for me. I mean, father. Uh-huh. Looking at her.
Right, right, of course. Uh, children, no more eating the English toffee, please. Father needs to enjoy it himself.
I'm sorry. He'll put the lid back on the container. There's a lot left. Oh, good. Father will be pleased. Looking away.
Davine smiles over to Suletta and she's gonna give her a wink.
She looks away from David. Her split personality with father being exposed.
Davine chuckles a bit, leans over to Hunk. Oh my god, this is starting to get me even more worried.
It's quite sitting down next to Elizabeth and Betty. Sad. How did the reveal go of Unit Craft? 10 out of 10. They have 5 months. I want that game done. I want money. She
Elizabeth-
wants money. Look at my daughter.
Little Integra holds up her coffee cup to her mother, gives her a wink, and then takes a long drink out of the coffee.
And money she shall have. Patting Thomas on the head.
Yes, she shall. They were a very big fan of the final fight that we put them onto.
Siege of Yungramar, or whatever you call it, with mutated, bloated Clive. Yep. Giving Hunk a fist bump.
Exactly. The siege of Ungramar against Clive Gosh unit scream.
Clive Gosh Unit fucking scream. Them laugh. And Crawl. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Crawl personally.
As am I. As am I. I think Crawl has to be my favorite character in the entire game.
Well, don't worry, you'll see him more. He's with the Galleons, even though he's technically speaking an orc. But yeah, you get it.
Elizabeth nods.
Yeah, no, we had to rewrite the law a little bit so we could have Carol on the Galleon side instead of the unit side, but it all worked out in the end. No need to worry about it.
I see spinning her finger, well, wiggling her fingers in front of Soul. There's something moving so fast Soul can't see what it is. There's something in between her fingers.
Soul is like trying to focus in between her fingers.
Auntie, what do you have?
You have much to learn, my young apprentice. She'll look at Davine. Hunk and Davine are looking away. Odorless. Handing it to Soul.
Soul's eyes widen as she looks around and takes like a huge hit off of it and hands it back to Icy.
Thank you.
Oh, that one's for you. Bolt takes a hit. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're gonna make great use of that, Auntie.
Yep, I'll tuck it somewhere nice and safe. When you need refills, just come to me.
Of course.
She takes Icy's hands and brings her in and gives her a hug.
No more candy for her. Hugging Soul and then patting Rebecca on the head, who's she's sleeping.
Yeah, no, she's crashing real hard right now.
Soup. Running over, getting soup. Soup being passed out by Uncle Banksy for Soul and Cole. Well, good. Very good. Very, very good. Good day. Everybody's fine, happy, and healthy.
Julius nods, points at the bowl. 21.
Is it 21 or 23, Julius?
21, I think, yeah?
I don't know. Pequod's squinting at Ice. Oh god, this soup is like sex in your mouth.
It is. It's so good it makes me want to fucking cry, dude. It's so delicious.
My fourth bowl. Uncle Banksy handing her another bowl. Yeah, I actually stopped. Julius, I ever tell you this? I actually stopped making it because I thought your mother didn't like it.
It looks like Julius's entire body twitches when he hears that.
You okay? Arm around him!
I'm good. I'm solid.
Julius leans forward closer to his dad.
Never fucking stop making the soup, please.
Well, the day Elizabeth came home, I made it. But your mother didn't eat any of it. That is because Mom was raging furious at that brat sitting right there. Rightfully so. I am on Mom's side, and then pointing right at Elizabeth. Benny, oh, patting her on the head.
Elizabeth nods. Yeah, no, it's not her fault that she didn't eat any of the soup. It was completely my fault.
Nobody ate, actually, if you remember. I didn't even eat my bowl, because all the yelling and screaming. Oh, I never thought of it that way.
Yeah, it had
I'm
Nicole.
happily eating the soup.
It had Nicole running and ducking for cover, all the yelling and screaming.
Oh, I remember saying, like, did you not like your soup, dear? And she didn't respond. That's because she was furiously angry at Elizabeth for the following 5 days.
I mean, she didn't really talk much to any of us, to you and, Nicole, of course, but she was extremely angry, Father.
Yeah, you were. It was hot, but you were very angry.
Oh, I was quite possibly the most furious I have ever been while living on the lane.
Sometimes discipline is necessary. Looking right at Elizabeth.
Elizabeth nods. I do think so. I think discipline is necessary when it comes to this sort of thing.
I was telling her, like, why don't you go home? That was early on, man, in the Headhunters. I was like, wait, so you just left and you didn't say anything? You've never called? No. Oh, that's... Do you hate your parents? No. Oh, that's kind of dumb.
Elizabeth chuckles and nods. Hey, those were the exact words of our discussion when it came to that topic, yeah.
Sure were. I wasn't there, but I can only imagine. Pouring the soup on Elizabeth's head!
Elizabeth gets some soup poured onto her head as she just looks down at her lap, the soup dripping down onto it.
You deserve it.
I deserve it, I fully do.
Benny, oh, poor honey, holding her.
No, it's okay, I just... Elizabeth looks up. I do wish you wouldn't have wasted the soup like that. You could have just poured water on my head.
Well, you can always lap it up.
Elizabeth sighs as she'll like start cleaning her head off of the soup.
I'll take you into the shower, come on.
Thank you, honey.
But you really should have called at least once. Come on, Elizabeth.
I know, I should have.
Dork. Watching her walk up. Yeah. Well, not everybody can be like JJ. Let's just put it that way. Well, not to everyone, but it's on good, JJ.
And JJ nods. You have no idea how much of a compliment it is to me that they call me son good JJ.
Do you think he would have greeted or bid farewell to Elizabeth like he did you the B-word day to end all B-word days?
Oh no. No.
He felt like the family was losing a highly valued member. If it was Elizabeth, and I don't agree with Krellin, but he would have been like, oh, fuck that. Just not shown up.
Exactly. He wouldn't even been there to support her at all, no.
Wow, good riddance. Oh, come on.
Laz chuckling to herself. I can only imagine what Krellin would say if he learned that Elizabeth was leaving.
Well, he did cheer when he found out she was going for basic training, but it was like, wow, very proud of her, very brave. But then she cut off contact and upset Mom and Dad, and he just started hating her. I hate her very much.
I mean, truthfully, I can't blame him for hating her.
Frederick say this would happen, but no, listen. Frederick know many things.
Frederick's smarter than he look.
I miss having them around. We never have them anymore. They'd be here right now. Pequod, yeah, they would.
They'd be here, and it wouldn't even have to be us making these impersonations. We could just ask them, and then they would and we would hear Krellin himself saying that to us.
Well, they're here on the lane. Don't worry. I saw Clive earlier when I went off to discuss something with Father privately. Clive was at the house with Scar. Actually, they looked like they'd been working out. They were sweaty. Just incredibly sweaty and winded. and red, like they'd been out in the sun all day. Frederick Crown and Samuel looked beat as well, and I said, "Oh, Clive, I need to talk to Father privately. What are you doing here?" Nothing, Shaletta. We're heading out to brag. See you later, huh, Perky Tits? And he left.
That is extremely worrying to hear.
Probably out on maneuvers. Scratching Thomas on the head.
Julius scratches his chin.
Yeah, probably. But what if it wasn't?
What's the worst they can do? Never mind. She'll just eat her soup. Yeah, come on, Nicole. Blow up a fucking volcano. What's next, an avalanche?
Don't tempt fate, Father. Don't, please.
See that small village of Inuit people? Turns out that one down there is Carter's biological father. I want you to cause an avalanche and kill everybody there. All right, bro.
Oh, God. What if, like, they were... This sounds really stupid, but it is actually something I've worried about. What if they, like, set bombs at the top of, like, Mount Everest, and the people who were climbing up at, like, the base camps and stuff, they get hit by a terrible avalanche caused by Clive?
Oh, Godfather nukes a mountaintop to kill the United Cancer Foundation, who's trying to climb up the
Trying to climb up Mount Everest for, just to make more money for donations and shit.
All Karen wants to do is plant a flag atop the damn mountain.
A UCF flag.
That's not gonna happen, Karen. You're going on a one-way ride down, you fat bitch. As he blows up the mountain.
Carter jumps a bit. God damn it.
Even from Seoul? He looks over at Carter.
Even from Seoul.
Integra wants to do a little Clive Goblin laugh to provoke her brother.
Jesus Christ! Came from behind me. It was you, wasn't it? As Integra sticks her tongue out at him, flips sunglasses down, and takes a long sip out of her coffee.
Looking over his shoulder. Alright. Well, we got soup. We got English toffee. Don't think we need much else. You guys want to go fishing tomorrow? Sons reaches out to JJ. We need more fish, guys. We are bingo on fish. And part of the reason the stew is so good is because it's fresh fish. Or fish you catch and then freeze to keep fresh.
Julius nods. I'm fully up for some fish, and I would not mind that at all.
And JJ nods as well.
I'd love to fish with you, Dad.
And you sure you guys actually like the soup? Oh my fucking god, I'm gonna hit him right in the face with this bowl. Looking at it!
Julius leans forward to his father again.
Nicole's eaten at least 25 bowls of this soup all day. It's the only thing she's eaten all day. Memory Ann, what bowl are you on?
Fifth, father, thank you. Not to be sixth. Carter's on his fourth.
Fifth? About to be sixth and fourth bowl. I think these kids and us love this soup.
Do you like it, dear?
Of course I'd like it. I love it. I quite look forward to eating it.
Well, then I'll make it all the time. It's like Mom's egg salad. It's underrated for some reason, but the egg salad sandwich is very good. She doesn't make them enough. Well, she should.
Well, I'll make sure to put as many egg salad sandwiches as you want in your lunches then. How about that, Istrom?
That would be great. The egg salad is good. We had it a while back. She made it when we went to get the dinosaur things for Soletta. Crust on the bread, the best.
Davine smiles.
I'll make you all sandwiches, egg salad sandwiches then, to take up to work, if you so wish.
It would probably just go really good with this goddamn soup. Eating a bowl! Be quiet. Like, could you imagine dipping it in the soup? That actually does sound good.
Oh my god, that sounds... I'm sorry for using this term, but orgasmic.
Well, then we gotta catch a lot of fish tomorrow because we got a lot of mouths to feed. And then your mother can make the sandwiches, and I'll cover the soup.
I think that sounds like a wonderful plan.
Hunk looks over, kisses Davine, looks over at Suletta with Davine. Suletta's looking right at Carter, flexing her finger. She's gonna do it. She's gonna do it.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Get your whiz computer out. Record it.
What? Icy looking over, Pequod looking over at Hunk and Davine. Suletta loses her nerve and sits back down. Damn.
Shit. Perhaps we should give her a little nudge.
No, let it come naturally, honey. It'll only a matter of time. Patting Davine on the thighs slowly.
Davine crosses her arms. Oh, fine. I was quite looking forward to it.
The next morning, Carter hears squawking, and he's getting pecked on the nose by one of Petra's offspring, squawking frantically.
Carter's eyes flutter open as he sits up in bed, picking the little offspring up. What's up, buddy? What's wrong? Where's your mama? As he looks around the bed.
Flies over here, fluttering its wings, struggling to stay in the air. Flies over, picks up a letter written on like notebook paper in its little claws, drops it on Carter's chest, and roosts right here, looking at him.
Carter looks at the letter. She left me a bit of a letter. He opens it up and reads it.
God.
If you...
If you'd ever like to see Memory Ann again, well, just turn on the news, mate. We're holding the entire city hostage, with Memory Ann at the center of it all. And if you'd ever like to see her again, you'll have to challenge us, the Sinister unit, to a fight at this location here.
And then he puts coordinates to the building where they have her kidnapped at.
Do not worry, she is unharmed at the moment. I cannot say so for the future, lest all the bombs explode. Yours truly, Clive Goblin.
Squawking at Carter angrily.
Carter is holding the note in his hand as he starts to crumple it up. Lightning sparks from his hand and manages to light the paper on fire as he gets up out of his bed. I'm gonna kill him. He kidnapped my damn wife. As he starts making his way out of the house.
Down here in Frost Tyrant territory, Thomas Hale playing with some of the babies. Rebecca's gotten the rest of Suletta's English toffee, who just gave up on it. She's out here, Suletta flexing her fist, looking around, putting ice on it. Hunk, Julius, JJ, big bucket of fish behind them. Hunk reeling his line in empty. God damn it.
And don't worry, Dad, you'll get it next time.
Yep. Look at that, son. Take a look at that. It's Integra eating her chocolate baguette and drinking a ridiculous drink Icy got her. I think you're A-okay on that one.
Julius chuckles. Certainly takes after her mother, doesn't she?
Oh yeah. And you guys do a good job at spoiling her, rightfully so, I'd say.
We do that. You know what? He points at Integra. That's my little girl right there. Whatever she wants, her dad will get for her.
I think she's gonna make you very proud, son.
I don't doubt that for a second. I mean, hell, I'm proud of her right now. Is it bad that I'm proud for her because she punches Jace in the face?
No, it actually helps me and your mother out a lot. She keeps him in line.
Good. God damn, I'm proud of that girl. Already. And she's only, 3 years old? I'm so proud of her.
3 years old and already large and in charge.
Large and in charge, just like a goddamn mom.
I see Pequod and David going over the script. I see, so here I have him shirtless. And this scene he's shirtless, as you requested. This scene he's shirtless. This scene he's shirtless. Pequod, Jesus Christ, Mom.
Well, he needs to be shirtless, and we have the misters available, right, to mist his body and make him look very sweaty while he holds the whip. And she unbuttons her top button and starts to like wave air into it.
Icy and Pequod both looking at one another. Yes, yes. And see, in this scene, well, he's not shirtless, but I have his shirt unbuttoned and his bare chest is all sweaty and glistening, which, you know, Blaze can get that done with lighting.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful, darling. That sounds just spectacular. But would it be
Why
going?
don't you have him unbutton himself? This is before a fight scene. What if he unbuttoned the top 4 buttons? Sam coming over with a happy Jace, sleeping in her breast, laughing.
Davian's head slowly turns over to Pequod and holds both of her hands. Darling, this is why you're the head of the company. Your head is just filled with good ideas.
And then progressively he can, you know what I mean, Nicole, what do you call it? Progressively he can unbutton his shirt more and more in the following scenes, and then he's just shirtless throughout the rest of the movie. Good idea. Putting her finger out.
A wonderful idea, in fact. I love it so much.
Can you maybe just consider a different weapon, Mother? I see. Dad's afraid of the whip, Mom.
Davian sighs. She rubs her cheek. But I like him with the whip.
Well, if that's what Mom wants, God, then that's what Mom gets. He'll just have to tough it out and be a man. Well, he is a man, but he'll have to tough it out.
Davian shrugs. And then maybe the whip can be introduced elsewhere.
Biting on her iced tea straw, looking at Davy. Pequod just and stirs hers.
Davian holds up the script. You children pretend you never heard that. Understand?
I am sure Father will do whatever you want, Mother. He is a very good man. He's the model man of the family, in my opinion.
Davian nods. I happen to agree, and he is far better to me than I deserve.
Luckily, we have some up-and-comers like JJ. And Oz over there. Oz bending down, handing Laz a drink as he sits on the edge and watches her float off. But I think Dad will always be numero uno.
Oh, I happen to agree, and oh, trust me, darling, I know it sounds selfish, but I would much prefer it that way.
You would, huh? Seeing Carter storm up. I'm sorry, Mom. What did you say? Look at my son. What the fuck is wrong with him?
He looks...
Storming past Blaze, who tries to greet him.
He looks... Davian watches him. Quite pissed off. Why is he pissed off?
Carter, you okay? As he walks by. You alright, Carter? So concerned for Carter, too, seeing him like this.
Carter, dude, you good? She stands up, turns around as Carter just pushes past all of them. He looks over at Colt. They fucking kidnapped her.
What? He stands up with Soul and Rebecca in his arm.
Carter stops walking. He walks over to Colt. The unit kidnapped, get this, my wife, and are holding her hostage.
He looks shocked. He's got to set Soul down. Soul has Rebecca put a hand over his mouth. Manxie, what the fuck? He looks over at Hunk. Yo, Dad. Hunk is talking to Julius. Julius, JJ, and Hunk have not noticed storming Carter. Everybody else has. Carter, get over there and tell that. Dad! Anyway, Julius, they're just talking.
Carter's storming past. He walks up to his mother. Mother, nice to see you, as he walks past her.
What's wrong, Carter? Let's hunk arm around Julius. We gotta go fishing more, son. Hey, Carter!
Carter walks up behind the two men in front of him, and he puts a hand on both their shoulders. Hi, how are you guys? Nice morning? Wonderful. Memorian is kidnapped by the unit and is being held hostage by the unit on top of a building by the unit in a city filled with roofie bombs by the unit.
Jaw slowly going agape. Sam's head slowly turning. Pequod blankly reaching out to her sister. Icy. clicks the remote control on the big screen. They have a big screen set up to watch movies out here. And there he is. Wow, Micrano. Looking right at the camera, blocking Clive. Get out of Clive's way. Micrano, though.
Get out of the way, Krelno. The Clive Goblin's the real star here.
Why do I kidnap memory on Jane Watson? Frederick knowing Carter's but Frederick is the one who went in and put the chloroform over.
Frederick walks up to Crono. Please don't say that, my Varnell, please.
But Micrano and we villains who care.
But still, Carter's gonna be really angry.
Carter cares. Grabbing Krellin by the horn. Ow.
He's gonna be so angry. He's gonna use the sword on us.
Marianne is unconscious, bound and gagged to a chair with a red wig on. All the characters I play except Suletta look up at the screen and start giggling as Clive may go through his mantra calling out Carter.
Carter, Carter, Carter. I have your sweet memory Aunt Jane Watson here with me. And if you ever wish to see her, oh, I don't know, alive again, you'll come meet me at said coordinates that you had on the letter, you son of a bitch. And if you don't, well, the entire...
As the camera starts to cut towards bombs set up around the city.
The entire city shall be razed with roofie gas among all roofie gases. Come soon, or else.
It goes on commercial break. Oh god, that's
Julius has taken JJ's fishing line, set it off to the side, and the two of them are like leaning on each other, holding each other up while they're laughing.
So, that's terrible, Carter. I'm sorry.
Carter's just, with his eyes closed, he shakes his head and starts walking past everyone again.
Wait, Carter. Davine and Icy hugging one another, laughing. Wait, Carter, just give me a second to collect myself, okay, Carter? I'm not laughing at you. Those two laughing like this is making me laugh, and she looks horrible in a red wig.
Yes, I know, Mom. She looks quite terrible in a red wig.
Julius, what's Julius doing?
Julius is again leaning on JJ. JJ leaning on him. Julius looks at JJ.
If you ever wish to see Samantha again.
Nicole, what are they doing? Icy's laughing.
And Davine, with her head in Icy's shoulder, just crying, laughing, slapping her own thigh, like uncontrollably so.
Alright, looks like it falls to Mom. I have some experience in this though, Carter, okay? She kisses his hand, we'll get her back and deal with 2 of the 5 members of the Sinister unit.
Thank you, Mother, for wanting to assist me with this.
Follow me, as she'll guide Carter off around. The only person not laughing is Suletta, who's rubbing her fingers on her temples slowly, angrily, just like Memory Ann was before she punched Carter. Pequod looks over at Suletta. I think she's at her wit's end, Carter. She looks at Carter, holding his hand tightly.
Carter looks over at her. She's gonna punch me in the face with a hand covered with ice. He looks at his mom. Like you guys were saying, I'm not stupid. I know what I did wrong, and I know the things that are going to happen to me.
Yeah, putting her arm around her son, guiding him out. As Clive, returning to the roof, scouting for Carter, doesn't see him. Calling, see Carter anywhere, Micrano? As Clive comes up.
No sign of Carter. You really think the son of a bitch isn't going to make an appearance?
Maybe he's too much of a fucking coward. Odds are he's just bedding down with Hazel right now. But you'll say Hazel dead, though. Quiet!
Oh, you don't know what you're talking about, Krell, no.
As he flies over near Scorpion.
Father! She wakes up! What the fuck are you doing? She spits at Clive and Scar.
Ah, my dear Memory Ann, my sweet daughter, you, Memory Ann Jane Watson.
Father, this is fucking ridiculous! Her eyes start to glow. Chloroform her, Fred. Do it now.
Oh god, oh god.
Wow. Do it 2 times in a row.
Fudwick walks up behind her. I'm sorry, Memory Ann. Puts the
Don't touch
chloroform.
me with that!
Just go to sleep. Just go to sleep.
Stepping away from Frederick!
Oh god, I'm dead. He's gonna kill me. I'm gonna die. As he starts like pacing around.
Bombs armed. Looking back at Clive.
And Clive looks over at Krell now.
Thank you very much, Krell, now. It seems everything is going according to plan, and, well, it seems that Carter's trying to call our bluff, even though there is no bluff.
Mind if I drop in? Tilting her head, landing here. Who the fuck are you, bitch?
I don't know who that is, but it seems like a job for you, Scorpion.
Landing on the one right behind Clive.
Am I interrupting something?
I would recognize that high, grating voice from anywhere. Carter.
Carter! Whipping around, turning towards Carter.
And Clive puts a hand onto Scar's shoulder.
Focus on the bitch.
I
Right.
got her.
I got the true prey.
Backing up, looking at Carter. She grabs the tail and starts spinning him around. Obviously, the suit augments her strength. Wow, fight time. Clapping.
Clive shoots forward on his glider over to Carter. Carter jumps up over him, does like a springboard on Clive's shoulders, and he whips his webs out towards the glider. The glider's jets activate and burn the webs away before they can attach onto anything. Carter lands back onto the gas canister that he's landed on before.
You could try and try and try, and yet you'll never be able to defeat the Clive Goblin.
As he suddenly rushes forward and Carter ducks out of the way, goes for a punch. Clive hovers away from Carter and goes for a punch himself, quickly followed after by a glider hit towards Carter's face. And if there's one thing Carter's always been made for, it's taking a hit. Carter takes the hit to the face, and then the hit from the glider onto the chest, and Carter punches up into Clive's stomach area, his sternum, into his ribs, and lets out a gigantic electric shock right into him.
Clive scream.
And Clive gets sent back.
Smacking against the wall next to Dr. Fredaput.
Oh god. Oh no, that's gonna be me.
Pequod whipping the bombs at Scar, whose dumbass is shooting them out of the air, causing clouds of roofie smoke. Oh! Joke put a hand over her mouth and kicks Scar across the face as he falls over, grabbing his stomach. Carter.
Carter hops down onto the roof, looks around at the three of them, points at all of them.
You're only in this situation because of me.
It's not over! Clive coming back a second with
Carter!
As he rushes towards Carter, uh, Carter has to jump up, flip out of the way over Clive, grabs him by the hood, spins around in the air, and slams him face first into the roof, again letting out another electrical discharge straight into Clive.
Yep. Smacking your hands together, cleaning them off. I'd say job's pretty much done, son. What about you? Oh, I'll crown no hair. Done tying memory!
Carter stands up, looks around, looks over at Fledwick.
I'm not gonna hurt you, Fwed. You did this because of me. I caused this entire situation, and they forced you to do it, right, Fledwick?
Yeah. Yeah, no, they forced me to do this. I swear to you. He looks over at Pequod. I swear to you, they forced us to do this.
No, I believe you. Hand on Frederick's shoulder, I do. Grimacing at all the bombs. Well, moral of the story is pick up the phone and be a man. May agree with that.
Carter nods. If I have a son and he doesn't just pick up the fucking phone or flirt with the chick he's interested in or anything, dude, I don't care. Just fucking do it. I'll kill him myself, I swear to God.
Listening to your significant other is key to success. People
Yes.
say I might baby your father, but I listen to him. Babying is just an effect of the cause of listening to him. Because I shall whip the wig off Memory End's head. Love him. God, get rid of this Frederick. Handing it to Frederick.
Fredwick takes it, hands it to one of his octopus arms, and the arm throws it off the roof.
Wow,
Carter,
me still crown though. Yeah. She laughs at girl.
Carter looks up.
Yes, you are still Krellno. You are very good at being Krellno, Krellin.
Think we come back to Lane, leave Clive and Scar here? They find their way back. Yeah, we're out of here. Come on, pick her up, Carter.
Carter picks her up.
Let's get the fuck out of here.
Besides, your dad will love to see me in this. Are we villains today, Mom? Yes, you were.
We were really bad villains.
Almost get caught by police, but Clive sweet talk them. God, why do I not? Or why do I believe that? That's a good question. Flashing back to the lane, Pequod smacking her ass in the suit in front of Juliet.
Julia's watching Pequod smack her ass in the suit. He stands up.
You know, Dad, I think something's come up. I can't fish anymore.
What do you mean? Come on, son, we just got here. Pequod, fish with your father for a few hours. You'll have to hold it in.
God damn you, you little tease.
He shakes his head as he sits back down and fishes with his father.
I'm having fun going over the script with my sister and Mom anyway, sitting back down next to Davy. Sam, I need a suit like that.
JJ looks over at Samantha with like pleading eyes, and he nods. Yes, please get a suit like that, please.
Wow, me Crowno. Sitting down next to JJ. Oh, here they come, the men of the hour. Looking over at the...
JJ looks over at Krellin, Samuel, and Fledwick. You guys know you could take their suits off, right?
Me like me suit. Looking at JJ. Yeah, taking off the fishbowl.
Fledwick immediately starts taking off all the armor of Dr. Fledipus.
Watch this, JJ. He aims his horn down, and the horn fires out at like Mach speed right into the land here, making a huge like going through, shooting through, going through the crowd here and stopping. Was told to shoot Carter with this. Oh, Jesus Christ!
JJ puts a hand on Krellin's shoulder. Okay, yeah, no, let's not shoot Carter with that, please.
What could shoot Clive? Not right now. Look, yes, where is Clive, Scar? Leave them on the roof.
Julius looks over.
You guys just left them on the roof?
I mean,
Pequod.
yeah.
Pequod's say too. Looking back at Pequod, they'll find their way home. Fuck them, right, Carter?
Fuck them, indeed.
The last thing I remember, Carter, she's finally awake. The last thing I remember is seeing Frederick's silhouette over our bed. Crowlin, looking over his shoulder.
Frederick's head
He
slowly.
had all these octopus arms behind, looking over.
Frederick looking at Memory Ann, he slowly turns his head towards Colin. I thought you said she wouldn't remember anything.
Is what dumbass Leogan say. Me don't know anything about chloroform.
Oh god, he looks over at Memory Ann. I'm so sorry. They forced me to do it, Memory Ann. I'm so sorry.
Did I say Frederick the most stealthy of all of us? As Frederick's getting shirtless.
Yes, Frederick's the most stealthy out of all of you, not the... Carter nods towards Samuel. Not him at all. He can't be stealthy at all.
I'm not good enough for stealth operations, in case nobody's ever told you, Carter.
Right. It's not like you wouldn't be at the... It's not like you wouldn't be at the top of my list if I had to choose someone for a stealth operation out of anyone on the lane.
Hunk looks like ultra confused at Julius. Julius has never seen his dad so confused.
Julius looks at his dad. Dad, what's wrong? You good?
Am I missing something here? Wait a minute, so, Frederick, you went into Carter's house uninvited and chloroform ragged Memory Ann. That's how you got her out?
Correct, yeah. Quellen kept Carter asleep, or else he would have woken up for sure.
The powers of Kralno. Get back at Carter. Okay. Right. But you were in Carter's house when he was incapacitated and asleep. Yes. Looking over at us.
Yeah, that's right.
Why didn't the unit just deal with Carter? I'm sorry, the Sinister unit just deal with Carter then. You could have just killed him right then and there. Samuel taking off the costume. Oh. Looks confused at Frederick.
I don't... Frederick looks down at his hands. We could have just killed Carter right there.
Me ask Clive, why not just beat him with baseball bat when sleeping? We went through all trouble of setting up bombs. Have to follow through to the end, you know. Crow no. Sam laughed.
Carter just blinks a couple times and shakes his head. I was so focused on saving you that it didn't even occur that they could have just offed me right there, and all their problems would have been solved, at least in their minds.
And they kept you kept Carter asleep. Yes. Look at Hung. Why didn't you just keep Memory Ann asleep? Why did you have to chloroform her? Well, Scar say use chloroform. He shrugged.
He said that he himself made it, and it was one of the best chemical concoctions that he'd had ever made.
All right. Icy turns and looks at Carter. Nobody's getting into your house as of an hour from now when we're done with the script. I will go make sure of that.
Carter closes his eyes and nods towards Icy. Thank you, Auntie. That would make me feel quite a bit better.
Every door, every window. I can't do anything for the outside of your house, but you can sleep soundly. Oh, thank God. Holding Icy's hands, thank you so much.
I was worried I was gonna have to stay up all night tonight.
Your Aunt Icy will take good care of you. Besides, Pequod looks at her wrist computer. We should be seeing a news report any minute for a bunch of smoke emitting from that building they were on. All those bombs were armed. Yes. Nodding his head.
They were all armed, ready to blow up, and you know what? Clive and Scar probably got hit with the worst of it.
And so high up, we pick biggest building. Won't have any effects on dumb people below. Good! Icy clapping! And just Scar and Clive get nuked back to Century in roofie gas, JJ.
Wonderful! Absolutely smashing, mate!
I bet Kralno have TV show.
JJ chuckles. We'll have to discuss it later, mate. But you know what? Keep on doing good stuff like this, and we might have a deal here.
Maybe Julius, Nicole, and I can take a walk through the town and get rid of the bombs. You see tomorrow? Yeah, the ones on the ground that didn't explode. Yeah.
Julius nods. Yeah, we should probably do that.
Wow, me crown no, JJ. Good God.
You are Crown now, mate, and you are the best Crown now that I've ever seen.
Always wanted to be villain. Do mean things like tell Elizabeth horrible daughter. Elizabeth can't hear anything you say. Oh, come on, Krella.
JJ starts laughing. Yeah, no. If you were a villain, you would attack people's emotional health instead of their physical health.
Or put chloroform rag on their mouth. She sighs heavily.
Carter just clears his throat as he holds Marianne tighter.
I can't believe Father didn't even have the dignity to do it himself. The nerve. He sent in fucking Frederick.
Frederick, the one who is with all due respect, Fred, the least stealthy out of the entirety of the unit.
Where were Clive and Scar while you went into the house? Sitting in Pinky outside house.
Webbed Imchin a couple of times, almost woke Carter up even with Quelwyn.
You guys are driving around dressed like that in the Pinky. Surprised you didn't get arrested. Came close, but Clive get all weird and normal. Oh, me officer, me ambassador, so nice to see you. Be like normal, Clive, back in day. Oh.
Julius looks over at Cullen.
Would you say it almost seemed like he put a mask of sorts on, Krellin?
What word, Julius? Manipulate?
Yeah, did it seem like he manipulated and gaslit that officer?
Easily. Nodding his head. Officer gets selfie with him.
Oh, that's pure evil right there.
Is what, tell Frederick?
Oh, trust me, I know. I know for a fact that Clive is pure evil after today.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, it's all said and done. Suletta makes an ice path and walks over the ice path she makes. It's all set. What the hell's going on? She storms past Hunk.
And the Reaper comes for her soul.
Move, sister.
Damien puts her hands up, smiles at her, and moves out of the way.
Pequod looking shocked.
Carter picks Marianne up and sets her off to the side as he stands up.
This is for getting me shot, getting me roofied, and my daughter. She just clocks Carter right in the face with her hand frozen over, knocking him down here, but not unconscious.
Carter gets knocked down,
Mother!
holding his jaw. He puts a hand up to Marianne. It's good. I deserved it.
Stand. She'll ice out of the ground and like prop Carter up, like almost like he's on a table. Stand up.
Carter will stand.
She'll smack him in the back of the head with a frozen fist, throw Carter over his leg, and start spanking him like she did to Julius and Thomas. Thomas, seeing this, he'll, oh no.
Thomas stands up, points at Carter. No, don't do that to my brother. It hurts so much.
She puts her hands over Thomas's eyes and shields him. Julius, what's Julius do?
Julius looks over. He stands up and starts clapping. Yes. Yes!
And this is for not just calling my daughter and ruining my marriage.
Do it more! Auntie, more, please!
Icy will shrug and stand up and clap because Julius is.
JJ looks up at Julius, looks at his father, shrugs, stands up and starts clapping.
Hunk will clap. All the characters I play clap. Suletta will stop. And the next time you get me hurt or roofied or something happens to my daughter, you're gonna get it even worse. Okay.
Carter stands up, moves his jaw a bit, and nods. Understood, ma'am.
He walks back off to tend to father.
Carter sighs, looks over at his mother.
See? I'm not that stupid. I knew that was gonna happen.
Yes!
Everybody has their breaking point, Carter. Davine can sit back down. Memory Ann, poor Carter.
Oh, trust me, I feel it, Mom.
My poor Carter.
Carter smiles at Memory Ann.
I'm alright, don't worry. I've always been good at one thing, taking a beating.
He leans forward and gives her a kiss on the nose.
And the best part is the weekend's all ahead of you now.
Thank God.
Carter, I got a question now that you're done being beat.
Sure, shoot, Granddad.
You feel the mantra of a dragon when you were fighting Clive? I see laugh. We told her.
Carter starts to laugh.
Yeah, no, I heard the wings beating and the claws sharpening against the steel that they were running across, and the acid crackling in its mouth as it prepared its breath weapon. I heard it all, man.
My mom trying to articulate spell talk.
Curtis just covers his mouth and starts laughing. I heard the goddamn mantra.
You gonna give me a suit like that? Looking over at Pequod, who's smacking her ass still to get Julius's attention.
Dude, she has Julius's attention fully. JJ stands up, looks her in the eye. Darling, I will get you that's a suit like that as soon as possible. I'll order it right now.
Pick out your favorite. What
Huh?
website did you use? Pequod, I'll send it to your wrist computer.
Please, I must order something for my wife, please.
There you go. Sending it to JJ's wrist computer is on. Alright, let's fish for a few more hours. We need about 90 more, son. And then you can go have fun.
JJ nods. Thank you, Dad. I gotta get these fish. He points at Sam. Later, love. As he starts fishing again.
The same for you, big guy. Eyes on the reel. You got a bite. Turning Julius's head.
Oh, I didn't. I didn't realize. As he starts reeling the bite in.
Okay, so make him shirtless here, I think, Mom. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Pointing at the script.
Davine strokes her chin. Would it be going too far if he also was not wearing pants?
Whatever. Icy looks. Pequod says whatever, and Icy looks at Davine. You want.
I think. Maybe not.
Dad's body will bring money. R-rated Indiana Jones. Nobody remembers the old Indiana Jones.
Yes. I believe he must be in his underpants for this scene here, then.
Tidy whities. Never wanted to see Dad in tidy whities. Pequod. Me neither.
Oh, darling, I quite enjoy seeing him in tidy whities.
Icy will pen it on the script where Davine wants it, and Pequod will just awkwardly drink her iced tea, and we'll cut that.